Hey, everybody, welcome. You're here for the start of the stream. Good job. And welcome to the start of a new week. Hope you guys are having an awesome Monday and had a nice Sunday yesterday. We're back. Gonna be playing some Satisfactory today, because I have had the logistic solving itch. And I've been eyeballing Satisfactory because I think it goes well. Peanut butter to Derail Valley's jelly also has trains in it, which I really haven't gotten to play with very much at all. So I think this will be fun. We're playing Update 8 on the Experimental branch. I don't know how much longer it's going to be on Experimental, but they've had a couple months. Like, I think it's been in an Experimental for a couple months, so I'm assuming that, like, the main, oh my god, this is broken stuff is probably fixed. And then optimizations are going to continue to be made until it's pushed out for everybody as a stable build. I actually haven't played since, I want to say, Update 6. So it's going to be a lot of new stuff for me. I'm going to go ahead and actually bring up maybe some patch notes so I can catch myself up and you guys, so we can see what we've missed out on. I know it was like blueprints, like a bunch of big world changes, and more. So yeah, we'll take a look at that. I'm having trouble finding the Update 8 patch notes, but there's a lot of like visual changes. Okay, here we go. All right, there we are. All right, gotta back up. I can see you now. Hey, everybody. Now you can see me. Let's scroll up. What's up, K Dandy? Welcome, Rhodey, Puppy Doll, Alvarex. Hi, Umbra Moon. We are factoring, but not factorioing today. Condition of Man. A different sort of train stream. That's right, the dark. Hello, Attack Frog, Karth Fader, Niavorus, Kyoko. Lots of people popping in. Disillusion people arriving. This soundtrack, I recently learned that I could play the Fury soundtrack without having to worry about DMCA, so that's nice. I picked up Dyson Sphere last weekend with the same itch. I couldn't get into Dyson Sphere for whatever reason. I don't know why. I think we streamed it once. It does seem to have a lot of that same build something huge, little by little, one step at a time, but it just didn't grab me. All right, let me actually get some antihistamines. Now that I started talking, the nasal passages are being loosened up. All right, we'll see if that helps. Kind of just like, I am allergic to dust bunnies. Which is a fancy way of saying I am allergic to life. Because when you're allergic, like my primary allergen is dust bunnies. That's just everything. You can't escape it. And pollen. So like if I stay inside, get hit with the dust. If I go outside, get hit with the pollen. I'm suffering from more entropy than most. Life is like, here you go. Oops, I made a big mistake. I'm gonna fix it. I'm taking this guy down. He had the audacity to be born. Mood, I had to leave a decent job because of dust allergies. That's unfortunate. So when you have to leave a job because of dust allergies, does that just mean like, because what I assume is how I would respond to such a work environment would be, you just can't function because there's just mucus dribbling down your face and you constantly have to sneeze and you constantly have to like take a break in order to go blow your nose or like bring that along with you. It just kind of makes you dysfunctional at a baseline level. At least that's what it would do for me. Hello, Juni. Witch Vomit. It's Lucy. Welcome back. Dyson Sphere was like a worse Factorio. It seemed like it has some novel ideas, yeah. But I don't know if it was the perspective or the logistical trains or the unlock system. And I don't mean like train. I mean like the circle of logistics. I think it's difficult to find a balance in the factory simulation genre where you don't overwhelm the player with too complex recipes and too many unlocks all at the same time. The controls were not intuitive. That's fair. I think you would actually die where I work. It's a 100-year-old warehouse. My desk will be covered in dust at the end of the day. If I wipe it off in the morning, I would just have to wear a mask. Like, I would have to wear some kind of filter, for sure. And just deal with that. But thanks for beginning of stream subs. What's up, Metalis? Thanks for 19 months. Appreciate the prime. And Firthster sharing the tier 1 for almost a year. Pump it. Also, howdy. Ow. Ow. Crowdcrat says, runny nose and sneezing when my throat swelled up, and I figured out I have allergy-related asthma, so it was difficult to breathe. That is a great reason to stop working at a place. I stopped working here because I couldn't breathe. Understandable. Sometimes I think chat is suffocating, but not like that. I'm gonna be listening while mowing my lawn. How are you gonna hear me over the sound of the lawnmower? Also, what's up? Prime Poop, 9 Indava, Piplup Union, Bucky, welcome. I worked in manufacturing for 10 years, and at one place we worked with a resin that was 60% or so of people were allergic to. We'd cycle new people in there, and if they react, we moved them to a new place. If you didn't react, that's where you worked. Like an allergy test. You have to just go in. Do you survive the first week or two? If so, you have a job. If not, go work over there. I thought Intel wasn't going to play Satisfactory till 1.0. When is 1.0? Have they even announced how many updates they want to do? Because they got like... Dude, that's going to be like 2 years. They got to get update 8 into stable, and then they have an update 9 planned. And so they've joked about update 9 and update 10. There's no release date for 1.0. 1.0 is scheduled to launch in 2033. 2 years from now is a great time to replay after this replay. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm just gonna jump on experimental update 8, because I haven't played since update 6. So this is like 2 new updates, and it's been a long time since we played, so it's gonna be a nice refresher. And they've made the game a lot more convenient to play, and they've made it a lot more... It's both optimized and unoptimized, and it's difficult to explain how that works. In short, Satisfactory now has better frame rate with massive Omega factories, where before it was very touch and go. However, the Unreal Engine on a baseline level still has this like micro stutter problem whenever it loads in chunks that I don't think that the Satisfactory devs are capable of ever fixing. So it's both still Unreal Engine, which I think has some issues in my experimentation, but at the same time works better, like has a higher ceiling for how huge your factory can get without you having to start a new game. I gotta blow my nose again. Maybe I work in a factory already. Okay. Yeah, we're going to the content factory today to generate some new content. Hello, it's Alex in chat. What's up, Hammer? But yeah, I've already loaded in because I was curious. I know that they had a lot of graphical updates in Update 8, so I kind of tested those out to see what we were capable of. I'm going to have to make adjustments because we're going to start on the highest graphical settings possible because I have the most capable computer possible. However, I'm not going to be able to create a factory with those settings while streaming because, let's just say, it's too demanding even for a 4090. Now, the other part that I said about how there's micro stutters and hangs and hiccups and hitching is true whether the graphics are on the absolute lowest settings or the absolute highest settings. I've tried both. So even on a completely empty map, there's still like chunk loading, it seems like. So we're just gonna have to deal with that, I guess. Alex just sneezed so hard it crashed my Twitch app. From the video I watched, it sounded like they're still reworking how they split up the map chunks to smooth out transitions. Yeah, it's apparently like the hitching is a problem on a bunch of different Unreal Engine games, for whatever reason. Because I did some research before stream today, if there were any fixes, and it seems like people just kind of deal with it. So it is what it is. I see Midas. Yeah, Midas is going to be taking a nap. Midas sleep. We must pave everything so it renders better. Maybe. Fortnite is a magical Unreal Engine game that is mostly fine. I think that's probably a case of first party versus third party. They just have like a better understanding of how to use the engine. Because I remember seeing those Unreal Engine 5 demo videos that were just like, oh my god, this is crazy. This is like cinematic. And I don't think we've had any games that have really matched those initial tech demos yet. It's still early. Like, Unreal Engine 5 is still pretty new. So maybe they're in development right now. The people making the demos understand how to use the engine better than everybody else. As is usual. Well, what's up, Dirg? Hello, Doughboy, Ottercog, Hummus, Tuna Man, thanks for the sub as well. Appreciate 40 months. And welcome to stream. All right, gamers. Actually, before we get into here, I wanted to take a look. These are the patch notes for Update 7, which I haven't played. We're not. It's pretty brief. It's not like a ton of stuff. This is from when it was on experimental, so I don't have the notes from when it was put on stable. But I just want to look at the big picture stuff. So the big picture stuff for Update 7 was the Blueprints Designer, which is very exciting. Basically, you can create set BPs and then build with a single click. So if you like making, this is especially huge for decoration purposes. I'm thinking things like if you have support trusses and structures for like roads or rails, and they're like, you know, how many parts does it need to be? It probably can be as many parts as you want. It just has to fit 4x4 foundations and 8 walls in height. So that's pretty good. That's pretty big, right? 16 total blocks on the ground, 8 walls in height. You can put any configuration of blocks together, and it can be as complex as you want. Save it as one big blueprint, and then just copy paste, right? That's huge. You have your own blueprint build menu tab. You can add it to your hotbar. This is very convenient. Creature game modes. So I think they let you choose if you want creatures to attack you or not, and you can play on completely passive. This is all for Update 7, not the one that we're playing Update 8, so there's even more stuff. In the future, they want to implement more game modes to adjust how you play. Overclocking has made some changes. This is what allowed buildings to go faster, but cause you to consume exponentially more power. The basic mechanic of overclocking is largely unchanged, but we've lowered the exponential power cost change. Overclocking is less expensive, and underclocking is not quite as cheap. Generators are completely linear. That makes sense. Because that would be really confusing to manage your power if it was not linear. They have new ceiling mounts for conveyors. That's pretty sweet. There's been a lot of times where I would have loved to have a ceiling mount. Contextual switching between relevant buildables if you're aiming at a wall, ceiling, or floor. Zipline has a sprinting mode to go dangerously fast at your own risk. Okay, so yeah, Update 7 was mostly like blueprints, some new blocks, but blueprints are big quality of life. And then overclocking changes. All right. We've optimized things, but they're secret. Okay, gotcha. And then I don't know why, but Reddit was the only place I could find the experimental version 8. For whatever reason. So they upgraded to Unreal Engine 5. That's the main thing. So graphic engine overhaul. Please back up your saves. Yeah. So, world partitioning. This is the new system in Unreal Engine 5. We switched to it entirely. The baseline for you is that world partitioning, the level streaming, should be much more flexible compared to the tile-based system we used before. Reducing hitches that you will have encountered at specific parts of the world where these tiles used to intersect. So, that's kind of what I was talking about before. What they did is they made it so that you can have those Omega factories that don't have to load in sort of quadrants like they were last time I made a factory. They'll be much more consistent. They're still hitching though. And like I said, hopefully that stays at like a low level throughout our campaign. It doesn't escalate over time, but we'll just see how it goes. But that's still a really big change that enables some Omega factories, where before it would have just been pulling teeth to, basically I had to stop playing Satisfactory before I even got to where I wanted to get in my campaigns, because the game would slow to stuttering crawl. So this will at least fix that and allow us to go as far as we want in the unlocks. Because I can just, if I want to build giant buildings to house the factory pieces, I can do that without worrying about lagging the game out the same way. Okay, a new physics simulation called Chaos, which is a fun name for a physics simulation. We've reworked our vehicles to use this instead of previous implementation. There should be little to no changes to vehicle automation, but the manual driving of vehicles has been redone, and we made improvements in feel and usage. This is an upgrade overall, we think, but we're curious to hear what you think. We also reworked all vehicle sounds, improving quality and consistency. Nice. Another new system we've switched to in Unreal Engine 5 is enhanced inputs. With this, we implemented contextual key bindings, allowing for much more granularity and control over your control scheme across different contexts. Could also fix some input bugs. Anti-aliasing. We have FXAA. Yep, that's the fast, ugly one. No offense. Next to that, we set up our content to work with temporal super resolution, Epic's implementation of upscaling technology combined with anti-aliasing. So that's like the more resource hungry. Some people don't like this one. They say it makes things look blurry. I guess it depends on you have to upscale it or downscale. Or you have to upscale it or no upscaling, which is the highest demand on system resources. Nanites, a new way of rendering complex meshes for visual quality. Due to complications, we decided to convert a part of our content to nanites. Okay. Lumen is global illumination system for lighting and reflections. This will make the world and factory more grounded, which can result in more intense, realistic scenes. We have Lumen disabled by default, even on Ultra preset due to high demand on the hardware. I can attest to that. On my computer, the difference between Lumen on and Lumen off in my brief test before stream was 30 to 40 frames per second. So we'll start with it on and then probably think about turning it off or down at least, because you have a couple settings. When using Lumen, we recommend running it with TSR enabled on their performance preset and Lumen on medium or high, due to the minimum quality difference. Blueprint improvements. The main feature of our last update is getting some additional love in this one as well. There are a number of improvements you've requested that we still want to make. Okay, so they just fixed some things with blueprints. Before Update 8, blueprints were very tedious to dismantle. Now we have a blueprint dismantle mode to dismantle an entire blueprint at once. Wow, that's cool. To improve building with blueprints, we've added several useful features. They now have a directional indicator in the hologram, okay? Quick switch. This is all be new to me because I haven't even played with blueprints, so this may as well be in the first update. I wouldn't know the difference. We have a nudge mode for all buildables. Using it will lock the hologram in place and move it around freely to... Oh! This is my favorite patch change in Satisfactory ever. This is the best thing I've read all day. Basically, it's difficult to explain, but when trying to get something just the right position, you would have to, guess, click it, build it, and then be like, oh, that sucks, delete it, try again, delete it, try again, delete it, try again. Now you can, lock the blueprint in place and then go and inspect it from all different angles to make sure it's exactly where you want it to be and, nudge the placements. Woo! That's fantastic. That's going to make building so much more fun. We didn't make any changes to resource nodes, and terrain changes are minor, so your factories should be safe. We polished a number of areas in visuals, atmosphere, and gameplay. Lots of work's gone into this. Titan Forest and Red Jungle have had a significant overhaul for foliage, and lighting, and sound. Lots more polish in the cliffs, the desert. So everything just looks good. The vista around the world has been changed. Cool, cool, cool. All right, chat, give me 1 sec. I really need, just a moment. Hold tight. Okay, sorry about that. Whew. And we're back. There was just like something tickling me. There was something tickling my nose, and it's making me cry. Not from like pain or sadness, but just like it felt like someone was just holding a feather duster and just like messing with me. Fourth dimensional beings are making me sneeze and blow my nose. And by fourth dimensional beings, I mean like, why? Chad, how come when you get older, those of you who are like younger than your 30s won't be able to relate to this for a while, but especially men in your 30s and above, how come at this point in our life, nose hairs like rebel against us and start to just become a huge nuisance? Why is it fine for like 30 years and then they're like, now is my time. I will rise up. Yeah, this is the Fury soundtrack. Chat's getting ear hairs now. I haven't gotten ear hairs yet. It's insane. I hit 30 and like, bam, nose hairs for days. Chat's got a lot of ear hair. I don't think I've experienced ear hair yet. That scares me a little bit. Does it just grow like literally inside your ears? Like it's just in the ear holes. There's just hair suddenly? Huh. Okay, I need to find a different soundtrack. I mean, the Satisfactory soundtrack is good by itself, you know. But we'll be listening to that for the rest of the day. Don't worry about that. Chat says yes until you can't hear anymore. I have hairs on the outside of my ears and I feel like a hobbit. But yeah, I haven't experienced that yet. Maybe next year. Just like eye hair. What's eye hair? I don't want to experience eye hair, dude. Okay, anyway. And gameplay. We were on gameplay. In terms of gameplay, we're adding 2 new variants to the hogs, the cliff hog and the nuclear hog. They are the most menacing members of their family, defending their territory with devastating charge. Okay, so there's new enemies. We polished updated placements of creatures, hazards, collectibles, like in the forest, through the beaches, and the deserts. Sweet. We did a prelim pass at the bamboo fields and rocky desert. Nice. We took a look at the lighting and sound, upgraded to Unreal Engine 5, and polished things. All these areas got some passes. They're doing a world cleanup. Lots of advanced game settings have been added. Okay. And then there's a priority power switch and power tower. I like saying that. This can make a significant change in how you set up your power grid. Priority power switch allows you to organize sections of your grid to different priorities. So if your power fails, priority power switch turns off in order of their set priority. Okay, that makes sense. Shuts off parts, so the whole factory doesn't just go all offline at the same time. Eye hair. Oh, you mean eyelashes. But yeah, you're gone to the days of like, oops, I ran out of power a little bit and the entire factory shuts down simultaneously. You can keep some of them up via power gating. These are great to prevent full power outages. They can also be switched off and on remotely from any other priority power switch, letting you remote control which parts of your factory are running. That's sweet. The power tower is a large building that allows you to connect power lines over long distance. One has a ladder and platform that make them excellent in tandem with the zip line, one version with a cleaner look. Okay. Quality of life improvements. Destructible gas pillars. What? After unlocking Nobelisks, you don't have to worry about odd gas pillars disrupting how you build your factories. Okay, so it's just like clearing some geometry. Jetpack can now use a selection of fuels with different burn rate and acceleration. Wait, does a jetpack take consumable fuel now? It's not unlimited? Oh boy. There's a parachute. Unlimited use parachute. Excellent tool for making long jumps. Prevents fall damage. Okay. Nifty improvements to conveyors and pipes. You have an automatic starting pole if you don't start building from an existing connection. That means that when selecting to build a conveyor or pipe, you can put down a pole with your first click and drag the conveyor pipe out from there as usual. Before Update 8, it was sometimes impossible to build a pole because its starting position was invalid. Oh, that's nice. We got a dismantle filter. While remaining in dismantle mode, you will only highlight the selected type of building for dismantling. Oh, that's awesome. So like if you wanted to delete only this type of item, you could filter that and you wouldn't accidentally delete the rest of your factory. Looks good. Okay, I think that's it. Different fuels in the jetpack. They kind of summarized all of it. There's the quality of life stuff that they kind of skipped over. Add the ability to lock a oh, H. H is the hologram lock. Okay. You can nudge a locked hologram with the arrow keys. Dismantle blueprints, quick switch to blueprints. Dismantle filter. Oh, they did mention some of these. Never mind. Looks good, chat. Looks good. I'm excited. I'm trying to remember. We played update 6, right? I'm gonna find out real quick. Update 6 info. Environmental changes. Wait, I don't think we did. To kick things off, a formerly quite barren part of the northern coast is receiving a breathtaking update to its terrain and flora. Yeah, no, I don't think we did this. Completely new biome, a serene tropical coastal area. The swamp has full plant life overhaul. Yeah, I don't think I've seen any of this. Improved lighting, sky, and weather. LOL, they'd eventually go to Unreal Engine 5 anyways. I don't know if we've played since update 5, actually. So I've got update 6, 7. It's been longer than I thought. 6, 7, and 8. Also, something is wrong with my mouse. It doesn't feel right. I have mouse smoothing off, but maybe just... I thought mouse smoothing off was the problem. Or on. This delays your cursor movement to create a smoother feeling. I don't know, something feels weird. What's up, Windward Emu? Thanks for 33 months. How you doing? Appreciate the sub. Cranebold Green also. I don't know if you're saying finally a sub, finally a stream, or finally satisfactory, but either way, thanks for finally subbing. What up, Urban Cake for 8? Thanks for the $5 sub, Urban Barrick. Glad you're staying. Thanks for the Prime. And I already saw Tuna Man. All right. Goodbye, Katana Zero. Boop. Hello, satisfactory music. So, we're probably going to have to take this a little slow out of the gate. Because I have... Wait, we have far, very far, and cinematic. Let's just crush my computer, okay? I have everything on Ultra. The only thing that's not high is... That seems a little silly. Very far is probably a little silly, too. I'm on DX12, max FPS, and I just realized I don't know when the last time I updated my video drivers was. That would have been something smart to do today before starting the stream. We're gonna try using temporal super resolution because, like I said, I'm just gonna crush the computer real quick. So, we've got global illumination on a high and illumination reflections on with no downscaling on temporal super resolution. So this is gonna be silly. I think anytime you change settings like this, even if the game doesn't suggest it, I feel like it's wise to restart the game. So I'm gonna do that after it's done cloud syncing. I got Satisfactory during the most recent Steam sale and have dropped 60 hours into it quickly. Yeah, it's a very good game. I'm glad that they're still putting out updates pretty consistently too. Always good reason to go back. Okay, I expect this to not run very well, but I figure we should at least try. I have a 4090 and an incredible CPU and 64 gigs of RAM. So if we don't try to run it at max, then why have this hardware in the first place, right? In my opinion. Chat, we have to decide where to spawn. We have 4 choices here. The trick is, I think I prefer the Dune Desert, but because it's very open, but we did that last time. And I'm wondering if we should try something different or just go back and maybe a bunch of stuff has changed, or if we should go somewhere else. I really don't want to do grass fields, so that's out. I I guess Rocky Desert is fine. Northern Forest. The problem with Northern Forest is it's specifically says few open areas. And you know how I like open areas. But that could create some challenge. That could create some innovation, maybe. What if we just, like, I don't know. What if we just made... Would it take too much time to start a campaign in each of the locations and just walk around and see how they appear? Before making a commitment. Balanced resources, space, and distances. Additionally, it's very close to the sea, making water an easy commodity. Yeah, if we just do skip intro, it's probably fine. Okay, let's just do a quick test. Rocky test. What are the advanced game settings? Would you like to access the advanced game settings? Editing these is a one-way action, okay? Oh, yeah, it makes stuff free, no power. God mode, gotcha. Oh, you can like skip progression and disable disable all spiders. That's funny. Let's just skip in. I gotta make sure the game works first, because we're on max settings, and I don't think it is gonna work the way that I want it to, but we'll see. Especially while streaming. I'm curious what... Let's see what performance is. I think the way to get... It's like stat FPS, I think. Gives me the FPS counter. Well, it's pretty open out here. It usually has to load in everything first. There's a lot less foliage here, too. I forgot that I don't... Okay. I have no weapons. And no way to defend myself against these nerds. Oh, you're just gonna chase me forever, huh? Okay, great. You can turn on passive mode. You can get here for the beginning of stream and realize we've already read all the patch notes for the last 3 updates. And realize that you're telling me something that we've already read. And you just saw me look at the advanced game settings and not click the buttons. Which I did a few moments ago. Don't you start with a zapper? Yeah, I guess we do start with a zapper. Is it new that we have 4 portable miners to get started with? That seems like easy mode. That's part of skip intro? Oh, okay. So, it is easy mode. But yeah, like, the game seems to run fine. I'm seeing... Bro. Don't. Let's not. Check yourself before you wreck yourself, buddy. I'm going. I forgot that I bound crouch to C. I'm trying to hit control to crouch jump and it's not working so well. You stay down there. But yeah, I'm assuming that the lack of foliage is probably the main reason. So there's quite a lot of open space here. This is the rocky start. It looks nice. It looks cool. All right, let's take a look at the other ones. Now that you can skip intro, not too hard. Okay, yeah, that was Rocky Desert. Suitable for first-time pioneers. Don't insult me. Northern Forest. A lush building location with many height differences and few open areas, challenging conventional building and planning methods. Despite these challenges, it caught our eye due to the richness of our resources. Okay. Forest test. Skip intro. Boom. Is this at 1440p? No, you're streaming to 1080p. That's if you click the cog under the stream, then you can change the resolution to whatever you want up to source. Welcome to the forest, everyone. Frame rate noticeably lower here because there's actually an environment. It's like 90 FPS for me. Little hitching here and there. I noticed the hitching in my test also in the forest. It feels like foliage is the problem, which is even more reason to cut everything down. Now, what's different about Satisfactory than any other game I've played, if I was having micro stuttering in a game, typically what I would do is limit the FPS, right? But if we limit the FPS, which they do allow you to do, it actually makes things worse. And I don't really understand how. Here's max FPS. We go 60. Boom. Hit apply. And now we're locked in at 60 FPS, but when we hitch, we go even lower. So like before I was at 90 to 100 FPS, hitching down to like 30 to 60. Now I am at 60 FPS, hitching like to more to 0, like that. When we have to load in an area. Unreal Engine, yeah, I think it's an Unreal Engine moment. Because like it's still, even though I'm locked at 60 FPS and I have a lot of overhead, like GPU is only at 50% right now, like 54%. CPU is at 36%, memory is at 35%. And you get that big hang right there. VSync's already off, of course. You have to have VSync off to set custom frame rate. So, cutting down trees would be hugely beneficial. It's not unplayable. It's just like hiccups every now and then. But I'm just testing it out. How do we feel about this, ignoring the graphic problems? For building purposes, it's like huge slopes. I don't, oof. Damn. Yeah. The thing is, like, it's not because of Unreal Engine 5, this is just how it was. Even before. But yeah, that's a big hang. Ow. Huge hang. Now I'm curious if I unlimit... Like, it's much more noticeable in the forest. Probably because foliage load distance is up, too. If we uncap the FPS back to 90. Then my GPU goes up to 85%, give or take. Chat, does that look any smoother for you with an uncapped frame rate other than the occasional hitching? Turn on Lumen for better FPS. This is with Lumen on. It's definitely smoother. Yeah, this is another one of those games. What was the last time we did that? Where there's something funky with how games are capping their frame rate to 60 frames per second, where it's not actually 60 FPS. Nvidia's is not better, no. Movement equals blocky stream bitrate problem? Yeah, you need to be watching on source, for sure. That's just everything that has grass and foliage. Chat is targeting the wrong issues. All I care about is your frame rate right now. The slopes are a pain. I ended up just making a huge foundation platform. Chat, can someone make a 60-second clip for me starting now? And I'm just gonna like move, jump, look, there's a little hitch. And then I'm gonna quickly do T max FPS 60. And then continue to move, jump. And I want to see if there's any difference between the first and the second right there. Because it somehow feels like the 60 is worse. Now it's back off, and you get that. I don't know. The first one looked better. I think it just has to load some stuff in. It looks like the 60 was worse. To me, 60 was much worse. Yeah. So there's something odd. It's not just Satisfactory. There's a couple other games we've done this where even though, logically speaking, I am streaming this game to you at 60 frames per second, and I'm playing it at 60 frames per second, that should be a one-to-one. You should be seeing what I am seeing, but that's not how it works for whatever reason. Even though you can't see more than 60 frames per second, when I play more than 60 frames per second, it makes the game look smoother to the stream. And there's been a couple games where that's happened. It's very odd. All right, we got a clip. Sorry, Chad, I just need to check this and see what it looks like, because I need to know what you're seeing. Why did you only clip this? Why is the clip only 25 seconds? I have it. Thank you, Jill and Sicilian. Because mobile is poop sorry. Okay. Mobile is poop confirmed. Get that guy. Alright, so switching it to... Yeah, it does seem that 60 is choppier for whatever reason. Okay. Alright, sorry for the troubleshooting, chat. This is what happens when you come back to a game you haven't played in a couple years, and they've changed engines, and we're using things that settings we haven't used before. I am gonna go ahead and just do a couple of things real quick. We're gonna go to forget temporal and just do, or temporal super and do TAA instead. Is there any downside to doing TAA and also global illumination at the same time? That performance is low even if you're streaming at the same time. It's only 1080p. Yeah. How come no grass on EJ's game? It's called a desert. Forest? Desert. You have a 4090? Yes, I have a 4090. Hi, where are the trees? Hold on, is there sand here? I don't, there's supposed to be rolling dunes. Good lord, chat. Retrograde Motion, thank you for 72 months. How you doing? Thanks for the prime. And Dark and Ceto says, hey, thanks for the content. Now back to lurking. Enjoy your lurk. Welcome back, Dark and Ceto. Villian, also for 16 months. I don't think I want to make a base here anyways. Sax says, wow, 23 months. I feel like that's nothing compared to how long I've been watching, but here's so many more. Thanks for the streams as always. Sure, I can't watch every one of them, but I'm happy to support anyways. Shout out to the VOD nerds. That was a good Oscar speech. Thank you, Sax. Appreciate it, Villian, Dark and Ceto, and Retrograde. How you doing? All right. So, I'm not a fan of Northern Forest. I would say it's between Rocky Desert and Dune Desert. I think I wouldn't mind just doing Dune Desert again. We did that a couple years ago, but I think if I just do a completely different... Like, just don't do what I did last time. I think this is still my favorite spawn area. Initially considered too risky, further investigation has convinced us this area is viable for building with large open spaces, plentiful mining, foliage and water locations are rare and contained, making initial power setups challenging. I think the reason why I like this one so much is because it's just wide open. It's an empty canvas to build upon. And I think I enjoy that. And we could try, like, I'm gonna build it with a different style compared to last time. Yeah, let's just go back. How do I delete this? There we go. Okay, gamers. If you do... Does this change your FPS on the main menu? No. Okay. We'll try all the bells and whistles for just a little bit, and I'm curious if it'll do the same hitching on I'm gonna restart the game one more time and then we'll go. Sorry for the delays. When you change graphics settings, I'm a big believer in the fact that things run better after you restart them. And you'll just have a smoother experience than otherwise. Can anyone explain to me why the Epic Games Launcher in the year of our Lord 2023 still has multiple pages for your games instead of an infinite scroll? It's unbelievable. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I can actually show you real quick. Okay, check this out. So if I scroll down, like, oh, where's satisfactory? Ignore the fact that I have it on my quick launch bar. But if I scroll down, what is this? Why are you showing 1 through 24? Why do I have to go click here and then it doesn't default to all? For what reason? Like, the app runs like garbage. It honestly does. Anyway, I bought Satisfactory on Epic a long time ago. That's before it was on Steam, if you're wondering. Alright, now we can begin the stream. An hour in. We've done hi hellos, we read the patch notes because I've missed updates 6, 7, and 8. There's been 3 updates since I last played Satisfactory, so that's a lot of content. And, we had to do a little troubleshooting here to try and figure out what the best way to actually run the game is, and there might be some more manipulating of the settings over time, okay? But we're gonna go Dune Desert. Recommended for advanced pioneers. We're gonna do the intro, and let's do. What should we name this? Should we call this the Meadows? You want it to run even more like garbage by loading all the game tiles? Anyway, Las Vegas means the Meadows, if you were curious. Because we are going to be building in the middle of a desert, potentially in the canyon. So let's do that. I'm gonna do the intro, the story intro, because I enjoyed it. Welcome back. Thank you. Attention.
Attention, Pioneer. The following instructional video is a summary of your impending duties as an exoplanetary pioneer for Fixit Incorporated. Fixit Pioneers have 3 cyclical assigned pillars of work to ultimately accomplish project assembly. Use provided blueprints to build the necessary buildings. Chart the planet and gather resources to provide desired results and improve your infrastructure. Make sure to report any unusual discoveries to R&D for analysis. Expand your factories, outposts, and pipelines through automation and augmentation. That's it. Get to work and be effective.
Get to work, be effective.
Warning, planetfall imminent. Please remain seated during full procedure. Atmospheric entry in 5, 4.
We're going in!
2, 1. Planetfall procedure initialized.
The most exciting part about streaming Satisfactory again is I get to listen to the Satisfactory soundtrack all day. Have I landed yet? Never mind.
Planetfall complete.
It's like, that was a very soft landing.
Please ensure the integrity of your multi-purpose exploration suit is at 100%.
Those are some nice noises.
Remember, efficiency first. Godspeed.
Oh. My faithful building tool. All right, welcome everyone.
Welcome to Planet Massage 2
Massage.
ABC, your designated sector in the binary star system of Akicha. I am Ada, also known as Artificial Directory and Assistant, tasked to support pioneers, such as you, in their mission. You are the third of your sector to survive planetfall. Congratulations. Note: objective-based introduction initialized. Welcome to onboarding.
I'm covering the subtitles. It kind of makes subtitles useless, doesn't it?
First objective: please dismantle the drop pod. The resulting materials will be repurposed to construct a habitat and utility base, from now on referred to as the hub. Note: Fixit Incorporated is cost-effective and efficient. We do not waste.
We do not waste. Remember that. It's gonna be important for later. Ah, this feels like home, but if my home got nuked. Because I do remember these old stomping grounds. I remember we made the hub at the top of the waterfall. That's my memory of Satisfactory. And it was a huge pain in the ass. Just a big pain. The super slide from the top of the waterfall. It was a lot of fun though, too. It was, yeah. We made, dude, I'm ready to like dig my teeth into Satisfactory again. We're gonna be taking things chill, taking things slow. I think my, what I really want to do for this particular playthrough, since it's been 3 updates, and they've added a lot of good quality of life stuff, with things like blueprints and... I was supposed to dismantle that, right? Okay. I hope so. It's gone now. Yeah, all right.
Fixit data and communication is recorded and stored in the codex, including these steps.
Tutorials, messages, and emails will be saved in your codex. You got it.
Second objective: please ensure you have your Fixit Incorporated Xenozapper
My Xenozapper
before leaving the drop zone. Note: according to Fixit regulations, every Pioneer should have access to a means of defense against extraterrestrial threats.
It's good tips. Okay, anyway, the reason I want to take it slow is because I really want to do more than just meet the bare minimum of the requirements for progression, right? I don't want to just squeak on by, because here's what happens. You have asks from the game about, here, you need this many resources. If I make the bare minimum factory that can produce those resources, then the next stage will make me have to go back and redo the factory that I did before. Because then I'll need an advanced material that requires the components that I just barely made enough of, and then I'll have to be like, oh, well, I need to go back and make that 3-4 times larger. I know you can't do it all right the first time. That's just not possible because you don't have enough things unlocked to get a huge base going from the beginning. The main, I think, progression race is to get to oil. Because I remember specifically last time, we started at coal, and then I decided, oh, I really want to make my base and scale it up now. And we kind of got gridlocked because coal was good. Like, coal's a fantastic upgrade for power generation, but it plateaus very quickly. And then once we finally got oil, by that point, I had already overcommitted to coal, and it was difficult to kind of switch gears. So I feel like the one thing we should do is try and get to oil. And then once we get to oil, then we can comfortably step back and start making some more permanent base solutions to different things. Does that mean mega base? I really do want to do some structural creation, like not just conveyor belts and factory pieces, but also I'd like to make some interiors. I'd like to make some facades. We did 1 or 2 of those last time we played this a couple years ago, but I think that there's a lot more tools, a lot more decorative tools like painting. You can change textures on things now. That would make it fun to make some aesthetically pleasing buildings and have factories go inside said buildings. Let me read some chat. Is Satisfactory randomly generated? No. It's always the same place, but it's a giant curated handcrafted map. It's a very big map. It's difficult to express how big the map is, actually. But there are 4 spawn areas that you can start in, and you are not restricted to any of them. So if you pick one spawn area, the map is so big you can wander it until you walked to the other spawn area. So you can build wherever you want. It's very sandbox and open-ended in that way. So I don't have to build right here if I don't want to. If I wanted to just wander around for a bit, I could do that. But this is a good place, as good a place as any we're going to find here. I wouldn't mind doing a little bit of exploration around the edges, because there is like an edge to the map, and I feel like it's that way. But there is like maps online that you can look at that kind of show you where resources are if you don't want to find them yourself, but there's in-game ways to detect those resources as well. I've not really paid much attention to this game at all since my brain doesn't agree with how they play, but I've been wanting to watch someone play from the start. Good timing. Hey, what's up, Cloudberry? It is good timing. But yeah, I'm not in a rush, so if you were in a rush to see, like, end-game content, that is not what we're gonna do. I just want to chill. Satisfactory is a very relaxing logistics game that also has enemies that will try and fight you and some spooky jump scares. That you can turn off if you don't like playing that way. But it's very fun to... I would say that the joy that I get out of it is similar to what I would have said about Derail Valley, which is a lot of the problems and the logistical issues that constitutes the majority of the gameplay are these... They feel dynamic, even though they're the same every time you play, where you have emergent challenges, where the game just says, hey, give me 100 of this resource. It's up to you to figure out how to do that well. And there's a lot of different ways that you can do that. So optimizing, you can be like min-maxy, you can try and go for peak efficiency, or you can just overload and try to get things done. There's some of our enemies now. We definitely want to avoid that guy. So I'm just going to go over here. Let's go ahead and do the Xenosappers. So here's our inventory. We don't have any equipment on right now, but we do have the Xenozapper. Okay. Drag and drop to the equipment hands. There's our Xenozapper.
Third objective. Please familiarize yourself with the resource scanner to find iron. Note: the acquisition of iron is considered essential in preparation for all future objectives.
Sure is. Press V to scan for iron nodes. The location of scanned resource nodes will appear on the HUD compass. Hold E to gather. Okay, we're scanning for iron. Bing! So we picked up 181 meters that way, 232 meters that way, and 203 meters that way. By the way, since the map is static, I do not want any help in telling me which nodes are where or which nodes are pure. Because different nodes of resources have different purities. I would like to find all that stuff out again myself. Which I'm going to have to probably repeat multiple times because I'm pretty sure that ore rarities, like this is a pure Caterium, which we don't need right now.
Technologies can be developed based on this new superconductive gold-like element, primarily in power and electronics. A new research tree can now be accessed in the MAM.
But Caterium is nice. I don't have the MAM. You just gave me a tutorial for something that I do not have. Oh my god, he's going to miss my favorite node. So we're 150 meters away from the first ping. Are there, I don't remember, are there upgrades to the scanner that show you things from further out? Or does the scanner range stay about the same the entire game? Here's one node, and we have our little friend guarding it. Unauthorized hostility towards the Pioneer has been detected. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Remember when this guy used to do... Yeah, does he still do full laps around you, or did that change? I don't want to hurt you, buddy. But you leave me no choice. Sorry, friend.
The remains of this creature might shed light on how to increase chances of survival. A new research tree can now be accessed in the MAM.
Are we gonna build a giant water slide again, since we're on the same map? We might go back up the waterfall. That would be a fun... I think the waterfall presents a lot of potential for fun projects and builds. Alright, so we have an impure iron node. That's +1 iron per little
objective,
chop.
Build the hub. Note, to complete this objective, the resources salvaged from the drop pod will be consumed. Caution. Ensure the hub is built on spacious open terrain close to the presence of iron sources.
Sure.
Failure to do so will likely result in non-optimal progress.
I just enjoy that, like, I have acquired 1 iron. You are ready to build the hub. We found a second type of hostile creature here. Shooting some ranged projectiles. Ow. Easy, buddy. Oh, you can track where I am going to be running to. Can't allow the second enemy I see to kill me. I'm down to 60% life. I actually don't know where the best place... Maybe the best place for camera is like... here somewhere? Something like that. That way you can see everything. Okay, so we have another impure node. So 2 impure nodes to start with. Let's pick up the plasma spitter remains too. We got little things flying in the sky. I've seen this episode of The Expanse. I think we're supposed to duck and cover the nanomachines. And then the skybox has that beautiful ring planet in the background. Okay, this is the 3rd iron node that is within range of us. This one's pure. Or at least the, okay, sorry, the top of it is pure, like the extra. And the underneath it is normal. Okay, so whenever you see like the little node on top that you can break, that one's gonna be pure. Let's clear out these nerds. 2 at once. It looks like my health is slowly regenning. Little tag team. So it is a fair fight. Don't laugh! They're just innocent little creatures. They didn't do anything to deserve this. When are you gonna finish watching The Expanse? Probably soon, since I'm not playing Diablo.
Multiple edibles we have detected in your vicinity, which are within approved nutritional and medical categories as established by R&D. A new research tree can now be accessed in the MAM.
We actually, okay, this is true. You know how the situation has deteriorated when I watched a movie last night. Me and Alice watched John Wick 3, which I have seen 1 time before. Saw it in theaters. And I've been wanting to watch John Wick 4, and I meant to go see it in theaters, but because I don't go to theaters, I didn't. And now that it's actually available to watch, figure now's a good time to catch up, so gonna get John Wick 4 and watch that next. Alright, I think we're gonna do the first little bit here. So what do I need to do? we can have... We're gonna eat some nuts. I could just wait. How much do you automatically regen over time? We have an what is the equipment shortcut button? Like, I know it's Q to go to this. But yeah, it was John Wick time. It was good the second watch. I think John Wick 3 was more enjoyable in theaters and is less enjoyable when you know all the major set pieces and when they're coming. And the reason for that is because John Wick 3, I think, again, really like the movie a lot. Think it's great. But it's exhausting. It is more relentless action than the first and second movies. There are just quantifiably, statistically more kills. And it's like they're afraid that they're going to lose your attention if they stop killing people for too long. I think that the biggest problem with John Wick 3 is that it peaks at the beginning of the movie. I think that the library fight scene and the fight scene in the little museum section are my two favorite set pieces in the entire John Wick franchise, 1 through 3. And because they lead with those, the rest of the movie feels like it's just struggling to rise to that level and impress you. Because I was already impressed from the beginning of the movie. I was like, damn, that's crazy, dude. And it, like, hits the ceiling, and so the rest of the movie has, like, some normal hand-to-hand martial arts fighting that doesn't feel as interesting or impressive because John Wick kills a dude with a book at the beginning of the movie. So, which was also very Jason Bourne, so I loved it even more because of that. Here's the thing about building the hub. This is a thing that we're just gonna build wherever and then update its location when we have more infrastructure. Oh, it's so sad. It's so sad and small.
Congratulations, you have unlocked Hub Feature Manual Craft Bench. Hub Feature Hub Terminal.
It's so naked.
Fifth objective, complete Hub Upgrade 1. Note, the Craft Bench and Hub Terminal are essential for progression to the next objective.
Oh, it's so little. By the way, the lighting does look really good. Like, we've got the new Unreal Engine 5 global illumination lighting. It's not quite as obvious in the desert as it is in, say, the forest, but it's also a lot less laggy out here than it is in the forest, which is a huge perk. Okay, what do you want me to make? Hub upgrades. Parts like iron rods can be crafted here. Hub upgrade 1. So this is our primary progression in the game. This is how we unlock new stuff. Eventually up to Space Elevator 3. So this is our objective. So we're going to choose our milestone. And the rewards are going to be an equipment workshop, a portable miner, which is our first step in automation, and the +3 inventory slots, which more inventory slots is going to be a huge boon throughout the game. TSAA looks great other than the severe ghosting. Where's the ghosting? I haven't seen any ghosting yet. He hates forests and their rich ecosystems. True, though. Alright, all we need to do is just make some iron rods. And to make 10 iron rods, we can't afford the recipe because we need ingots. And to get ingots, we need raw iron. So we have to do manual crafting. Like peasants. So Raw iron becomes ingots. Ingots become iron rods. I have to dirty my hands by crafting things myself in a game about automation? Unacceptable. All right, let's get hub upgrade 1 in. Boop. Lock it in. Doo-doo. This is my favorite part of the game. I mean, to be fair, it is the entire game.
You have unlocked building workshop, equipment portable miner, inventory additional slots, hub feature personal storage. 6th objective, complete hub upgrade 2. Note, portable miners require no power and will mine a node until their inventory is full.
Perfect.
Note, multiple portable miners can be used on a single node.
Perfect. Thank you for the notes. Is there coding like Starbase and YOLO? No, but at a functional level, the factories you build are like coding, if that makes sense. Because the supply chains are so complex. Over time. Factorio-esque. My personal storage box. So let's start putting some things in there that we don't use yet, like the hog remains. Shift left click for that. We're not really using Caterium ore yet, but I'll keep that, and then we can eat the nuts. For heals. Yeah, splitters and things like that create coding-like scenarios, I would say. This equipment workshop is used to craft equipment like the portable miner. A portable miner can be placed on a nearby resource node by pressing left mouse button, press Q to do the build menu, and you can dismantle them whenever you want. So we need an equipment workshop that's going to take 6 plates and 4 iron rods. Okay, easy enough. 6 plates and 4 iron rods. So I'm just going to craft everything that we have right now into ingots. And then we do 6 of these. Oh yeah, it makes multiple at the same time. Never mind. That's better than I thought. All right. Ooh, look at the sky. We got like a fireball moon. We've got like the, ooh. This is nice. I like it. I gotta blow my nose. Hold on. Why are our human meat sacks such a mess? Just constantly leaking materials. Eyeball water, earwax, mucus, pee and poop. Just like everything's just trying to escape our body all at the same time, dude. Ugh. It's just... Put some duct tape on it. All right, but yeah, the game looks great. I'm just hoping that we're able to keep these graphical settings on as we build up a factory here, and it isn't just like, whoo, look how beautiful it is when you haven't built anything. I actually get good frames. Speaking of, I want to see my frames. What was the code for that? What was the stat? It's stat FPS. There we go. I want to see my frame rate. 120. That's good. That's good. You guys are getting 60, but it's weirdly smoother than if I was playing at 60, and I don't understand why. Okay, we can make the equipment workshop, and we can move this later. What's great about Satisfactory is if I build this for 6 plates and 4 rods, and then I want to dismantle it later, which I don't remember how to do because I don't know the shortcuts anymore. The game literally just taught me how to do this. It's F. I knew that. I just pushed F and it appeared. Use muscle memory. What's great about this is it gives you 100% of your resources back. That's my favorite part about Satisfactory. So if I I don't really like it there actually, I can move it. Also, I want to test out the new H ability. So if I hit H, it locks the hologram in place, and you can be like, does this fit perfectly the way that I want it to? They just added this quality of life feature fairly recently, so that you don't make imperfect designs. And then you can build it however you want. So it's awesome for large structures. Do you remember how many times that we deleted and then replaced like the Space Needle and stuff like that? Ooh, don't have to do that anymore. So that's, you can see H in the bottom right. Oh yeah, F is also listed down there. F is also listed down there. I think we'll have a map, but we don't have a map yet. Because there's a map icon that doesn't have a hotkey. Anyway, very, very cool stuff. Like it a lot. Portable miner needs 2 iron plates, 4 iron rods. So we just have to make all this stuff ourselves right now. I don't have enough. All right, let's go sully our hands with some manual picking. Unbelievable. Making me do this myself. Embarrassing. I always build it by 1 block off. Oh yeah. That is the bane of every new factory in Satisfactory for sure. Trying to get that perfect placement. And locking the holograms is huge. Okay. So, portable miner coming out of the oven. Are these nodes infinite? That's a great question. Yes. The nodes are infinite, but there are limited nodes. There are only so many of them. So as you scale up, you have to go further and further out and funnel those resources in. Or not. Or make distant factories. Behold! A first step in automation. It's beautiful. Yes, they're limited by the quality of the ore. So this is a normal node, which will give more ore from the same level of miner as other normal nodes. Wait, what did I say? So any normal node will always give the same rate of ore. Normal is going to give you more than impure, and then pure is going to give you the most. So if you put a level 1, a Mark 1 miner on each of those 3, that's how it would work. But they're functionally unlimited. So now that we've got our first portable miner, this thing is it's already got over 40 ore for us. So we can just kind of grab, it's making 40 per minute. So rates, hugely important in this game. Like I just kind of started to talk about. How much you get from a given node is going to dictate how you are able to feed raw materials into your factory, right? So what we'd like to do is probably just make a second manual miner. So we can click the craft button. We can also hit space. And then there are also ways to do like automatic, which I don't remember. Chat, how do you do automatic bench crafting? I think if you do automatic bench crafting, you are lame. You can hit enter. Nope. Hi. Tox, use spacebar and click out of the box. Oh, there you go. We found the backseater who knows how to do it. So yeah, apparently you move the mouse out, and then you hit space. Actually, you don't have to move the mouse out. You can just... Okay, you just tap the space bar. Can you hit space bar? I don't know. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Just don't be lazy. So we got ingots. I'm playing the game on my second monitor. I didn't realize you were at the beginning like me. Yeah, I just started. I've put probably... How much time do you think I've put in this game, long-time chatters? I would say somewhere over 100 hours, maybe 200 hours. But I've been playing since launch, off and on. I have not put that many hours in the last few updates. No way. I have not played since update 5. So we got a lot of new stuff to check out. So I say let's get another manual miner going here. Because it locks out at 100, right? And I'm not going to be here to make sure that we get it out. It has storage inside of the portable miner for 100 raw ore. And then it'll kind of stop. So you have to empty it if you want it to keep going. But yeah, the lighting looks great. And it's so much smoother in the desert. That's even more reason to play out here, I think, than the forest. The forest looks nice. It does. So, what's our next goal? We're in tier 0 right now. This is still the tutorial. Hub upgrade 2. This is pretty accessible. 20 rods and 10 plates. It's quite straightforward. That's going to unlock us a lot of the basics we need to really get off the ground here. So here you go. I got your plates already. So what's great about this is you can just plug those resources in, and now they're just in there waiting for you. You can kind of do some partial completions there. And then on this side, we're going to need some ingots in order to make tin rods to get to the next stage. Still waiting for combat threats for this. I hope you wait a very long time, okay? Because if they spend a whole update on combat threats instead of just making more factory constructions, I think it'll be big wasted time. I think that the strengths of Satisfactory is that it's not trying to be just Factorio. Or, like, you can already play Factorio, and you can play... there's another... What's that other tower defense game that we played? That has resource gathering and logistics, and you go to different planets and regions. Not Dyson Sphere. Riftbreaker. Riftbreaker is another good one. But you know why those games work? Because they're not first person. They're like bird's eye view. I think that, like, if you start having to build walls and tower defense in Satisfactory, game's gonna suck. Like, if I were the devs, I wouldn't waste time on a feature that 80% of players who play Satisfactory are going to disable. Oh, I need 20 rods. But yeah, they work because you can see over the walls in third person. In first person, you can't see over walls that are keeping enemies and bugs out. So it'll just be like really awkward. And probably not in the spirit of the game. Ooh.
Congratulations, you have unlocked Hub feature, Biomass Burner, Scanner feature, Copper, New Buildings and Recipes, which can be found in the Build menu and Craft bench respectively. 7th objective, complete Hub Upgrade 3. Note, connect buildings to a biomass burner for power. Note, buildings such as the smelter require a recipe to be set. Advice, automate the smelting process and use portable miners for optimal results.
Automation in my Satisfactory game? Impossible. It's my good old friend, the biomass burner. This is how we're going to create energy until we have a more semi-permanent means of creating energy. But yeah, the reflections look good. We haven't got proper reflections yet, but I'm just admiring the lighting in general. I wouldn't mess with it and show you what this looks like on low graphics for comparison, but I'm worried I'm gonna mess something up, so let's not mess with that right now in case I tweak the wrong setting. Devs already said that they won't add tower defense. They tried doing it early in development and it sucked. Yeah, I think it would suck. The thing that I always end up saying is that I come back to Satisfactory more than Factorio, specifically because it has a different gameplay focus on logistics and design. Factorio, when I say design, I mean aesthetics, visual quality. Factorio does not have that. You can make neat-looking lines, but you can't actually build a structure that isn't like a smelter or something that creates an item. Satisfactory, you can spend dozens or hundreds of hours just housing your factory, right? Factorio does not have that. There is a creative aspect in Satisfactory that Factorio doesn't have, just like Factorio has a combat element that Satisfactory doesn't have, but they're different gameplay focuses. And I think I prefer this one because of that. Hub upgrade 3, we need 2 more plates, 20 iron rods, and new resource wire. So let's see what we just unlocked. We have a smelter to automate the conversion of ore into ingots. Classic. We can make power lines to generate power for our buildings. We can make copper ingots, wire, and cable, which are going to be some basic resources we use in many different recipes, and we can now scan for copper. That's the big one there. So if I want to scan for copper, this is how we'll do it. All right, we got 270 meters, 300 meters, 300 meters. Let's check the 270 first. I'm just going to go around on foot and kind of look at these. I like Satisfactory specifically because it doesn't become Starship Troopers. Yeah, I think that the mounting pressure of you polluting the environment is a core aspect of Factorio that is good. But I don't think it's one that should be just like cut and pasted into every factory game. I gotta remember my strat against these guys. I feel like it was jumping over them. I feel like my strat was just jumping over them, because if you get too close, they just shotgun you. Here's some pure iron. Let's see what this node holds. Oh, wow, yeah. This is a pure node. Okay. That's a nice one. We're gonna hold this one for big supply. It's so fun making buildings for specific purposes and essentially zoning them. Yeah, I agree. Captain of Industry has pollution just ruin your workers' health. Also true, yeah. But I was gonna wait until update 8 was out of experimental, but I just want to play logistics games. Derail Valley has me very much in the mood for solving logistics problems. And to be honest, there's not very many logistics games that I think fit the exact specifications that I'm looking for. Got a normal copper node here. $300 meters that way. 500 meters that way. That's deep in there. Normal stuff. Every time I see a streamer start a new Satisfactory game, it makes me itch to start a new game as well. That's because every time you start a new Satisfactory game, it's always going to be, this is the time I make the perfect factory. Totally optimized. This time, it's going to be the most gorgeous, beautiful, replete, feature replete, no shortages. I think fresh starts are very fun. Ooh, what's this? Summer sloop. Oh, it's still work in progress.
Relaying message. Hello, this is Paternal Figure. I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure. Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
Monka's message. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff over here. I see multiple copper nodes. Couple good iron nodes. So right now, we're just exploring. The world of Satisfactory is a big one. All right. He got me even airborne. All right, I just gotta be aggressive and go in quick. I don't have the means to not take damage against him because he can lead his shots. Oh, this is our old home. Yeah, this is where I kind of settled before, huh? I like this spot a lot. Do you make a colony in Satisfactory for, like, people? No, it's just a factory. But just a factory can be as big as your imagination. Okay, so this is normal. I think doing some scouting before we start building, like, proper factory stuff would be good. A slug? I remember the name Hostile Mars is basically Satisfactory light with base defense. I can't tell if it's any good. I've never heard of that game. Blue Power Slug. Hello, Kazi. Welcome to stream. Also,
This semi-slug seems to emit unfamiliar energy readings which could potentially be retrofitted into Fix-It technology. A new research tree can now be accessed in the MAM.
just dodge, chat. Maybe just chase. Pick them off one at a time so you don't get booped. Have you looked into Tectonica yet? I think we did a stream of the Tectonica demo, and in the demo form, it was okay. I don't know, I wasn't sure what the, like, new What's the novelty of it, shall we say? Found a new material, bauxite. Still a bit rough around the edges, not as grand as Satisfactory. I think as the Satisfactory devs found out, didn't this launch in like 2016 or something, by the way? Yo, dude, this doesn't really bother me, like really, but when there's been 3 updates and they're all centered around visuals and how much they've gone around and like polished everything, I find this a little surprising. Because weren't like 2 out of the 3 updates have been entirely for visuals in the game world. And I don't think that this is an obscure area. They haven't changed this biome since you last played. Oh. This seems like the easiest biome to go back through and do. It's just a bunch of sand and rocks. But anyway, yeah, I think the Satisfactory devs have some first-hand knowledge of how difficult making a factory game is. So we actually need to be over here because I need to start gathering up some fodder. Because we need to feed our only source of power gen right now is going to be biological matter. In this case, leaves, grass, trees, wood. Stuff like that. But since it's easy, just do it later. Just do it later. And before you ask, no, I don't believe any of this regrows. Once you harvest resources, I believe these are actually gone. But I could be wrong. Last time I played, they were definitely not something that comes back. So what is a fun kind of gameplay over time aspect is this is the most natural this planet is going to look. You know what I'm saying? Everything that we do is going to be leaving a mark on this planet where if you just stop and smell the roses for just a minute, I can't climb this to prove my point. There we go. Stop and smell the roses and just kind of take it all in. Just enjoy nature in the new lighting because I am about to build an oppressive looking factory across all of this land. Not impressive, oppressive. And I want Concrete Fortress World to come back. We're gonna pave everything again. Hyper-industrialization time. But we're gonna need so much of these leaves, like I honestly can't gather too many of these right now. Unless my inventory fills up. Because I'm not gonna be like speed running necessarily to coal. I'm not gonna try and linger too long, but I'm not gonna do I'm not gonna do like whatever the hell the meta strats are for like using the minimum amount of leaves. We're gonna go through and appreciate each of the different levels and upgrades for tech. Turn this place into a parking lot. Blunk. Blue power slugs are actually useful. Just power slugs in general will help us, I think, with overclocking the factory later. So there's actually a very large incentive to go out, do some exploration, not least of which is finding new resources. Such as raw quartz.
This mineral shows purity levels akin to synthetic quartz manufactured on Earth and can be used to improve communication and exploration technologies. A new research tree can now be accessed in the MAM.
So, Satisfactory has always had a nice, it rides the line nicely between staying in one place and building your Omega factory, and going out and looking around for different things. Exploration is very, very much incentivized, and there's quite a lot to find. Different biomes, different resource nodes. Like, if I just go to Iron right now and do a little ping, we don't even have max distance yet, but there's something 425 meters that way. So it looks like we can go up to about 500 meters right now, maybe. Clear cutting the forest is very relaxing. It is, yes. I agree. I'd like to start, I think, with at least 2 stacks of leaves. Get like 500 or 1,000 or so leaves would be a nice kind of basis for us to springboard off of. But yeah, I do think that what we should do is make some very kind of temporary factories at the beginning. Simple, just to get us over the line until we get to oil. I think once I get oil, that's when I'm going to kind of change gears and start making large, more forward-thinking factories. Is the map something you have to unlock? I believe so. I don't have a hotkey for it by default. Unless it's unbound for some reason. But I don't mind doing it this way. I think walking around is fun. And looking for different materials and resources. Like, I think there's copper back here. There's also some enemies. There you go, little guy. There are trains in Satisfactory? Hell yeah, there's trains in Satisfactory. We just have to get to them. I think last time I played Satisfactory, I spent so long sort of building and side grading once I had coal that by the time I finally unlocked trains, we had some issues with the factory, and I ended up stopping playing that campaign. As long as I'm having fun, and as long as you guys are having fun as we kind of build the factory up, I would really like to get past trains and make some nice junctions. I would really like to have a nice looking factory. Like, I've been wanting to go back to Satisfactory for a while. Like I said, I was gonna wait until update 8 kind of came out in stable, because I haven't played since update 5. We did have a base around here in update 5. Okay, there we go. There's 2 stacks. We can head back. But I didn't know until watching EJ recently that in this update they changed. I think it was chat. Was it update 8? They changed how the streaming chunks works. So there's not these like little cross sections of terrain where if you walk across the line, it goes and like chugs to a spot, to a halt, and lags for like 5 seconds while it loads in the entire area, so that you can have much more complex and highly detailed factories. Because that was what kind of made me stop playing the first time, or not the first time, but the last time, was I was building large structures to contain my factories, and that was causing just unplayable slowdown and crawl. So I think that is obviously, you're still going to have an upper limit where your factory starts to chug and lag, and that's fine. Like, I understand when you're building thousands of pieces into the factory with many moving parts, I understand that there was a trade-off for performance there. That was a great, like, run in a circle, end up right back where you started. That's funny. That seems to be the world partitioning, yeah. Okay, we got an impure copper mine here. Kind of just looking around. But that's also what inspired me to try to come back and play more, because I want to build something that is like grandiose, that's way too big. And the game kind of couldn't support that the last couple times I played. I want to make like a bunch of structural pieces. You haven't played since update 5? You're gonna see a lot of changes. Yeah, I've already noticed some of the quality of life and the visuals and the new lighting and stuff looks great. I think it's unfortunate that I didn't realize that this is the one area they still haven't updated since the last time I played. So it's largely the same, but that also might mean that performance is best here. H keybind is a game changer. That is the one I'm looking forward to the most. What do you use those remains for? They're going to be used in different crafting recipes. Pretty much everything you find in this game. There's a thing that we're going to get called the MAM, and we can plug different things, different materials in there. And it's going to give us some new potential recipes. All right, this is the pure iron. Punch. Big punch. He's got the zoomies. And we will still have some lag and some slowdown, and we'll just have to tolerate that, and that's okay. That's just the nature of the beast. Okay, let's go home. I think, like I said, I wanna start with some basic factories that just get us over the hump, and then kind of delete everything once we get past coal, and then start over. Not like a new campaign, but a new factory. Let's get the baby miners going again too. We can take the iron ore out so they can keep spinning, and our inventory is basically full already anyway. That's what the chest is for. So let's put the work in progress, flower petals, hog remains, plasma spitter remains. We can keep, I think I'll put the wood in there for later. Use that as a different fuel. Power slugs, bauxite, caterium. We'll use copper shortly. Raw quartz is not something we need now. Okay, nice and clean. I bought this a while back after watching you play through a few sessions. Well worth it. Hey, glad you've been having fun. They've updated the summit near the waterfall and the west beyond. Yeah, the waterfall was a little sketchy. We actually did build up there. It'd be fun to build up there again. It was a fun climb, and I had some conveyors going all the way down the waterfall. And some tubes with water pumps. That was pretty cool. I think I'm gonna turn the music up a little. Seems a little quiet. Let me know if it gets too loud. So, we got some new structures that we can make. Let's see what our second objective is. Or third objective, sorry. Hub upgrade 3. We can make a constructor, a power pole mark 1. Concrete! We're gonna need so much concrete. Screws, reinforced iron plate components, and we can scan for limestone. Excellent. So we need plates and rods and then wire. All right, should be pretty straightforward. And this is how we're gonna power things early on. So we have 43 copper. Maybe I can just make some fast wire myself. They're mostly done with the dune desert. No major changes happening here. Yeah, the desert doesn't need it, but that, like, the adjoining sort of foresty oasis area looks like there's some unfinished parts still. But anyway, what's up, everybody who just jumped in recently? Hello, everyone. I read the stream title as Turning the Gears of Poggers and was very confused. I can see how that would be confusing. Okay, that's for you. 2 plates, 20 rods. If you leave something heavy on the keyboard, you don't have to hold the mouse down. Donnie Dorito, what if I told you if you just hit space once, you also don't have to hold the mouse down? Pretty cool, right? So I know you probably won't try this game, but I still feel I should ask, are you gonna play that game with Pokemon with guns, Power World? No. Nah. It doesn't really look like my thing. My mind is blown. Donnie Dorito's like, no! That's impossible! By the way, this thing cannot overheat even though it looks like it's overheating. FYI. But from the little that I have seen of Power World, I would describe it as a game that someone had an idea while getting some drinks at the pub with their friends and decided to make it a real game because it would be funny, but then realized that making a real game is really hard and takes a lot of time. And also is difficult to make a sort of gimmick meme into something that's actually fun. Because the trailers don't look fun to me. They just look like an idea shared over drinks that went too far. But that's just the vibe I get. Hub upgrade 3, ready to go. Starting to look like an actual building here. We have an interior.
Congratulations. You have unlocked Scanner Feature, Limestone. New buildings and recipes, which can be found in the Build menu and Craft bench respectively. 8th objective, complete Hub Upgrade 4. Note, use power poles to expand the power network for optimal results.
Will do. I'm logging in. Cylinders. How do they work? No one knows. Pioneer list. People who are online. Good Windows background. A fatal exception has occurred. The OS has done the only reasonable thing and crashed spectacularly. All your unsaved work has gone to a faraway land, never to be seen again. They probably also corrupted some of your system files on the way for good measure. Press any key to reboot the system and find out just how many hours you lost on this crash. A new system update has been released. Would you like to install the update now? It will require a restart. Yes or totally yes. Got Solitaire on the other monitor. And thanks for the support. Do you want to watch a movie sometime? If you want. If not, that's cool too. If you have time, of course. Are you there? Hello? And then a whole bunch of prompt code up there. This game reminds me of Planet Crafter. I can assure you that it is very different than Planet Crafter, having played both. But it is a first-person game that has some resource gathering. He hates solitaire! Both games have planets and crafting. Hello! What's up, Colrus? Thank you for the Expanse stream sub for 33 months. How you doing, dude? 66 Ayrton back for almost 4 years. If I missed you earlier, apologies. Thanks for hanging out. And the Sayurian for month 4. Thanks for sharing your subs, guys. Welcome to the stream. I'm updating the hub. We got Hub Terminal 4 coming up next. We need iron plates, cables, and some concrete. Okay, we can do all of those things. Let's go ahead and get the plates. Well, it's 75 plates. So, they want me to start doing this without the help of the manual crafting, but little do they know, I can manual craft all day. So, for cables, we need wire. First-person resource gathering game, exactly the same, yeah. This is more about the process of the creation than the results of the creations. And yes, it's much more complex, for sure. And I'll get a lot more hours out of this than Planet Crafter, but it's also more expensive, right? I don't remember how much Planet Crafter costs. So I only need 20 cables. And they make them 2 at a time. Okay, there's 20. Planet Crafter is a game that I had a surprising amount of fun with, though. Like, I remember just being kind of playing it on a whim and being very impressed. Like, it was super fun. Kind of a brief ride, but just a good time. And also, what up, Angry Jack Russell? Thanks for over 3 years. Welcome back for one more. So I need 75 plates, right? And they're also crafted 2 at a time. Don't worry, we'll get some factory and automation stuff up. But I think that this one's easy enough. We need all the basic tools before we start crafting those things, like... Do we even have 75? I have 56. What if Planet Crafter is fixing the planet that Satisfactory Guy destroys? New lore confirmed. Okay. This is not enough, but almost. Because I got 68 plates and I need 75. Chad, this is the whole game. I didn't want to tell you this. I was trying to make it look like it was more complex than it was, but you just sit here and you just press the hammer button and you just manually create resources until you have completed the game. In fact, that would be a hilarious and stupid challenge. Speedrun Satisfactory, get through all tiers of unlocks without ever using any automation. Manual crafting only. Okay, there's 3 out of our 4 resources. The last is concrete. So we can now scan for limestone. That's the big new thing. Pong. 400 meters that way. 500 meters that way. I'll check the 400 meters first. No belts, no machines. No nothing. Love me some Satisfactory. Was just playing this. What's up, Symbology? It's been a while. Does anyone happen
Data
to...
shows this as a mix of sulfide and sulfate minerals. It could be an indication of recent volcanic activity. A new research tree exploring volatile self-defense applications can now be accessed in the MAM.
We got a bunch of things we can access in the MAM. I was gonna say, does anybody know when the last time we actually played this was? How does it... It can even shoot when I'm above its head? You are too strong, little guy. Anyway, is there any way to find out? Maybe on the archive, like the VOD archive, what the last date of the last Satisfactory stream was? I'm actually curious exactly how long ago it was. All I remember is the waterfall challenge. Yeah, building on the waterfall was was very challenging. He's going. Sorry, buddy. Don't worry, they're just sleeping, chat. They're just sleeping. There's actually water right over here. But that's not to say that I won't try and do water on the waterfall again. But this is a reasonable and close source of water. I definitely like to cut down all these trees. All right, we have impure limestone here. A lot more limestone that way. Nothing behind us. Okay, yeah, let's go a little deeper then. Let's go explore. Looks like July 2020. Oh my God, ooh, he's here. We found him at last. According to TwitchTracker.com, it was April 4th, 2021. Are you tracking me? Twitch tracking me. So we got a discrepancy between 2020 and 2021. Chat, does anyone see the frame rate of the water? Why can't I count the individual pixels and frames of the water? It's hard to ignore. Unreal Engine 5, baby. It's space water. Yeah! First try. Bonk. Bonk. He's double bouncing me! Hey! Don't try and snipe me while I'm up here. I'm gonna ride this guy off into the sunset, and we're gonna be best... Ow. Friends forever. So, that dude right there... That was my biggest ever viral clip on Twitch. That was my biggest clip on Twitch, and it had to be deleted. For DMCA, because my most popular Twitch clip unfortunately featured the Mortal Kombat movie theme song prominently. So it's gone forever. It's probably on Kaibo's clip archive. If you wanted to watch it there, that would be viable. It was April 14th, 2021 for update 4? What? We haven't played this since update 4? What was in update 5? It's been... That's a ridiculous amount of time. All right, this is also impure. Another one 200 meters that way. We're getting a bit far away from the base, but All right, fine. I'll go check out the other 200-meter one. Ooh, there's something over here. Oh, we can swim. I forgot we could swim. And if you press space, you kind of... Oh boy. Ow. Ooh! Should I... Ow! Duh! I'm going! I just wanted the blue slug, dude. I hear you. Woo! Relax. Just eat some nuts. Did they always only get... Oh, God! Dad, why are you still here jump scaring me? Do these always only give half a heart? Whatever, there we go. Do they always spawn like that, like, consistently? Now they're like a perpetual threat. Interesting. Okay, where was I going? I want to say that way, but not that way. There's a lot of slugs out here. We can't get all the slugs now. We can come back for those later. Here we go. Oh no, this one's blocked. Maybe? Yeah, this one's blocked. Easy killer. There he goes.
Harvest.
What? What did you just say? Who said that? I hear... Was it you?
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact.
So lucky that I found this.
Comply.
Punch it.
Picking up multiple Fix-It personnel in the area. Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
Etal, I joined your D4 clan last night. Did you accept me? No, I haven't accepted you since last night and this morning. Second question, what took you so long? Why did you get on it? It's been open for over a week. These things have been work in progress for so long. I know. I feel like their intention was you're going down to an alien planet, and there are these artifacts there that you pick up because you're harvesting all the resources that you possibly can. And that these things are here and are supposed to slowly sort of drive you insane or like speak to you for ulterior motives to ruin Fix-It as a corporation. But, they put them in there probably to have something that you could find while exploring. I think it's part of the 1.0 story. I think they started to put breadcrumbs out for a story, but then realized, oh, our game is fun without a story, and players don't really care. Because I think when the first version of Satisfactory was playable in, was it 2016, 2017, everyone wanted like a Subnautica, dude, like Subnautica! And then they realized, oh, everyone really likes it, and we don't have to add a story. I honestly don't think a story will make Satisfactory better. I think just more Satisfactory would make Satisfactory better. I thought it was maybe it was 2019, I don't know. Everything before 2020 is the same year, Dorito. There are 2001 to 2019 and then 2020 on. Here's the problem with a story in Satisfactory. You can only enjoy it once. But what makes Satisfactory enjoyable is it's very replayable and good to start over. So you would do it one time and just skip it, you know, like some other game that recently came out that everyone played, had fun, and then realized that starting over was actually not the most fun part of the game. What could it be? Oh my god, Etel's playing Satisfactory again. Hello, Stilvin. I am, yeah. What game? I don't know. I can't think of the name. I literally don't know what you're talking about. Diablo 4, obviously. Where everyone played through and was kind of carried by the story. And then started over for the season and are like, huh, I got to level 30 and I'm bored. What, you don't want to just do Nightmare Dungeons from level 1 to 100? Why not? The stink gas! The fart zones! Where am I? Oh, okay. I'm just looking around. Just exploring right now. Why can I see the frame rate of the moon? Don't look at it. You can't see the frame rate of the stars. Oh wait. Was it actually a render distance thing? Because now it's smooth. Is the moon physically closer to me now? Is it gonna crash into the planet? I kind of forgot how beautiful this game is. Well, they've recently made it more beautiful. So this is what it looks like now. I don't want, well, nah, I don't want to mess with it. I was going to show you what it used to look like, but then I have to restart the game, and I don't feel like doing that right now. But yes, there are a ton of lighting improvements. The skybox got much prettier a few updates ago. Yeah, skybox looks great too. Chat, I need to look and see. Now that I've been informed, I may not have even played update 5. When did it come out? It was come out October 2021. Okay. Let's look. Because I don't want to miss out on anything. Update 5, they worked on base systems, signs. They added signs to the game. You can customize them using layouts, icons, display. You can make like storage box signs. That's awesome. They can be put on poles, snap to storage containers. Okay, did not know that was in the game. Yeah, I guess I didn't play this. Customizer. Are you tired of using the overly simplistic color gun? Wish there were more cosmetic options. Introducing the Customizer. Unlocked in the Awesome Shop. It can do patterns and new materials for. I did know that there were materials for like foundations. So this can just change how buildings look. I like all the aesthetic changes. Once you've unlocked the new material, put it in the customizer, click or hold and paint away. You can also place build pieces with the material you want from the get-go. Colors are in the customizer too. You can save swatches, patterns like arrows, lines, and symbols, build system changes, major overhaul to make building factories and production faster and cleaner. Previously, almost all buildings had building clearance that prevented you from building them into each other. We changed that with the introduction of soft and hard clearance. Buildings with hard clearance are constructors, assemblers, power poles, splitters, the hub, etc. They cannot overlap, but soft clearance are cosmetics, as well as conveyor belts and pipes, and can now be built overlapping with any other building to give you more freedom. Oh, that's awesome. Whether your build pieces clip through each other or not is up to you. And if this is something that bothers you, you will still be notified when soft clearance occurs. Quick switch system has been added. When holding E while in build mode, a radial menu would open and allow you to select other buildings of the same type. Now you can simply tap E to cycle through those selections quickly and swap between things such as foundation height, conveyor belt speed, or machine types. Zooping? If you're tired of building one foundation block at a time, I know I am, switch build modes and zoop. You can place up to 10 build pieces at a time? Most of the cosmetic build pieces just by dragging them horizontally or vertically. This isn't available for buildings such as manufacturers or power generators. New cosmetics. Update 5, we've added beams, new walls, pillars, frames. Oh boy. Walkways, stairs, ramps, trains, choo-choo, signaling system. We're finally adding signaling system, block signals, path signals. While a single train on its own track will continue to function just fine, shared track setups require signals. They can be placed along the train tracks to create sections of a track that only one train can occupy at a time to prevent trains from crashing into each other. Path signals are used to reserve a path through one or more blocks to create safe, collision-free, multi-directional intersections. I'll have to look at this more once we get trains. If you don't make use of signals, trains will now collide with each other and derail spectacularly. Fixing the aftermath is easy. Just walk up and press E. Keep in mind you will still have to add signals or adjust how you built the track to prevent collisions. Timetables, you can make basic logic for what trains should do when they stop at a station. Vehicle automation and pathing. Previously, automated vehicles would drive blindly at their next waypoint without considering where they'd be going next. Now vehicles will take upcoming waypoints into consideration when driving. I love vehicle automation. I'm gonna have to adjust how I set those up now. So you don't, I had a system down for this. We've introduced a basic obstacle avoidance system to handle cases where vehicles might run into something. They won't completely recalculate their route, but will do their best to get going again. That's funny. When they do get stuck, vehicle ghosting will make sure they stay on track. We've added the ability to save and load recorded vehicle paths. That means if you save a route in a tractor, you can load that route into another. Oh my god, that's just so good. These are all such great quality of life changes that I just didn't know were already in the game since update 5. I haven't played, since update 4. Apparently. The route now needs to be a closed loop so it starts and ends at the same point. Truck stations now have a new model and another input-output slot, so throughput has doubled. Trucks OP confirmed. Also, fuel consumption is smarter as vehicles will only take the amount of fuel they need. We've updated the UI for truck stations. You can paint vehicles. Map updates. There are some Dune Desert updates. That's where we are. 4 new landmarks have been added. The cliff wall has gotten love. Smaller set dressing has been done. No major changes. We haven't made any changes to resource nodes, the caves, music, and dedicated servers. Excellent. Those are all great. So, a lot has changed since we last played. Good grief. Ton of stuff. What's up, Thrash Drive Shaft? Still in the patch notes reader. Well, each time I keep playing, I keep realizing we haven't seen more than I thought we haven't seen. Because I was like, ooh, update 8. What's those patch notes? Wait a second, what's in update 7? Hold up, what's in update 6? Never mind, we haven't seen update 5. So I need to see what's been going on in my absence. Because a lot of that stuff is stuff that I would legitimately use frequently. Like, I love the trucks and the vehicle automation stuff. That's some of my favorite content in the game. So, a lot of new toys to play with, a lot of new quality of life. Let's put some fuel in there. It's gonna use 80 leaves per minute, but this thing is idle. So this is our biomass generator. It's our biomass burner. It's gonna make power for us out of leaves and logs and stuff like that, but it can't use coal or oil. Actually, I assume it can't use coal, but you get the point. It's for flora that you come across. Let's store some things that we don't use. At least we don't use yet. I'll put the biomass in there too. We don't need Caterium yet. We do need copper and iron and limestone. Getting those extra inventory slots is going to be real nice. So I just need 10 concrete right now, which is very easy. That's from the limestone that we just went out and kind of scouted. Hub upgrade 4. Progress. New buildings. Also got 3 inventory slots.
You have unlocked building, conveyor belts and poles. Inventory, additional slots. 9th objective, complete hub upgrade 5. Note, portable miners cannot be connected to conveyor belts. Advice, when planning the construction of buildings, note the placement of conveyor belts.
Yeah, there's a lot of content still because I never even really got to push past trains. So anything trains or beyond is still sort of untapped potential as far as my gameplay experience is concerned. And trains are fairly complex. We can spend a lot of time with that and the pieces after it as well. 75 iron rods, 50 cables, 20 concrete. We'll get miner Mark 1, storage container, inventory slots. Very, very good stuff. We just got the ability to use conveyor belts. We're getting all the basics still. Okay, let's lock this in and start with the basics. This is just a stealth Derail Valley stream. I definitely want to use trains this time. Well, that was my goal last time too, but they're even better now because there's actually train signaling, collisions, derailing, a lot of optimizations and good quality of life stuff. All right, we need 50 cables. And I know I'm just manual crafting now like a lazy, but I want to take the shortest cuts to progress early on, because the plan is going to be fairly convoluted in that I want to cut corners until we have oil. Like, anything before oil, I'm going to do the bare minimum necessary to succeed. Once we get oil unlocked and we set up a nice oil power plant, that's when I'm going to go wide. I want to make huge factories. I want to really scale things up. That's when I want to go for overkill. And in factory building games, there is no kill like overkill. It does seem like redesigning your factory once you get access to oil is the move. Yeah. Coal opens up a lot, but it peaks very fast. They've added a lot of cosmetic options for factories and stuff now too. Yeah, that's what we were just reading about. I'm very excited. I want to do some big cosmetic stuff. I've been inspired, I would say, by EJ to that end because I didn't know. Remember, last time I played this was update 4, and it was far less optimized than it is now, especially with the way that you stream chunks and buildings. Not live stream, but stream content from the game engine to your computer. And I didn't know that Satisfactory had been updated so that it can withstand much larger constructions that are more densely packed without like going to the same absolute crawl that it was at before. That's why we had to stop playing last time. Because my factory really wasn't even that articulated, and the frame rate sort of made things unplayable. That was also old computer. We have new computer now for such issues, and I can turn down graphics settings as necessary as the factory scales up. So I don't think that'll be a big deal, because we are at maximum graphics. Don't need an auto clicker when you set your phone on the space bar. Chat, a lot of you don't know this. You just tap the space bar button. I don't have to... I can just chill in chat. Tap space bar and away it goes. Tap it again to make it stop. All right, we need cables as well. 13 cables, so let's get some wire. Boop. See? No hands, manual crafting Andy. Hell yeah. Classic mistake, thinking first base is temporary base. That shop for cosmetics adds so much to making actual buildings and warehouses. That's exactly what I'm after. There was a place in the desert that would reliably hitch my game, and I built the base around it. That's what I found that exact spot that I think you're talking about when I played this 2 years ago. And that's kind of why I ended up having to stop playing the game, because the split in my factories was right on there, so I had to go across back and forth at one spot so many times. Those spots are not in the game anymore in Update 8. It hasn't totally fixed any, like, the micro stutter and hitching problems, but the large hang is not there, because they changed the way that they stream the content. Like I said, it's not a perfectly smooth experience, but they have apparently fixed the way that they draw in chunks. I think it's at the top of the Update 8 patch notes. Okay, upgrade the hub. Upgrade 5. We already had all the resources. It's got a little taller section now.
Congratulations, you have unlocked Building Miner Mark 1. Building, storage container, hub feature, additional biomass burner. 10th objective, complete hub upgrade 6. Note, there are no notes.
Note, there are no notes. So now we can just be up here, and there's not really much to see, to be honest, but we can be up here. Couldn't be up here before. Ensure a resource node is clear of clutter before placing a miner mark 1. Multiple biomass burners can be connected to the same power grid to increase capacity. Some buildings don't need power like storage. Thank you for the hints. I wish there was a button to close the hints page. We haven't completed the onboarding process yet, so I guess that's when it'll fade away. One more. Hub upgrade 6. And then, we won't just have the mining Mark 1, the storage container, and we got 3 more inventory slots. We're gonna get the space elevator, which is literally and figuratively huge. This is a massive construct. The biomass burner that we can build ourselves to increase our initial power supply, and we can make biomass fuel, which is cool. Okay, so pretty much the same resources that we had already been crafting. Unfortunately, I don't have enough copper. So here's my plan. Let's just pick this up. There we go. And scan for copper. I'm not really caring whether it's pure, normal, or whatever. I kind of just want something that is convenient. The closest one's 300 meters this way. Coal! We found some coal. Not a permanent source of coal. But I'll gather it up just to get it off the map. Which I think is as good a reason as any. Donk, donk, donk. I don't want there to be a single... I would say not even one item that isn't sand, as far as the eye can see. I love being up here. Being up here is so cool. There it is. This is the pre-factory phase of Satisfactory. Which I really enjoy. There's something calming about just being a little dude on this planet. Oh, this is a normal node. Convenient. Boop. Yeah, there's something that's just relaxing and the stress hasn't arrived from like, oh my god, I have to figure out how to make the perfectly aligned factory. How much power do I need? How many constructors do I need per miner Mark II at overclock? I enjoy the start of survival building games and always end up restarting. Yeah. Complexity does indeed scale up really fast, and this is a just chill part of the game. The manual miner is just way, way better than we are doing this by hand. So I'm just gonna let it get like a full stack of 100, and we're just gonna do some more handcrafting just to get started. We just unlocked the miner Mark 1 anyway, and we really need the Space Needle to clear the prologue, as it were. Antipodian people arriving for 32 months. What up, Antipodian? How you doing? Thanks for the resub. But yeah, I think it's gonna be fun being in the same spawn start location as we were when I played this 2 years ago, but seeing what differences... Like, I still have pretty good memory of what our factories look like. I think I made like 1 or 2 large enclosed buildings where I tried to put a factory inside. And it ended up just, it was cool, it looked nice, but the game lag was just too much. So I'm excited, that's the thing I'm most excited for, is not feeling pressured to optimize FPS by just making things really spaced out, really far away from each other so they wouldn't load, and not enclosing them was like the optimal way to build. Guess that's why it dropped so quickly, because there were no blueprints. It became just tedious doing all this in first person as opposed to Factorio copy pasta. There are blueprints now, but they have to fit within a specific size. I think it's like a 4x4 square with like, is it 8 walls in height? But yeah, there is a blueprint system now. All right, I'll take that. You keep working. So we get to experiment with blueprints, which will be a lot of fun, and make aesthetic building a lot more fun too. And zooping, apparently, which will let us paint a bunch of things like concrete slabs 10 at a time instead of 1 by 1. So they just made everything faster. If tedium was your biggest problem before. I'm doing maximum tedium right now, though. I'm intentionally just handcrafting everything. Okay, I think this is the final milestone for our prologue. And we need a hundo of each of these. Sure, let's do it. I'll do it myself. What's up, War of the Worlds? How's it going? But yes, the tug of war, I would describe it as a tug of war in Satisfactory, where you start out with no power, which is the phase I'm in now. You get biomass. You quickly outpace your biomass generator's ability to produce energy, so you build a second biomass. You outpace that, so then you work your way up to coal. Then you start outpacing coal. Then you work your way up to oil. You start outpacing oil. Then there's nuclear, right? Is there a level above nuclear? But yeah, it's just the constant back and forth where you're limited on how big your factories can be because of your power supply. I like watching this game. Hey, Faraday. Madwack is here. What's up, Peepo Rivers? We're in the prologue still. We've been doing some exploring, some walking around. Did some troubleshooting at the beginning of stream, trying to get the frame rate fixed. Because, you know, I got a fancy computer. I want to see if I can do everything on the maximum graphics settings, because they just got Unreal Engine 5, DirectX 12 support. I could probably help myself out by... I'll remember to update my graphics drivers, because we'll probably just be playing this tomorrow, too. I like to split nuclear into uranium and plutonium because plutonium adds so much more complexity. Yeah, that's when it gets to be super serious business. Like, oil is already pretty high in terms of the difficulty curve stepping up, and then when you go to nuclear, it's just, again, you think, how could it get more complicated? And then you start doing nuclear. Holy shit, zooping is so nice. I love the fact that me and you, chat, are going to be talking about how convenient the zooping feature is. And some of you guys are going to have recently read the article about how Reddit invented a fake feature that was being added to World of Warcraft so that AI scraping news platforms would take the false information and then regurgitate it. And basically they were tricking the AI, and it feels like that's what we're doing here when we're saying, like, oh my god, I love the zooping feature in Satisfactory. Like, it just sounds completely fabricated and made up, and like we're just gaslighting all of chat who came in late, and it's like, that doesn't exist. What's he talking about? That's not a real thing. All right, I need 100 wire. I also need to blow my nose. Hold on. What is the Twitch app that lets you see Peepo and Monka? You have two options: Better Twitch TV or Frankerface C. That's how you see the other things. Or I wouldn't use 7 TV, but that's just me. There's too much chaos. Okay. We got 150 of these. I need to make concrete too. Oh, yeah, I gotta go out and get some resources then. Just say them out loud and then picture them in your head. True, though. Insane OST, by the way. Satisfactory OST is goated. My only wish is that they would hire the composer to make even more songs. But it's for sure one of the best soundtracks to build a factory to that you could... It's one of those games where you won't feel compelled to mute the game audio to listen to another soundtrack, unless you're just insane or you've really heard it too many times. Because Satisfactory is the kind of soundtrack that you would intentionally put on while playing other games. To replace their soundtrack. By the way, typically you wouldn't be manual crafting at this point in the game, but I honestly think the actual time difference is going to be faster to do it this way instead of building a constructor into another constructor, or like a smelter into a constructor and then taking it down and then rebuilding it. I actually think that this prologue stage is going to be faster for us to do this. Believe it or not. Watching to play a factory game as I play a factory game. What's your factory game? Same but Dyson Sphere Simulator. I don't want to talk about Dyson Sphere Simulator because I don't want to poop on other people's fun. Just keep having fun with that game you like. I'm glad you like that game, chat. Dude, tell us. There's not really anything to tell. I just played it once for like 5 hours and it was like, that was enough. Okay, so we just need concrete, which means I need to go find limestone. Whew, closest one's 400 meters away. He hates spheres. Okay, I think that the idea of building a mega structure is a really, really quality idea for a game and an awesome setting. However, I think that when I played it, which was on launch, so things might have changed, it was the kind of logistics game that I don't enjoy, which is basically just throwing a bunch of different recipes at you all at the same time. And I didn't like the way that I was progressing the game, and it was very tedious. That's all. I think that there was an art to making logistics games and how the recipes are unfolded and unfurled to you. And I think that a lot of logistics games conflate complicated resource chains with good gameplay. And just because you have 1,000 recipes for something and they all somehow interact, doesn't mean that the game is fun. Thoughts on Captain of Industry? I think Captain of Industry is a really, really fun game in the genre. I think that it's very complicated and very difficult. Probably more difficult than some of the other ones in terms of being able to hardlock yourself. But also, starting over in Captain of Industry is fun because it feels like you always have room to optimize. I think that it unfolds the tech at a reasonable pace that you can keep up with, but is complex enough that you want to restart to challenge yourself. Who did that? Oh, that's just the big tall guy. All right, I'm just gonna get like 50 of these. But yeah, I would say Dyson Sphere stinky, Rift Breaker good. I felt Dyson Sphere was just complicated for the sake of being complicated and didn't have interesting enough mechanics to back up the recipe list. I thought Rift Breaker was a nice balance of actual gameplay. Encouraged temporary buildings. And you didn't feel like you were wasting time to make a temporary base. I just enjoy the atmosphere and scale of Dyson Sphere, to be honest. Glad you like it. Satisfactory beats out Rift Breaker? Oh yeah, for sure. But Rift Breaker's still a fun game. I would say Satisfactory is probably my personal favorite factory game. And that has everything to do with how it paces its content. Okay, I really failed. Okay, I know what I need to do. I need another portable miner. Let's get 4 rods. Does Hydroneer count? Yeah, but Hydroneer is a really cool but unfortunately shallow game. I think it's really neat. But there's really not much to do in it. Like, once you get past, you basically get over the first hurdle of how to do the basic things, and you go, oh, I can't wait for the rest of the game, and then you figure out you've already done probably 75% of the game in Hydroneer. Okay, I need this because digging limestone myself is actually taking too long. What's Volcanoids like? It's a neat game. It's very different, though. Biomass is pain. Just get the chainsaw, nerd. Biomass is actually one of the best features of Satisfactory. Because Satisfactory does what few other factory games are bold enough to do, which is make you appreciate automation by making you... Every good automation game should start with you having to work for resources. That's my ideal factory game. You can't appreciate the automation until you had to get it with the sweat of your own brow. Automation doesn't count if you can automate it from the very, very, very first part of the entire game. Because it destroys that sense of progression by skipping it entirely. Did you launch a rocket in Factorio? I never got to launch a rocket in Factorio. I fall off of Factorio around the time where you get drones. That's when the game just becomes like, because that's around the time that my first resource deposits start running out. And then I have to, like, delete those and move them somewhere else. And I know that you can change the semi-permanence to permanence of resource deposits in Factorio, but the game is not balanced around permanent resource deposits, and I prefer permanent resource deposits. And the fact that Satisfactory is balanced around permanent resource deposits makes me like it more. The progression in Satisfactory feels very good, yeah. It is very well paced. Have you ever played Airport CEO? I think I have. It's been a while though. But yeah, like the thing in Factorio is I want to get the perfect factory down and lay it out specific to the randomly generated map that I'm in. But if you spend too long trying to make everything look perfect, by the time you're done, you're out of resources and have to start over. So, I don't, that's why I don't enjoy it long term. Because I feel like I'm in a hurry while playing Factorio. Whereas playing Satisfactory, I don't feel rushed. I can just chill. It's definitely a more relaxing experience and still has the cerebral quality that I get from playing other factory games, because you still have to solve it. And it's still very difficult to solve. I think Satisfactory also has an advantage because the map is bespoke and not randomly generated. Yeah. I agree. Having a bespoke map lets them carefully balance the spacing of resources, which is the main challenge in Satisfactory, is how do you get resources from over there to over here? Streamer prefers one factory game over my factory game? That's illegal, streamer. How dare you personally insult my favorite factory game by having a different favorite factory game? But yeah, chatter, different chatter is like, how was your experience post-oil? I give my experience and a few people in chat are like, he didn't launch the rocket. I took that personally. But yeah, I think that the pew pew in Factorio is fun. Having to make like turrets and come up with auto-loading systems. I really didn't have that much of a problem with oil. I just made a separate oil compound and then set up a train line to go from there back to my main base. The trick is that I really wanted to make like a really nice, aesthetically pleasing main factory, but my main factory became useless as it was running out of resources. So it felt like I needed to start over, and if I need to start over, I may as well just start a new game. And if I need to start a new game, If you need to do a new factory, you need to have already gotten some blueprints down so that you can put those blueprints down somewhere else. Blue science does seem to be a roadblock. Yeah, it was, I don't know, I guess it was blue. But it was the science after oil. I forget if it was the fourth one. And there are roadblocks in Satisfactory as well. The difference is that while you're solving those roadblocks, you don't invalidate the rest of your factory by taking too long solving them. So it doesn't just like if you wait too long in Factorio to do something, you just, because time exists and resources will drain, your factory will over time stop doing things because it'll be out of raw materials. So there's a certain time pressure behind it that Factorio doesn't have, or Satisfactory doesn't have. So, just a pacing preference. We'll barely have enough resources for this. Or will we? Oh no. I am 3 short. There's my note. Time to run back. Concrete is going to be the thing that we're out of the most because I want to make everything with foundations. If you take too long in Satisfactory, the power runs out and isn't doing anything until hand power it. Two things. Number one, in Satisfactory, they have items that were added a couple updates ago that let you switch off power to different sections of your base that you don't need. So you can have each individual subset of your factory remotely switchable on or off. There are also power failsafe systems in the game now, where if your power does go out or hit a critical level, it will power down in a priority order that you set. So if you have one section of your factory that is essential to keep all systems online, you can have that be your priority. And therefore, when power goes out, it'll make sure that the priority systems stay on. So it doesn't just shut down your entire factory anymore. And the third part is, with those two systems, the second you get coal, that becomes a non-issue. And if you're just on biomass, your factory isn't big enough that it shutting down matters anyways. So coal, those two systems would make your factory never ever go completely offline. But also, again, you don't have factories that are big enough with biomass that that's gonna matter. That sounds complicated. We're making a factory though, so. Do you think a factory should be not complicated? Upgrade 6! My favorite part of the game, I think.
Congratulations. You have unlocked building space elevator, building biomass burner, part biomass.
What it...
Motivational
Hello?
Message. Congratulations.
Stealth
you
tech?
succeeded in every provided task. On behalf of Fix
What
It
is this stealth
Incorporated,
technology?
I thank you for your current and future
Oh.
service.
Oh, hello?
Additional knowledge. The hub terminal has been converted to give access to milestones there to ensure you progress along Fix-It approved protocols. Note: future developments should be aimed at constructing the space elevator and, as such, initiating project assembly. Good luck.
I feel like this is missing some textures. It definitely looks different than the rest of the the hab. It's kind of just like it's a yellow model. You didn't put the stickers on it yet. Experimental has a few visual bugs. That's expected. We have achieved Tier 0 and now have made it to Tier 1. Base building, logistics, field research. And Tier 2 will yield the assembler, 2 components, some new base materials to craft with, the chainsaw, jelly pads, jump pads. I love jump pads. The awesome sink, an awesome shop, and logistics Mark II. Lots of things to work toward now. So, now I actually do need some basic factory stuff because hundreds of concrete is going to be difficult to manufacture manually. Though the rest of this is actually pretty straightforward. So we need to make the space elevator first, and then we can get complete space elevator phase 1. So we have to build that. All right. Before we get into that, let's go ahead and take a quick gamer death break. Quick BRB. Because it's been 3 hours. We haven't been actually... It hasn't been 3 full hours of gameplay yet, but it's been 3 hours of stream. So, I'm gonna take a BRB. How do you hide the HUD in this game? I just checked and the dev said they're all there. Don't worry. Okay, good. Thanks for looking. Photo mode is P. And then hide. Boom. There we go. Chat, you can watch the sun go down. And listen to this. Thanks for hanging out today. Hope you guys are having an awesome start to your week. Be back with some more factory building and actually start building factory pieces when we return. Hang tight. Yo. What's up? You left us boiling in the desert sun. It's getting cooler. The sun's going down. What are we talking about in chat? You can automate pretty much everything you can craft in the first 1 hour of Factorio? Yeah. And that's why it sucks. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. Am I? Might be a dumb question, but do you ever play Stationeers? I have not played Stationeers.
Snap.
Oh, snap. That's an oh, snap moment. Thanks, Concorma Star. Thanks for 62 months. Appreciate the 2 subs in 1. Welcome back. It good, you might like it. Maybe. Who knows? Anyway, for the record, I actually, and I'm not saying this to stir things up in chat, love the power progression in Satisfactory as is. And it is, again, one of the things that I value most in the game. That's the pace. I like this pacing. And I think removing biomass as a step in the chain is making the game worse. Because it's kind of the entire premise of the game. You are sent to a planet to tap it for resources, and it makes sense that you would use something crude that requires chopping down trees and bushes and chainsaw all the local flora down first, and then work your way up to more technologically advanced and permanent means of power. But it would be nice to be able to automate that with, like, robots or something. Why would you have robots before you have coal? Please explain this to me. I enjoyed biomass, but was very happy when I moved off of it. Yes. That is the point. Yeah. Chat, you're so close to understanding. Okay? You're so close. Biomass-fueled robots, duh. The point is a sense of progression, because you can't automate biomass. You do it manually so that when you have a power source that you can automate, you go, ah, that feels good. So having a means to automate it before you can automate other sources of power, that is the point, yeah. You move past biomass pretty good. Pretty fast. Yeah, you move past it as well. And then never have to go back to it. That's the entire point. The reason why, there's a genuine reason from a gameplay design perspective why you cannot automate biomass. And that is because new players, like myself, I remember the first time I played this game, and I was on biomass way longer than any person should without automating it. If you can automate biomass and feed it resources in a consistent way, players will not advance to coal or oil. The trade-off is that oil is much more complex but provides you much more power and is more consistently automatable, but you have to go over the difficulty hump to get to it. It's a not automating biomass pushes the player and forces you to try and work toward coal and oil so that you don't just over rely on it for an extended period of time. That's why it's in the game, like genuinely. Because new players would just use it as a crutch and stay at that tier of power far longer than the game intends them to. It's okay not to like it. I'm not going to tell you that you have to like it, but I think it's good. Is this my first message? Yes. Hello, Wub Wub. Doing great, Biggie. What up? Me using only boilers in Factorio. Would prefer if biomass was as quick as the burner phase. You can play Factorio and never use a burner if you don't want to. Chat, you can be a Factorio lover. It's okay. But this game doesn't need to be like your game, you know? That's why I like this game. You like the other game because it's like Factorio is like Factorio, and Satisfactory is like Satisfactory. So don't make the game I like the one that you already like. You've already got the one you already like. I just want to like the one that I already like, you know? So we can have two different ones. As we know, players will make the same left in a loop in a cave forever, unless they're forced to try something different. I need to build a space elevator. You know what? Before I started playing this today, I really didn't know there was such widespread whining about biomass. I had no idea. Requires delivery of special project parts to complete phases of project assembly. Completing phases in the space elevator will unlock new tiers in the hub terminal. We need 500 concrete, 250 plates, 400 rods, and 1,500 copper. The great biomass debate. Chat, these bastards want to make me play their game? Ah! Do it for me as soon as I start playing. I don't want to earn anything. Just give me the, just unlock. By the way, I don't know if you knew this, but you guys can actually have that. They have advanced start options now. And before you even begin the game, you can choose what tier of technology you start at. And you can skip straight to coal if you want. And you can just pretend that that's the beginning of the game. It's very, very helpful and convenient so you can customize your play experience. Tox, what do you think of Astroneer? Astroneer is a game I played a lot on YouTube. It's a cool game. I haven't played it in a long time, though. Alright, I need to start setting up some basic factory stuff. Just, like I said, as basic as it comes. So, what we need is concrete. We're gonna need power, of course. We're gonna need concrete, plates, and the little mining guy. So, this is where I have to decide how temporary of a solution do I want. I think I want the most temporary of a solution, just to get to the space elevator. Okay. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. All right. To that end, I need to make sure that I can build those basics. So let's focus on getting those raw materials. I will need probably 30 iron plates and 30 concrete. I will need iron rods and wire, and then I will need advanced materials that we'll have to handcraft at first. Reinforced iron plates and cable. Very doable. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna just go around. We have one hand miner, or one, what's the word? The mini miner, whatever. The little guy. We have one on iron, we have one on copper, and we have one on limestone. So I'm gonna go ahead and find those. I don't remember if I don't remember which one has my copper. Astroneer is really a game. It is really a game, though, yeah. But yeah, I personally am having a lot of fun being in this basic start situation where we have just portable miners, no consistent source of power. I have to figure out what corners I want to cut to try and get something that is replenishable. Those planets are moving suspiciously fast through the sky. All right, that is, this is copper, perfect. My streamer's having fun? Yeah. Satisfactory is a great time for me. I just can't believe it's been 2 years since we played it last. Okay, the iron is easy because that's like right next to us. And then the limestone is the other direction. This is the most zen part of the game where we don't have any factory to keep track of. We don't have any spaghetti lines. We just have the manual miners and a dream of tomorrow. Okay, limestone, I think it's this one that we have the manual miner on. Stay away from me. So I believe the creatures, the local fauna, will repopulate until you build a structure. I think once you start building structures, they stop respawning. That is copper. I think this is the one. Yeah. Also, I see the slug over there. We'll do some slug hunting later when we can actually use them. For now, this is fine. Bring on the spaghetti. Did the game always look this pretty? So we're playing Update 8. Update 8 moves the game to Unreal Engine 5. And they have some new graphic features. Such as... I'm on all ultra settings with very far render. And we're on temporal super resolution with no downscaling. And global illumination with global illumination reflections. So, Unreal Engine 5 lighting. So it looks real good. And it's because we're in the desert and there's not super dense foliage, I'm rocking 120 FPS. So I might have to turn down some of those graphic settings once the factory gets rolling. But for now, we can enjoy the lighting and the views. Okay, so I'll need to make 3 portable miners. So let's just make some plates, some iron rods. which means I need to make some ingots first. How long has this game been getting updates? I mean, since launch? Launch was in March. Was it in March 2019? I remember when, yes. It was June 2020 on Steam, March on Epic. I remember when we first started, like, devs would come and hang out in our streams and, like, make fun of my building. And then I would complain to them about bugs that I found. There were a lot of bugs at the beginning. And they'd be like, when are you gonna fix it? And then they rolled their eyes at me. Hello, peoples. What's up, Drimbus? But yeah, it's looking good. They've been giving us some solid support. I assume that the fact that it's sold really well has to help. Because even on Steam, the fact that they weathered the storm of the Epic Games rebellion. You remember when Epic was just like, Epic! I hate Epic! Like, Satisfactory has almost 118,000 positive reviews on Steam that released 1 year after it was an Epic exclusive. That's a lot of reviews statistically. I'm curious how many people leave reviews for a game. Like, what does that represent in terms of sales? It's always in the top 50 played. I bought it on both platforms just so that you could play it on Steam. I think a lot of people probably did that. But yeah, Satisfactory sold a lot, and I have to assume it continues to sell pretty well because it has just, like, really good responses from players for good reason. Well earned. Point is, they can afford to continue to make updates. I do think that if you asked people, they would say they expected there to be more content over the last 4 years. However, as long as you're continuing to push updates and develop stuff, then, you know, do what you want, I guess. As long as it's not dead. I think people expect more content. However, what's funny is people expect more tiers of unlocks and upgrades, but then never make it past trains. That's usually how it goes. So I assume they have metrics that show what the average player actually completes and how far they get. And probably use that as a barometer to decide what to work on next. Okay, I want to make these dudes, so now we need some concrete. The engine update probably delayed them a bit. Yeah, I think the engine update, they had to play some catch up. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever left a review on a Steam game either. Not that I can remember. I get plastics going and then quit. I quit every New World after attempting nuclear. Yeah, there's some definite walls, but I think some of them are just incredibly fun to overcome. Let's go ahead and do... We need 3 manual miners. So that we can make 3 big boy miner mark 1s. Okay, we can do 3 of these. Smelters are going to take other resources, and we need to make a couple of those as well. So let's figure out what you want to make. The first thing I want to make is maybe automated concrete. Automated concrete is one of the easiest things we can make in the game. Got enough for 3 of these. We can make okay, just checking. Now I can make 6. No, I can still only make 4 miner mark 1s. But yeah, let's just automate some basic concrete, just 1 constructor. So to do that, I will need a reinforced iron plate, which also takes screws. All right, give me. Let's just grind some of this out for a moment. I have played the first 3 hours about 100 times. It is fun to start and pick a spawn location, somewhere to hunker down, and like this is where I'm gonna carve out my base. I feel like the number of tiers the game has now is pretty good. It's a lot of gameplay already. I'm satisfied with 73 hours of playtime in a 4-player co-op game and still not quite finished. I do think that there's a good amount of content right now, yeah. I think that there's a good challenging amount of content too. I'm not sure what they want the actual end game to be, because apparently are they still doing a story for 1.0 that they want to have like an ending for? Okay, let's do... The reason we're doing this is because I actually need iron rods and screws. Screws come out of iron rods. And they make a lot of them at the same time. 4 at a time? Yeah. And then together, they make plates. Okay. So in theory, I think I have enough for 2 constructors. Yes. I have enough for 5 smelters. And I have just enough for 3 minor mark 1s. All right. This should get us started. Then we'll need power. So let's just focus on the basics first. Maybe I should check more limestone pockets. 600 meters away is a lot, though. I'm fine with just doing an impure limestone node just to get started. I think the copy-paste feature is a game changer for me. I think that's going to be a game changer for me, too. Yeah, Shipbreaker is something I might go back to in the future. I wouldn't be opposed to checking it out again, because I don't think I checked it out once it got like a story update going. Hello. Let's go ahead and grab you. Let's get our first actual construction. A player is in the way. Who could that be? So I don't really care what this layout looks like. I don't care if it's sloppy. I just need it to exist. The Miner Mark 1. It's gonna be pumping out some basic materials for us. So, I forgot that I will need to make some conveyors. Let's make this as compact as possible. So, limestone doesn't need to be smelted, right? It just needs to be constructed. So we got some new buttons that we didn't have before. We can hold control to snap to a grid line, which I already knew about. But check this out. You can also hit H. And now, hologram just stays there. And if you want to nudge it, you can do so. Can you nudge it vertically, though? Because I feel like that should be something that you can do. But I don't know if you can. I think you click once. Nope. How do you, maybe you can't raise a platform like this. So I actually need to put it far enough out where there's enough space for a conveyor belt to just go down like this. And that'll work perfectly. Now, if we got a storage container on the other side of this guy, just far enough where I can kind of cut through. Did I put the correct side facing this? I wasn't paying attention. There's like a inside and outside, I think. I think this is the intake. And then, if I connect the conveyor belt together, we'll have a little basic concrete repository for us. So it'll mine from here, go in through the constructor, which we can set up the recipe, 3 limestone equals concrete. Now we just need to power this whole thing. And storage containers don't need power. We got 3, 6, 7, 8, 16, 24 free spaces for inventory. I'm playing right now and I don't have H to hold button. I don't know, is that an update 8 thing, chat? No idea. Okay, so we'll just have to come back here. Eventually we want to have like a centralized location for everything, right? We want to mine the resources out here and then bring them in. We can do that in a number of ways. We can have spaghetti, where we just have lines of conveyor that are just taking it to its destination. We'll eventually be able to have vehicles that can come through, grab stuff, pick it up, take it where it needs to go, whether trains or automobiles. Or for now, we can just come back and get them ourselves. All right, to get this thing powered on, we have a basic biomass burner, and we're gonna need power poles and power line. I don't know if we have enough resources for this, so we're gonna figure it out right now, actually. So let's start a power pole here, and I just wanna see how far it can reach. So we need to connect this up with power line. Hey, there we go. All right, I'm probably gonna have to make some more of this. The easiest way to do this is just go power line, and then it'll show me how far it can stretch. The Mark 1s don't go super far, but I feel like they go further than they used to. I don't know if that was expanded upon from before. Because they seem a little bit more generous. Looking good. About to run out of cable though. So I'll have to make some more cable. Okay. Now I'm going to have to start churning some biomass, which reminds me, we can craft leaves into biomass, which I'll need to do. Oh yeah, we got an extra biomass burner from the last upgrade. So now we got 2 of them. So we're gonna grab all the leaves that we got earlier and just mass craft these guys. So if you have wood, you can have wood convert into biomass. 10 leaves equals 5 biomass, or 4 logs equals 20 biomass. So logs are great. Logs are fantastic. Oops, did I just put these all in? Yeah, I put them into storage instead of the other way around. But we'll start here. The reason, you can actually, I think, put raw leaves into the biomass burners, but if you don't craft them into biomass first, like it says, biomass is much more energy efficient than raw matter. So it burns longer. That's why you want to craft it up. Do you think they'll add wattage limits to power lines, like requiring transformers to distribute out instead of level 1 power lines connecting everything? I think that you're already incentivized to upgrade from level 1 power lines because of the finite number of connections that you can make. I think they mentioned not wanting to introduce voltages to keep complexity down. That would make sense to me. Because I feel like you already have plenty of reasons to upgrade for height, visibility, and also because you don't want you don't want to leave that level 1 when you have more than 6 connections. All right, we don't really need the other thing that's nice about power in Satisfactory is, I believe, well, I'm gonna wait to find out until I make this claim. I'm gonna double check my work, but I need some more cables. So that we can do this to this. And we have power. Okay, never mind. We have capacity for 20. Oh, no. It is working the way that I thought. Okay, so we have up to 20 megawatts, but our Miner Mark 1 and the Constructor are using 5 megawatts, so I believe it is only producing 5 megawatts of power. Is that right or wrong? Is it using an appropriate amount of biomass relative to only using 1/4, or does it use the same amount of biomass? Regardless. Either way, I'm gonna go back out here. Also, something that's really cool is you can kind of see your power gauge from any power pole and see what's happening. And I believe the power poles have a way to shut down power. I think that there used to be like a button that you could press if you needed to reset the grid or turn it off and on. All right, let's get this guy connected. Remember, we had to go back to the base to make more cable because we didn't have any cable. It's gonna cost 3. So that is why we had to run back, do a little bit more crafting, and come back out here. So now we can get our Constructor online. It is now accepting limestone and making concrete. So there's the finished product. It's making 15 concrete per minute out of 45 limestone per minute. So we can also see how much this is producing here. 30 per minute. So we're actually producing less limestone than we can currently take. And that is primarily because this is an impure node, so it's producing less than a normal amount of limestone, and also it's just a level 1 miner that's on there. So it's gonna be less for those 2 reasons. However, we do have some automated concrete. It just isn't optimized, nor will it be for a while. Love the animation on these things. Is Lumen on? Yeah, Lumen is on. This is Epic settings. Epic! Or whatever the highest setting is. The desert's pretty. I like the starting area too, yeah. So we're gonna come back here and check this out every so often just to grab some concrete for materials and resources. I'll take the 25 that they've already made and leave it to it. We have begun. Now we're a true factory. This one lonely power line is my first indelible mark upon the land. But yeah, our goal is to build a space elevator right now. We're gonna need 500 concrete, so we've started that automation process. Honestly, the rest of it I could just do by hand if I really wanted to. It's not a good idea for long term, but who's gonna stop me? He loves handcrafting. Yeah, I kind of just like I said, I want to do the bare minimum necessary. Like, I'm not gonna... if I make tiny factories right now with biomass, I'm just gonna delete them all. Just as quick. But I know I'm gonna have to make some of these pieces. So we'll be making a tiny factory anyway, probably.
Snapped.
Oh dear, I'm getting snapped on. 250 plates, 400 rods. I understand why we can at least do a base. Let's just, fine, I'll do a basic one. So we also need a miner Mark 1 here. I do not care about ugly or spaghetti. That comes later. That comes much later. So now we're gonna need a smelter. I need to see what the rate is here. It's gonna be 60 ore per minute, and a single smelter can accept... We are missing some pieces. I need wire. What up, Ace Tech? Thanks for 59 months. 59. And thanks for the 2 subs in 1. How you doing? Drimbus also gifting a sub to Farming Purse. Thanks for the 9 months and welcome back. Thanks, Drimbus. Random Backwards, hello. How you doing? Thanks for sharing your Prime. Concormistar also snapping for 62 months. Yo, Concormistar. Thanks for the subs. Ingots, we can do 2 per second. So 30 per minute. So the one, this is a normal node. So one normal node with a miner Mark 1 can support 2 smelters. This is an awkward layout. This is not my finest work. We haven't unlocked splitters yet, though. Okay, got it. So, not an option. In that case, missing iron plates. Who else goes there? Ultralord Fan says, how do I bet on derail, please? How do you bet on derail? There are trains in this game. Satisfactory has gone through a lot of stuff. Remember when it was Epic exclusive with barely any content, and now on other platforms with much more to offer? Yeah, it's almost like at launch, people were comparing a brand new factory building simulation game to a factory simulation building game that had been out for like many years prior to that one, and using that as some kind of barometer of success and quality, instead of letting an early access game have time to be in early access. But yeah, I played it at launch. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot easier to get to the end of the game content, though. For sure. Don't judge me for this, chat, okay? Do not judge me. Where is power line? Actually, we'll just give it its own. Okay. They're both connected up. Oh. I see the problem. Yeah, I see the problem. The other problem is we are gonna have way more iron than we can use right now. Nice industrial noises. Is it even satisfactory if you don't tear down and rebuild like 5 times? But everything looks good. We need somewhere for these resources to go. Wait a second. I know where they should go. Missing cable times 8? We need a lot of cable. Okay, for the space elevator, we need 400 rods and 250 plates. No big deal, and 1,500 wire. I'm just gonna kind of race there. Wire's just gonna take copper, which we're gonna have to set up a similar platform. Maybe we should go ahead and unlock splitters first. That might make our lives a lot easier. Just get logistics. Even just splitter Mark 1 is gonna make it like much better. There's not a Mark 2 splitter. I just meant like logistics Mark 1. There are other types of splitters, though. And there's lifts Mark 1 and 2. Or we could just say screw that and just do the space elevator. No time for splitting. Hang on, let's make sure we have enough resources for this. Check. Not check. I need 8 cable to make a smelter. Okay, let's do that at least. Now, there is a way to kind of bring that with us, isn't there? We could just put a crafting bench down and we're good. That's true. And then we just have a crafting bench wherever we need it. So we don't have to come back to our little hub. Why is the pod made out of Cheeto dust? Apparently, Update 8 Experimental has a few visual issues. Which is fair enough. You know what you're getting into when you play the experimental branch. Okay, we need a wire. A decent chunk of wire. I need to make sure I have enough for a smelter. Check. Miner Mark 1. Check. And power line. Also check. Nice. That way. So let's go ahead and just set up power while we're on our way. I'm going to connect it to the other biomass, which is definitely not going to get confusing later. And then about 200 meters this way. Visual bugs are fun, game crashes are not. That is true. Visual bugs are fine. Where am I? There we go. I think this is the one. It doesn't really matter. I could build the Miner Mark 1 on any of these deposits and we'd be okay, but... Hello, little buddy. Good news. You are being retired. And we are getting a simple copper setup going. It honestly doesn't even matter. This is normal purity, so this is going to produce 60 per minute. Once again, we're only going to be able to smelt 30 per minute because we don't have a splitter, so we're going to have more resources than we actually need. And then we throw a constructor down here. To make wire. Okay. So, copper ingot goes in, wire comes out. Can't explain that. And we have just enough connections from this little pole to get our setup going. Looking good. I love his animations. So this is gonna stop once this smelter fills up. You can see that it's filling up now. If it were a 1-to-1 ratio, this number would not be increasing. So copper is hitting the smelter, turning into ingots for us, and then we're using all ingots for wire right now. So we don't really have a way. I need a way to get extra. Hang on. Can I just throw down this little guy next to this? Competition time! Who can mine more copper? I'm rooting for little friend. But yeah, I wouldn't mind having a little bit of just spare copper on top of what this is gonna back up to. That way I can manually craft cables, because we're using this for wire. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. And we have just enough. These things fill up really fast. So we're gonna just plug those into a simple storage solution right now. This is as basic as it gets in Satisfactory. Raw materials, the initial stage of processing, make it into an actual good, and storing it somewhere until you need it. Okay, so we gotta let that go for a little while. Now we've got one product of copper being crafted, one product of iron being crafted, and we have concrete being automatically crafted. For as long as we have power. Anyway. So that's going to be the main thing, is just keeping everything online. But that has sped things up dramatically for us. We're multitasking. All right, we got 141 biomass in there. We can make that topped off at 200 and 200. Perfect. While those things are doing their thing, let's go ahead and clean up our inventory a little bit. Don't need sulfur right now. Don't need flower petals. A single log. Coal. There we go. Peep arrive, Gamba. This stream and the Derail Valley streams have been so comfy. I'm glad a lot of people have gotten into Derail Valley on their own and been like, whoa, I really like this game. That's been fun to see. I didn't play Satisfactory until it got to Steam. I was waiting on full release to play, but this stream will make me fire it up again. I think it's worth. I haven't played it in 2 years, and there's just so much quality of life stuff that I think have changed the base experience. Blueprints, locking down holograms for building, new materials to unlock so you can customize the layout of your base, all good stuff. Do you get a little vehicle to save all the running between stations? Yeah, you get vehicles. There's a few different vehicles that you can unlock. We're just in the most basic form right now. But yeah, I saw Anthropodian earlier. Thanks again for the sub. Ultralord. No people bet today. Sorry. And Donnie Dorito is still mind blown after getting a pro gamer tip earlier. All right, let me blow my nose real quick. And then we're going to get one step closer to making the space tower. Okay. So what we need to do is start manual crafting the things that we are currently not automating. Oh wait, we have 2 things we're not automating. We can automate another one of those things. I can just make... I have to manual craft if I want reinforced iron plates right now. That's mandatory. My in-game goal for this is a map-wide train network. I think that the newest update, update 8, is the thing that's gonna let you maybe achieve that dream. I think the game scales up a lot better now. I'm allergic to experimental branch letting you scale your factory up. My goal is also train related, I'd say. I would agree that I want to have some big train networks that actually do very functional stuff. I definitely want to test out, they revamped how the truck AI works for the automated truck routes, which is very exciting to me because that was my favorite part of the game last time I played it, was setting up those like highways and truck infrastructure. Was super fun. Okay, we need a few of these. For constructors. Oh, I need cable. Did not see that. Trucks are the coolest. They have their own little personality, don't they? I remember making our entire coal industry dependent upon truck lines, and then something along the way inevitably goes wrong, and then trying to track down which truck got stuck and rescuing them because they flipped upside down was so cute. Okay, we're gonna do automating iron plates here. Which means we're not automating iron. Inevitable. The inevitability. classic. We're already at power capacity. I'll just connect up to that line for now. The new land vehicles are so much better. That's good to hear. All right, breaker. Fuse is okay. Turn it back on, please. All right, we're at max power there and almost max power here. So we're gonna have to add a new biomass burner. Someone explain to me how this doesn't tip over. Which also means we're gonna need to go get some more biomass. We got plenty right now. But I don't have anywhere for these iron plates to go, huh? This slope is a bit tall. This is gonna be the least organized, satisfactory start you'll ever see me do. That's why it's all temporary, chat. Why not connect both lines together? Because it doesn't, right now it doesn't matter. They're both at the exact same. Once we get this one online and we have a steady supply of biomass and we're powering more things, then we can give them a central hookup. But it doesn't really matter right now. Because it's only using as much as it needs anyway. So we're not wasting any power. What powers the biomass burner for it to start generating power? The age-old paradox. You mean, if it requires electricity to start chewing up biomass to create electricity, then how does it get electricity? Is that what you're saying? What turns it on the first time? It's a great question. Scientists are still working on solving that one. Okay, so we have everything that we need for a space elevator being crafted right now except metal rods. So I am going to do those myself. So buckle up, chat. It's manual crafting time. We have iron plates automated, we have concrete automated, and we have wire automated. I think those are the three other products we need. It has a secret hand crank. I believe you. I am gonna need some additional iron. And there's some in here that we can go ahead and take out too. Automation nopers. Agreed. Agreed. What's the capacity of each storage thing? It's just got a bunch of, like each resource can stack up to 100. And I think it has roughly this many storage slots, so. Yeah, 3, 6, 7, 8. 16, 24. 2,400 items per storage container, and then there's double wide storage containers after that, so you can get more storage. Have you played Timberborn, Etal? I have played Timberborn. We put a few streams into Timberborn, as I recall. And then I kind of stopped playing it once I had to start districting buildings, but I know that they've changed the necessity of districting, and it isn't 1,000% necessary anymore. You can play district free. Even though I think they don't recommend it and it's more difficult that way. By the way, what's up, Jex00? Thanks for 49 months. How you doing? Chat, we're gonna be here for a minute. I need to do approximately 230 more manual crafts. Fire. How hard would it be to make this? If I could just make a splitter, we can do so much more automated. Okay, let's just do that. Let's make a... Let's unlock the splitter first. I think that's the game changer that we need. So we need 150 rods. Okay. I'll manual craft 150 rods. That'll go very fast. And then we already have the other pieces automated. Put a paperweight on the mouse button? Why? What would that do? Hi, Italics. A question: in this game I get overwhelmed quickly. What would you suggest to counter that or help me? I don't know which part is overwhelming you, I guess. Have you tried workers and resources? I have not. But I know everyone likes it. All right, we need 150 of these. Make small tasks instead of looking at the big picture. Yeah, I think it depends on which section you're getting stuck on. But I would say just focus on, like chat says, if you know that you need a resource, like a material that takes multiple ingredients, just take it slow. There's no rush. If you run out of power, you can go get more biofuel, cut down some more trees, whatever. If you bottleneck, the game's not over. Just back up a little bit, take a deep breath, and start doing a little troubleshooting. Sometimes just get up, walk around, come sit back down, clear your head if it's giving you a headache. Okay, we want... Let's go ahead and select this as a milestone. There's your rods. There's your plates. And we're automating wire. Just gotta go get it. Mostly I have problems with the controls since I'm not used to keyboard and mouse. That makes sense. That's just something that comes with practice. Nobody is born knowing how to use WASD and a mouse to look around. I know some people in chat would claim to be born a gamer, but you just have to ignore them, and it becomes muscle memory and just part of like I have to think less when moving in a video game than I do writing something with a pen or pencil. That takes more concentration for me. I was born with Logitech in my hands. Yeah, splitters are gonna help here. We're bottlenecked on the first batch of resources. Chat, is this the ghosting you were talking about, or is that unrelated? I don't know, have we seen ghosting? I don't know. My first words as a baby were get owned noob. It's more smudging and yes on the belts and moving factory parts. I see. Yeah, I get ghosted a lot too. Oh, you guys. Oh, you guys. Here's the final piece. Logistics is ready for launch. Push the button and watch the former Cheeto
conveyor belts can now
blast off into invisibility.
Increase the complexity and efficiency of your factory.
Oh
I
man.
encourage you to consider more verticality
It's bugged.
when it comes to factory logistics to streamline short-range transportation. The productivity display will help you measure and improve the productivity of individual buildings to aid with optimization.
That's unfortunate because it's one of the cooler aspects of the game that apparently is bugged in the experimental update. I just turned Lumen on in my game and damn, it's really good looking. Yeah, it's gonna look even better once we get proper factories set up. Like, it already looks really nice. But once you start getting more pieces to bounce light and reflections off of, it's when it's really gonna pop. Game's running well so far. Okay. What we did there, the part that was bugged, we put those resources into a drone, and that drone is loaded and blasts off into space to deposit the resources, and it's going to return in 2 minutes and 42 seconds. And at that point, we will be able to set and start delivering 2 new milestones. So we just completed logistics so that we can make ourselves a splitter, which is a hugely important piece of this puzzle here. So splitters are going to cost plates and cables. So let's go ahead and make some cables. Why is there a galaxy in the sky? I look up and wonder that every night, Nine. You know, I think, wow, I'm so small, and the universe is so big. Why is there just a galaxy up there? And how did it get there? So with this splitter, we won't have to worry about a bottleneck here anymore, but I will have to worry about having a second spot for this constructor to put resources. So I'm just gonna line it up. Beautiful. I say just delete that. It's gonna back everything up momentarily. Splitter, basically will take, it does what the name suggests, right? This little hill is a bit annoying. I don't know if this will work. Why? Oh man. I don't think this will work. Yeah, okay. Time to completely rebuild because of that little hill. Maybe. Oh look, the invisible booster is coming back. Here's the easiest thing to do. I keep hitting V on accident.
Milestone exchange concluded. Fix-it freighter re-entry complete.
So what we're careful to do is look for the orange input. That's the most important piece. And make sure that it is facing, in this case, the minor mark 1. Now we're just gonna have a couple of these ugly conveyor lines. And then reconnect the miner up to the power. Okay. Now it will be split. You don't have to give power to this. It'll just split automatically. And then here at this constructor, we're gonna have a different problem. Wait, I need a smelter. I keep hitting V. It's smelter, not the other thing. What were you aligned with? Chat, is there any way to make it so that... What is... Why is it making the belt like this? Oh, Q shuts down the window. Okay, that's what I was looking for, but... What did I do wrong? Oh, control's a toggle? Control was toggled on. Never mind. There we go. The problem is I actually can't afford to power this because I'm pretty sure that the power grid is just going to go down the second that we connect it. Control bugs out sometimes. I gotcha. We have a capacity of 20 megawatts. And we're producing 17. Up to 17. And then here we have a consumption of 18. So now the question is, how much power does this take? 4. Unfortunately for us, that's 1 more than we currently have. So now it's time to do a little addition to our baby setup. We're gonna disable this, create a power line here, connect it up to both of these. Okay. And then we just need another power line to connect up to that, and therefore also to this, and then back up the hill. And then I'm gonna need another power line to go up the hill that way. Because each of these power lines can only have 4 things attached to it until we get Mark II power lines. So Mark I power lines create some weird things for us. And I'm gonna need to get this dude online with some fuel. So here is 40 biomass. So 40 biomass will keep things, it'll keep the lights on right now. And allow us to connect up this other smelter to a grid. Unfortunately, it doesn't have anywhere for the resources to go. So what I'll probably do is use a merger, which is obviously the opposite of a splitter. So that we can have one input there. And one input there. And now we'll just have a combined storage unit where, because we got plenty of space. There's going to be iron plates and raw, actually not raw, smelted iron. So I can make my own iron rods if I want. Okay, things are moving in the right direction. We got everything that we need except for iron rods to make the space elevator. Hills, your biggest enemy in Derail Valley as well. True, though. Chat, here's what I'm gonna do. We need to go get some more biomass. So I'm gonna do that, but I'll let my factory cook for just a minute. I'm gonna take a quick BRB, go get another antihistamine spray, and also, I'm just hungry. I'm hungry. So I'll be back in just a moment, alright? You guys mind the base. Do not let it power down, whatever you do. This is your responsibility now. The basics of ugly industry are here. Oh, I see the ghosting. Okay, tell me what causes that when we come back. BRB. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh god. I'm back. What's up, Raiders? Whew, I have returned at the right time, it seems. AFK raid, you got me while my defenses were down. What's up, Golden Goose? EJ, welcome, dude. Loved hanging out on your stream earlier today. Before jumping into some early game Satisfactory myself. Hey, Weather Guy, Arctic Pepper, Fundingo, Five-Tailed, Stormcrasher, welcome back, Aqualux, Porter John, Ernok, and more. As you can see, I have just started a fresh spawn. Coming from EJ's factory to this is like going back in time to the Stone Age, baby. Oh, welcome to my humble home. So, we just finished, I think, Phase 0. I actually haven't played Satisfactory since, apparently, Update 4. It's been a while. For a little of my history, I played Satisfactory at launch when it was on Epic, and played through kind of Update 4, and then decided to take a long break. It's been a couple years, and today just felt like the right time to go back because there's a nice, week plus until Baldur's Gate 3 comes out. And I've been really loving Derail Valley, and I've been thinking about going back to Satisfactory once Update 8 was out of experimental, but I just didn't want to wait anymore. Because here's what happens. Every time it's like, oh, I'll just wait until Experimental 6 is not experimental. Okay, it's out. But I'll do something else instead. Oh, cool, Update 7's in experimental. I'll just wait until that's out, and that's when I'll jump back into Satisfactory. Oh, Update 8's in experimental. I'll just wait until that's stable, and then I'll go back in, I promise. So I think it was fine, like I kept on that loop, and finally it's like, just go, just try, just play. But I love Satisfactory. I've also had a great time hanging out in EJ's stream because he's got an Omega factory. Super impressed with it aesthetically and functionally. And if you're on my stream and you haven't already followed EJ, great friend of the channel, and you have an opportunity to click the button at the top of your chat window to remedy that now. Make sure to give him a follow, and you have to check out his factory. It's peak. It's up there. Like, he'll just go to the top of one of the structures and just look out, and you can't see the planet anymore. It's just factory. He's got, like, skyways for the train set up. The thing I tuned in today and I saw you in your, what'd you call it, the fabricator, the hab factory. I forgot what it's called. The place that you go to make blueprints. That was really cool. But it's a sweet factory. And he's also the one that got me into Derail Valley, not the one that got me into Satisfactory. This is just coincidence. But I will say that you indirectly inspired me to play Satisfactory again, because like a couple weeks ago, I tuned in and I didn't realize that as part of Experimental 8, Update 8, they changed how chunks load and how the data streams to your computer and how it renders in, because what kind of stopped me playing before was my factory was less grand than yours is now, but it had kind of hit that maximum amount of, I guess, pieces of geometry loaded in, and my computer was just like crawling, so I didn't feel like I could continue playing. because anytime I tried to expand my primary factory facility area, the frame rate would just dive to unplayable levels. So with update 8, I didn't realize until watching you. I was like, damn, how did you cram all this factory in here? and it's running smoothly. Huh. And I guess that's one of the big changes with update 8. So, you did indirectly inspire me because I learned about the patch notes by watching you. And then I was like, oh, cool, a reason to jump back in. So anyway, we're just as basic as it comes right now. But what I actually need to do is some old school biomass gathering. So let's go pick some berry bushes on the ground. But yeah, it's gonna be a while before I can scale up, because my plan right now, for those that just joined, is to kind of make an ugly factory that just pushes me over the ledge. Okay, not to my death, but that gets me over the hurdle of getting past coal. Like, I just want to make really basic stuff and try to springboard to oil, if I can. And then get oil. And then once I have oil, because last time I played this, I specifically remember bottlenecking in coal for a very long time. Where I thought, oh, this is cool. Coal power, it's basically unlimited, right? And at first it feels that way. But then quickly you hit the ceiling, you hit the peak. And you really, I think I was just stuck where I overcommitted to building too much infrastructure that was really difficult to untangle the spaghetti. So now I want to make very simplistic, ugly, basic spaghetti that I won't feel bad about deleting once I get to oil. And then kind of sprawling out from there. Because that'll give us a lot more top end to play with. That'll give us a lot more room to stretch our legs. Like, we're gonna have to make at least a couple of static factories once we have coal. But I definitely don't want to do anything substantial until we have coal. So we're just gonna have ugly spaghetti, and we're gonna eat it. And we're gonna eat it microwaved. But if you just joined from the raid, what up? Welcome, raiders. Sorry you caught me on the AFK. I'd like to tell you I was doing something incredibly important, but I guess I was feeding myself. I was just really hungry. And I was eating some of that spaghetti. Don't have the chainsaw yet. No chainsaw yet. So we gotta do this old school. Purge all the leaves from the land by hand. But either way, EJ, if you got places to be, enjoy your lurk, and thanks again for raiding. Hey, everybody. Also, if you have any questions about Satisfactory, if I can't answer them, someone else will, but a lot of people today who've just been kind of trying to draw comparisons between this and Factorio, which is typically what happens. You play Satisfactory, and the Factorio fans crawl out from between the floorboards. Okay, we need, let me check my inventory, actually. I'd like 2 stacks of leaves. Easy. Where is my weapon? I don't like having to kill the armadillo friends. But they attack me first, and they have gigantic molars. Huge teeth. So I zap because I must zap. For those of you that were on EJ's stream, I'm curious, how long has that factory been being developed? Like, how far into construction is it? I'm curious how long that took to get going, because I didn't get to see the beginnings. 321 hours! Did you start it new with update 8, or did you convert an old factory into the new update? That's a lot. Been playing that save since update 2. Okay, alright. I was gonna say, damn. If you were doing that with just the new update, that's crazy. Omega Factory. So you haven't even started a new factory since basically the game came out almost. I do enjoy the start of Satisfactory. We were kind of talking about that earlier. I really don't mind the biomass phase. There's something oddly relaxing. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of playing Stardew Valley. When you first get your farm, and you're like, what are all these weeds doing here? And you just have to go around, you just cut them all down. Little by little. It's like that, but on like a massive scale. So that's how biomass feels to me. Like, the march of industrialization must continue. And every single blade of grass impedes my progress. And must... Yep, there's the first outage. That's exactly what we're here for. Kudos to the devs for keeping the saves compatible through all that. Oh yeah, for sure. It's actually insane. The first of many outages to come. But yeah, this is an oasis that I'm gonna slowly make into another desert. No bushes, no trees, no grass. All right, we got over 2 stacks. That's probably enough to keep us for a little bit, but I wouldn't mind, since we're already here, why not just go ahead and get a third? Okay, so which of the game settings is causing ghosting right now? Because that might be something that I do look at possibly turning down. Is it the temporal anti-aliasing? Probably. What is ghosting? It's when you see an after image of something, especially things that are animated. It's a visual artifacting, would be the way that I would describe it. Looked like broken TAA to me, but I don't know. Yeah, because they have a new type of anti-aliasing. I like the change they made. You can hold E to pick up. Yeah, that's good too. You can just like walk around and grab everything. That's definitely faster. But something about individually plucking all of them feels better somehow. All right. We got about 3 stacks. That'll keep our power on for a while. Because we're only out of power on a single generator. $1,500. Back we go. But yeah, this looks very different just with the updates to the engine. The skybox looks great. The lighting. Music's as good as ever. Does it rain? Are there like weather effects in Satisfactory yet? You can really feel the destruction of the ecosystems when you click E individually. But yeah, I don't have a factory to show you guys yet. That's the good news for the people who just arrived recently. No need for a factory tour. We have one miner Mark 1 on copper, making some copper wire. We have one miner Mark 1 on iron, making some plates. And then some just smelted iron. And we have one on limestone making concrete. And that's the entire factory, baby. Keeping it nice and small. We're working on getting the space elevator. That's what's coming next. So step 1 on the space elevator dream is obviously getting power on. So if you haven't played in a while, you can now tap space, boop, and then you have hands-free manual crafting. I do remember a long time ago making a constructor to automate biomass, but I realized that that was very overkill. Very overkill. Tink, tink, tink. Oh. But yeah, it's been a long journey with Satisfactory. 4 years, 2019. It's exciting to see that it's still getting new updates and still being polished as time goes by. We were talking earlier about the like crazy amount of reviews that are on Steam, all positive. All right, there's 200 biomass for you. $200 for you. 200 for you. And we should have plenty of power for a while now. Okay, with a little extra overhead. So we have a max capacity of 70 megawatts, and we're only actually consuming about 40 right now. So the main thing that we need to do ourselves, I'm gonna manual craft, I guess metal rods. We have a single miner mark 1, spitting about 60 ore per minute, which we are splitting ugly. I know that this is ugly, I am aware. If you're new here, I actually do have a big focus on aesthetic factory building. You just won't be able to see that for a while. I promise I'm not gonna make our ultimate spaghetti factory be the final product. This is just to get me over the edge until we have some more updates, okay? I just don't want to spend a lot of time building a nice factory while doing so having biomass run out. Does that make sense? Okay, we got a lot going on here. Plenty of plates. We got raw iron. I bet he says that a lot. We got more plates than we know what to do with. Let's go get the concrete. See how much concrete there is. This is a proof of concept. But no, I'm excited to sink my teeth in this week. Hopefully we're going to be spending a good amount of time with Satisfactory this week and bulking up. This is just the beginning. Maybe this will be my save that I end up going back to over Update 9, Update 10, and 1.0. But we should be able to get at least a couple of decent factories in. 500, sweet. So we just got... I think this is on an impure node. Yeah, that's on an impure limestone, so it's being produced inefficiently right now. So now we have everything we need except the rods and the rest of the copper wire. So while the copper wire is being created automatically, we've got that one going through a constructor. I'm just gonna make some metal rods myself. It won't take that long. And then we can throw it on a space elevator. Later on down the road, I want to have like actual hubs, not just buildings placed recklessly here, there. Like I want some zoning, you know? I want some law and order in these lands. I want to tame this desert. I think this is still my favorite spawn just because of how open it is. It's also got the highest frame rate as a result of that, which is nice. Which does matter later on. That does matter. I remembered the giant waterfall tube spaghetti. We probably have a few clips of that. I think, I'm curious if that was before or after the clips were erased. Let's see. If I go to my clip manager, oh, that must have been after they were all deleted. Or before, yeah. Oh, man. Wait, no, we have some from 3 years ago. Why does this one have 700 views? Kyra Toby had... Hold on. Let me see. I heard Kyra Toby. Remain calm. Yeah, remain calm. Yeah, Kyra Toby has worked tirelessly to save as many clips as possible, if not all of them, into a directory. So I'm talking about clips right now, and whether or not there are clips from the last time we played Satisfactory, and they might be in the clip archive, and the one clip I can find that has the most views is about me talking about Satisfactory clips that are in the archive, which was then new 3 years ago. It will be metadata searchable, I think, at some point. And Ace Tech has worked to get the cloud to save a bunch of, it's true. A bunch of VODs, including the ones that are currently so available. Times? So we're going to basically force all of you, interestingly, this is a cool play by Twitch, actually forcing many of you to go to YouTube. Remain calm. Yeah. They still are. That might blow your mind past me from 3 years ago, but they still are forcing a lot of people to go to YouTube. Crazy enough. Okay. Anyway, that was the top clip for whatever reason. This is another... Here's a different clip. I don't know what's going to happen. This is chaos. Tomato beats his chat. He has, he's a kindred spirit. Tomato reference? He should have been here earlier. Uh-oh! I think I'm gonna have to remake the path. Yeah, I did have to remake the path. These are some old... These are old, dude. These are like... 864p. I have to build my way back up. Why? What? No! Dude, it's not connected? Oh my... And then I have to build my way back. No parachute. Why are there so many trucks? There's so many truck ones. Okay. Maybe this looks like my current base. In the distance. We've had this as a problem before. If you weren't looking, this truck just fell from the sky. Where is it? Oh, here it is. In the background. Truck humor was always good. All right, anyway, I digress. When you decided to build the space elevator on an unfinished piece of terrain that was supposed to be inaccessible at the top of the waterfall. Correct. I did do that. They actually have improved the truck and vehicle AI. They've made them able to try and avoid obstacles now. And they consider future waypoints when making their current driving decisions. So apparently they're like really, really good now. And they also only take as much fuel as they actually need to drive a route, which is sweet. All right, how many iron rods do we have? 323? So therefore, if I take those, we just need 400 and we can have a space elevator. Where's the red circle YouTube thumbnail to show you where the truck is falling from the sky?
This truck fell from the sky. You'll never believe where this truck fell from.
Now we only need one more piece. And we're automatically making that piece. So it should be right over here. God, I forgot how good like the animations feel in like the hand bob. And every time you get like a new tool for the first time is so nice. We need a splitter over here, but it's fine. Top 10 trucks that fell from the sky? You won't believe what happens next. But yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna do once I get the space elevator, actually, so I don't know why I'm in such a hurry to build this. Because it's not gonna make... Wait, we don't even have enough pieces. Even though I've been automating the crafting of those. I can just kind of make the rest myself, and it's not that big of a deal. Because I think we just need, what, 1,500? I can make my own here and then go pick up the rest there. Because they had like 300 in the bank. This is not how we're gonna have to play the rest of this game. He's gonna manual craft his way to coal. Listen, I'm automating 3 out of the 4 pieces, but it's not fast enough yet. We're not efficient. Efficiency comes later. So the question is, by the time I finish manual crafting wire, do I need to go back and get stuff from the other constructor? Okay. It would be funny if some people who never seen Satisfactory before were like, what is this? Hold on, is this the factory? Is the factory in the room with you right now, streamer? Is that, hang on, crafting bench factory? I think you'll find, Mr. Streamer, that the best factory game is actually Minecraft because it had a crafting bench first. Factor E. I'm going to use that in one of my next Factorio stream titles. Thanks, Feistel. It's a misleading description. You actually play as a worker in a factory. Just a little bit more. But yes, I am gonna have like oversized factories. Here's a question. Do you guys like building up, those of you who enjoy kind of encasing your factories inside of a facade, like a structure, in interior? Do you like build all of the factory components first, like the smelters, constructors, conveyors, and then build up walls around that? Or do you build up the walls and then try and like cram the factory inside based on what space you have? I asked a question with 2 answers, and chat says, yep. I build walls after. Walls first, guts later. Floor, then units, then walls, then decorations. I want to do one where you do the walls first, make a neat building complex, and make it work. Sounds like a good challenge. I like trying to build the building first, but it usually doesn't go well. Understandable. There's no shame in manual crafting, chat. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. There's plenty of time for automation where we're going. Okay, space elevator. Feast your eyes! Big. So many parts flying through the air. Kochonk. Ready to receive the space elevator. Neum. Pinpoint accuracy. Yeah, the animations are fantastic. It's here. Hang on. We did it. We did it. Measure once, cut thrice. Oh dear. This is fine. So even this structure, even this one, chat, you can dismantle, get your resources back, and move. And indeed we will. This is not staying here. Absolutely not. No, 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 no. Complete space elevator phase 1. No. What if I said no? I have to get 50 smart plating. I have to unlock smart plating to get 50 smart plating. This will actually be pretty easy. Okay. We're gonna have to actually build a factory. And we're gonna have to do it with biomass. So, step 1 is get the chainsaw. That's gonna be our plan. Once we get the chainsaw, we're gaming. First factory building coming in today. It's gonna be a baby. Because I really don't want to go overboard for something I'm inevitably gonna delete. Only 165 concrete. Whew. Not good. We need way more than that. So here's the short-term plan. The short-term plan is unlock some basics. Because I kind of forgot what the first objective was, so now I know what to work toward. That's why I wanted to go ahead and get the sky needle down here, so I can know what we need to achieve. Now that I know what to achieve, we'll start catching up on some of the easy research, and then get things automated, at least on a basic level. But before I can do that, I am gonna have to have better concrete production than we currently have. Because I like having foundations. They're just more fun. All right, we got plenty of plates. So, let's start. Let's start with chainsaw and solid biofuel. The most energy efficient form of biomass can be used as fuel for the chainsaw. I'm allergic to using solid biofuel and biomass and the chainsaw. That's too bad. This game looks so satisfying. It is very satisfying, yeah. You said the name. You said it. You got it. You nailed it. All right, we need screws. Screws need iron rods. Iron rods need iron ingots, which I have. First factory building. We have to build in this game? Just copy other people's blueprints. It's easy. Then you never have to build anything original or unique. Let's get like a hundo iron rods. Boom. Okay, so we already have the concrete. Choose that milestone. Concrete in. We need 500 screws. Oh boy, the best part of the game. Yeah! Ding, 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 ding. But yeah, we have to prioritize what we need first. And what we need first is the chainsaw. The chainsaw and solid biofuel, because I don't have coal, so we need the best form of biofuel, and we need the best way of collecting it. Because if we don't have power, everything else doesn't matter. Once we have power satisfied, then we work on getting our first bits of, like, more serious automation. Chat, this manual crafting in this game is just like the bell in Derail Valley. That's why I love this game so much. Can you modify the terrain in this game? No, there's no terraforming. You can cut down trees and various other things, though. You can remove some of the pieces on the overworld. You build your own terrain with foundations. Yeah. There's a lot of customization. You can make actual factory buildings in this game, which is one of the things that we're going to start setting up automation for, because I really want level ground. So you can make level ground. You can't terraform, but you can build structures. Can you plant trees? No. Negative. trees are stinky, gross, and don't cause pollution, and therefore we do not want them. Okay, now I just need 100 cables. I want grid world. The beautiful part is we can have that. And also it doesn't have to be a literal grid because you can actually paint materials over stuff. And make it look aesthetically more pleasing than individual squares that look like they don't belong. Pave paradise and put up a parking lot. That's the plan, yeah. Alright, we're here for whatever they've been able to create for wires. God, that is an intimidating but awesome sight in the distance. The Space Needle. I always love it. Day-night cycles. If they added like some random weather patterns in here too, I think that'd be sweet. Like just a little rain drizzle would be pretty cozy. Okay, 100 cables. Wait, I already have 100 cables. Bonk. Obstacle clearing
Milestone
research
reached.
unlocked.
Biofuel will
Goodbye,
ensure maximum
graphical
efficiency
bug.
of biomass burners. To aid in biofuel production, you are now capable of removing foliage that consists primarily of wood. Additionally, R&D inflated your pocket dimension.
I got more inventory slots. 3 new inventory slots. Big deal. Okay, so to make a chainsaw, we need 5 reinforced iron plates and 160 screws and 15 cables. $160 screws, is that what I said? After we get this done, we're gonna start getting the fundamentals that we need to make a proper but basic factory, like some we don't have concrete unlocked yet, like the foundation blocks. And then we're gonna start on our first baby factories. We're gonna get one for limestone so that we can make a ton of concrete because I'm gonna need so much of it. We're gonna get one for iron so that we can make these things automatically. And we need to make reinforced iron plates automatically. That's kind of the first hurdle, I think, in any new Satisfactory game is getting reinforced iron plates. And you can basically never have enough of them, it feels like. All right, 5 reinforced. There's 3, 4, and 5. New technology constructed. So how do you set things to your hotbar from here? Can you set items to your hotbar? Or do you have to open this to do it? Look at it, chat. It's beautiful. But it needs fuel. We have actually 157 biomass already. And we kind of need all these things just in case. Mouse wheel to swap once you have additional slots. Yeah, you do have to have the additional slots. All right. How do you put something away? I guess you just take it out of your hands. My phase cloaking resource drone. It isn't supposed to look like that for the record. It's just a bug in the experimental branch. Okay, I do remember maybe making a biofuel crafter so that I didn't have to sit here and do it myself. It is all coming back to me now, but it's chainsaw time. Hell yeah. Big upgrade. The other thing is now that the drone is back, we can see what it takes to get base building. We just need 100 iron rods. Now here are the foundations. So the person who was asking, can you manipulate the terrain? You can build on the terrain with a bunch of different shapes, and therefore create whatever factory style you want. There's the map as well. So we're gonna want both of these things. The map is gonna be really useful in scouting for different resource nodes. The MAM is gonna give us a lot of new tech to analyze. The object scanner, likewise, is gonna help us seek out different specific things that we're looking for. Beacons will let us set our own waypoints in the world. Personal storage boxes let us create small portable storage that we can build wherever we want. And then tier 2 is where we're going to learn how to make more advanced types of items. Okay, looks good. Now, we just need 100 rods and 300 screws. So just a lot of rods. And then I promise we'll build a factory. I promise that I'll do all these beautiful things for us. We're not going to build the factory that does everything, but we'll build a factory. 100%. I'm gonna put some leftover iron ore in here because there's really no need for it. I really don't need this many plates either yet. I might soon. He's gonna put a crafting bench in some walls and call that a factory. How'd you know? If you reload the game, it should fix that graphical bug. Really? Game was saved. Destroying old session. They're destroying it! What's up, Brighter TTV? Thanks for the 54 months, by the way. Appreciate the resub. Good evening. Oh, it is fixed. Ban that guy if it doesn't work. Does that mean I have to mod them? Since it did? Let me shut my window. Okay. What's up, Kaibo? Kaibo, you were mentioned earlier. Because we were watching I mentioned you, and then we watched a clip, and then I mentioned you in the clip. Clipception. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. I forgot how much stuff we needed. I need field research. We could do base building now. So base building is going to let us build a lookout tower, which is not to look out for enemies. It's basically to get elevation in your base so that you can kind of look down and maybe plan. You can also build from pretty far away, so sometimes that's beneficial. But it's a bunch of different platform pieces, so you can make foundations, ramps, basic walls, and small walls. And if we provide it with concrete, iron plates, and iron rods, now I can actually go out.
Milestone reached. You have unlocked several structures aimed to provide the first needed to build basic factory infrastructure and improved overview. Building these will provide a grid for more advanced organizing and sectioning of your factory.
Bye. Now I can actually see. That was my favorite part of the game when this first came out. I loved watching that thing. There was something just so kinetic about it. Sending resources up and watching it come back down. Bye, ship. Okay, now let's make some screws. While we wait for it to return. And then we'll have all the basics we need to make a factory. And what I'll probably do is go ahead and craft some more solid biofuel. And we can go gather power whenever we need to. So, step one, I think, is going to be setting up the limestone mini factory. That'll be the easiest because it's just 2 steps. You mine it out of the ground, you construct it into concrete, and we're going to use probably millions of concrete over the course of a full game, realistically. So we need 300 screws for this. Is it back? I thought I heard it. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to look. I like how it alternates between the interior and exterior thrusters. It's good stuff. I like my little cargo bay platform. Itai, you have your windows open, the blinds are open, so the sun could come through. And since I have lights shining down on me, I don't want my neighbors to get a free show through the window blinds, you know? Okay, a few more. Sun? Ew. But he still allows the non-subs to chat. Chat gets a free show almost every day right now. And they love nothing more than manual crafting in the factory building and automation game. I understand. Humble beginnings, chat. Humble beginnings. Look, I'm bursting through research now, okay? We're already good to go. Launch it back up again. So we put 300 wires, 300 screws, and 100 iron plates. Burning through those resources.
The map has been unlocked.
We got the map! That's a big deal. So chat says that they made the map unlock way
Milestone
earlier.
reached. The molecular analysis machine, referred to as the MAM, will allow R&D to provide new technologies, items, and buildings based on samples collected in the field. To ensure a greater chance of success during exploration, an upgraded tool belt has been provided, as well as an object scanner and beacons.
What does the upgraded tool belt mean?
Note, the object scanner requires calibration via the MAM to enable detection of specific objects.
Oh. We got 2 hand slots. So now I can have 2 things without having to open the inventory. Nice. I'm jealous of that instant autosave. That's called the power of NVMe. This is my first time using an NVMe drive with this computer. So, I can definitely feel the speed. There's the MAM. The molecular analysis machine is used to analyze new and exotic materials found on alien planets. R&D will assist pioneers through the MAM to turn any valuable data into usable research and new tech. So we're gonna get that. We don't need it now. We got mergers, splitters, conveyor poles, Mark 1 conveyors. We have personal storage. Here are all the foundation blocks. We can build walls. We're gaming right now. So tier 1 is done. We got tier 0 done, tier 1 done. Now onto tier 2. So we need tier 2 so that we can make smart plating is the objective here. So I say we go ahead and start building our first factory. I think that would be good. Let's make sure we have basic materials. We're gonna need enough for a number of miners, which means we're gonna need concrete and the babies, little portable miners. We're gonna have to make at least a few of these. I would say 3 is good. Actually, that was kind of dumb because I forgot that I already have some right there. Oh well, we'll use them later. The smelters are gonna need rods and cable. So we need plenty of that. I hear ya. He's up there. We're gonna need a lot of cable, I just realized, yeah. We're gonna need wire and cable. Okay, let's go get raw ingredients and pick out our first spot. So, the map is the main thing. I don't even think I've played since this existed. I have never seen this before. Yeah, I never seen that before. That's cool. Like, that shows me where all of my buildings are, where I am relative to them. I can create map markers. Ooh. How to delete map markers. You can see coordinates. Use a search bar. Map is very big. See what you've explored. There's fog of war. That's awesome. Finally, we have the Stone Age technology of maps. At last. All right, grab some copper wire. And we can make cables with that. Then we need to go grab concrete. And then we can start scouting for resources. So again, I know that resource deposits are static. I've actually built in this area a couple years ago, but I forgot all that information. So I would like to just explore and not know where the best nodes are. Because I think looking at the map before you've actually explored is kind of lame. And I enjoyed the exploration aspects of this game. Especially once we get vehicles. Then we can noom around. So we're just gonna chill. And go find some different deposits and figure out what we want to settle on. I actually wouldn't mind saving pure deposits for when we get the actual real factory going and just use the normal deposits for baby mode stuff. But we'll see. All right, 226 concrete. But we won't need to go far. Like, I'm not going to go to the edge of the map. We're going to stay kind of around here and just tap the local nodes for now. Okay, so we have resources for smelters. We have resources for miner mark 1s. Now we just need resources for constructors, which is cable and those extra plates. Once we have all those, we're ready to build factory. The blazing sun on the desert sands. And we have a chainsaw for when we run out of power here, which we will. We're just gonna say ignore the power while we're building the other base and we can go get the factory back online once it's completely out. Because I definitely need to make more biofuel. Imagine not having everything memorized from years ago. It won't remain instant for long, even for NVMe. It's a CPU issue. Oh yeah? Well, I have the fastest CPU for multitasking known to man.
So, yeah. Behold my system power. And tremble. Anyway, what's up, Kaibo and other people, Rivers? Thanks for joining us tonight. Been a pleasure to hop back into Satisfactory. Always a good time. And the last piece we need is the reinforced iron plates. And we need a number of those. Strong PC. Putting it through its paces. The forest of this game on Unreal Engine 5 does put it through its paces, which leads me to believe that's not really a me problem. If you're using 100% of a 4090, that's probably an engine problem. Because I literally have not found any other game that can use 100% of my GPU except for Satisfactory. With no factory built. Just geometry and terrain. Which is kind of hilarious to me. Alright, how many of these do we need? It's 2 per constructor, so the answer is yes. So if you want to build constructors, that's 6 constructors, 7 constructors, 8 constructors. Let's just do enough for 10 constructors to get us started. Yeah, Cyberpunk on the maximum settings possible with all ray tracing enabled, reflections maxed, ultra settings, ultra render distance is about 60% GPU on a 4090. Microsoft Flight Sim doesn't use 100% GPU. So I'm definitely thinking that maybe Unreal Engine 5's not supposed to be using 100% of it if it were optimized completely. Science says we only use like 5% of our GPU. True though. That's true. All right, let's game, gamers. Let's go look. I say let's start with limestone. Beep, beep, beep. So now that we have a map and we scan resources, they come up on the map and tell us their purity. So we know that we have a normal one over here. That's really cool. So getting the map is like a huge upgrade to get that early. Gone are the days of having to like memorize the exact location of every deposit. I'm going out with my little zappy, looking for deposits. Are those the same too? Yeah. Does this tell you what direction you're facing? It does. Oh god. Is that one of the big ones? Oh! Ow! Alright! I don't want to fight this dude. He's spewing the multi-shot. Too scary, bro. You mind your business. I'll pass. Is he still attacking? Why did that break so fast?
No game brings out the Jeffs quite like Satisfactory. Well, there are other ones. That's one of them, yeah. Ooh, 12 modular frames. That's nice. Anyway. Somebody said if the FPS is limited, it's easy to get 100% GPU. Okay, here's the thing you have to understand. Satisfactory is one of the only games, and therefore Unreal Engine is one of the only engines that is GPU capped, not CPU capped. However, GPU progression over the last few years has far outpaced CPU progression over the last few years. Therefore, do you see where I'm going? Logically speaking, if our GPUs are much stronger than our CPUs relative in the last few years, and it's maxing out your GPU before you even hit 120 FPS. Like, I'm maxing out. If I do everything maxed out and go into the forest, I get like 85, 90 FPS. And 1080p, it's not even 1440. Okay, that's what I mean when I say it's not optimized yet. This is a good spot. This is a nice one. I feel like I remember tapping this limestone before. Like, the majority of games are and should be CPU bottlenecked right now. Because the 4090... the 4090 is too much processing power. If your game is GPU bottlenecked or your engine is GPU bottlenecked with a 4090, it means you're doing something wrong somewhere along the way. Because the GPU for the 4090's power is two years plus ahead of where we need it to be for gaming, power-wise. So like, if you're bottlenecked on a 4090, there isn't anything that is going to unbottleneck that. Do you understand what I mean? Like, you're stuck there. Ooh, a cave. You could have exponentially more power than a 4090 and it would still not be enough. I'm just trying to figure out what limestone deposits are around here, so we're just kind of walking around. Investigating. I think that's pretty much it within 500 meters of us. Happy to see you playing one of my favorite games again. What's up, Kieran Kylo? Satisfactory is also one of my favorite games. I'll actually get a bunch of frames back because I'll probably switch. Once the factory has a lot of stuff in motion, I'll probably end up turning the anti-aliasing down. Ooh, a geyser. That's cool. And then I'll get like 35 FPS back from turning off the new anti-aliasing feature. Okay, there's one 800. Have we already seen the one that's 800 that way? That one's also normal purity. We just scanned that one recently. And this is the edge of the map. All right, I like that they show you where the edge of the map is. That's fantastic. Oh, they go away. I need to mark them on the map. Oh, I thought it was I thought it was automatically marking them for me. Oops. I misunderstood. Can you take notes and stuff on the map? Well, what's weird is you can't... Oh, no. Oh, boy. How many stamps can you put? But yeah, can you label this? Oh, that's too much work. I don't want that on the compass either. Wow, there's so much ore there. But yeah, let's start with this one. So, if we're starting with this one, I don't have enough concrete to make a cool platform for this stuff yet, all right? So we're just gonna have to keep doing this. That's why we're going here first, because we do not have concrete. So I want limestone. And we can make it look pretty after the fact. But we have to have the limestone turned into concrete first. So, if this has power, it's going to do 60 limestone per minute, unless we overclock it, or get a higher tier of miner, like Miner Mark II, for example. So with that in mind, if we plop out a constructor here and hold control, we can kind of line it up. Give it a little bit of space. Because if we give it a little bit of space, we can choose concrete. It's going to take 45 minutes. It's going to be a bit awkward because we're going to have 15 limestone left over, unfortunately. So we're not going to be operating at peak efficiency. However, I can go ahead and put a second constructor next to the first. I should go ahead. Yep, that's fine. We don't care about that right now. What I do care about is hotkeying some important pieces. So let's do splitter, merger. Got power poles. I could probably just open the menu for this. Got tea on a satisfactory stream, chill time. Yeah, we just started the factory today, so we're at the very beginning. I've been manual crafting a bunch. Because I think it's just more efficient sometimes. Alright, what I'd like to do is plop down a splitter. And as long as this isn't too steep, it's not. Then we can split out to one. And I can, how do you snap this? Oh, yeah, I need a floor. That's right, I need a floor first. If we don't have a floor, then we can just do that. Invalid shape. There we go, good enough. All right, now we gotta get these guys online. So unfortunately, we have 60 limestone per minute, but we actually need 90. But 2 of these will still build faster than 1 will because we'll be splitting the resources between them. So it's still faster than 1, but not by much. We'll be making 1.33 of what we should be making, which is not great. We need to choose the recipes, and then we need somewhere for this to go. A storage container will work. And we want the orange input to be on the left. Give it a little space. And we want to give it space so we can grab a merger, and we want the green output arrow to be facing our storage container. Do I live here now? Overlapping clipping may occur. Nah, you're good. I miss my grids. We'll get them. We'll get there eventually, chat. They let you make shapes with overlap even though they clip, which is not something that they allowed last time. That is not what the shape that I meant to make, but that's okay. Now we need to get this stuff all hooked up. So I'm gonna get a power pole. We got 1 connection, 2 connections, 3 connections, and then our 4th connection is just gonna be another power pole out. Terraforming is the one thing I wish they'd add. Well, you just need to get more creative. And build some factories out of steel instead of complaining about lumpy terrain, and just build over it like you're supposed to. Terraform your mind. Chat, how difficult is this to play on a controller? What platforms is Satisfactory on, by the way? I think I... Oh! Thought I heard something spicy. Ow!
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact.
I think Armadillo is talking... Oh, it's talking about that. Oh, dear. Did not see that guy. Woo! Dude, oh, can I... Hang on. Bro, he explodes. I can't fight this guy with a little melee. Just run. We're good. You can have your home. Ow, that snipe from so far downtown. Just an incredible snipe. Yeah, it's time for that basic power line infrastructure. I like trying to put these power lines on the tops of sand dunes so that they're visible from a lot of different areas. And then in this case, that one's already full. That should work for now. Okay. The other little concrete place that we just made has power. I wouldn't consider that a factory, per se. We do need to get... Well, it doesn't have power, because nothing has power right now. I would like to start making concrete. So maybe we go gather up some goodies. By goodies, I mean cutting down the trees. I just wanted to create some space first. Do they have guns or what? There, yeah, there's weapons that you can research. There's weapons and vehicles, actually. Yeah, I love seeing like the first little signs of our burgeoning industrialization where there's just these like power lines going across the land, slowly expanding and extending our reach. Okay, let's eat a little bit. Because I don't want to go in there with half health and then get sniped. But think of the animals. The animals are why I bring this. How? Oh, so does it just consume fuel out of your inventory? Oh, okay, great. You see this Fix-It employee charging at you, carrying a massive oversized chainsaw with head bop turned on. What you do? Ah, that's the good stuff. 100 leaves in one go. 14 wood in one go. It's time to purge this oasis. They made it where you can hold the E down to gather stuff. I hire him. I have some trees that need removing. Grid World! We're working on it, Anuakuri. What's up? Thanks for the sub. I say we start by purging this section of the bank first. And then we'll never have to worry. I say never. Probably not never, but this is going to make biomass fairly trivial. I'd recommend going chainsaw as early as possible for this exact reason. Condition of man, did you just tell me that when you use a chainsaw, it gathers up leaves? When I have been commenting on how many leaves I've been getting with the chainsaw? Sorry, that was for chat. Good save. Good save. Chainsaw Man.
Hey, is that anime that people are watching?
I've been thinking about starting Cowboy Bebop over again. What do you think? I haven't watched it in a very long time, and I've actually never seen the movie. So I thought maybe now's a good time since I don't play Diablo. Bro. Ooh, get embodied a little bit? Oh! Just booted me into the river, man! Damn!
It's not like you're playing Diablo.
You should watch the live action version. I have. What a terrible mistake. Truly god-awful television. Thanks, Netflix. Barely any redeeming qualities. The only redeeming quality is that Jet was perfectly cast. Why aren't you playing D4? It's a long answer. Short answer is I didn't really enjoy the last patch, and I stopped having fun after it, so I'm waiting. That's the whole story. But yeah, like, I'd say that the live action Cowboy Bebop was decent when they were trying to actually follow the anime, and anything that they did that wasn't just verbatim copied was awful. Corny and just embarrassing, really. Like, seeing how they decided to put Ed in the show was like actually, and I don't say this lightly, but it was cringeworthy. They went off the rails to tell Vicious's story. Vicious was just a terrible character, but also my favorite character because he was hilarious. It was, I couldn't tell if he was supposed to be threatening, menacing, or he was intentionally that goofy. It was bad. Chat, if you want to see it at a glance, I'd highly recommend going to YouTube and searching Cowboy Bebop live action Ed scene and just watching that. If you can make it through, okay? I challenge you to even sit through the entire clip. It's that bad. Do you still have the screenshot? That was on my old computer. That was old computer. I remember. Yeah, that was a good one. I could probably find it again if I looked hard enough. Okay, we have more than enough resources now. I just wanted to go ham, so that way we have power for a very long time. And also, eventually I want this entire oasis to be clear of everything so we can make a factory over here. How many logs can one man carry? Well over 200. But yeah, I'm actually fairly adamant. I want to like get every single leaf gone. I might actually need a small constructor just to process biomass and turn it into other stuff. But we'll see. I mean, this already looks so much better. Look how bare it is. Italics, I want my 1 minute back from watching that scene. I told you. Now imagine that's the whole show. I also want my 1 minute back. Oh yeah. Now look how much better this looks, chat. No grass, no weeds, no brush, no bushes, no reeds. We're just peeling it all back. No flowers, no pink, no blossoms, just sand. Ah, it's gorgeous. That's actually so much fun. That's very satisfying. All right, now we're out. I see you, tree. I'll be back for you. I watched the Ed scene. I feel like I lost more than I gained. I told you. I told you. Live action. That live action is just sad. Okay. Let's get the power back on. And then I think should we just go to another limestone and set up a second limestone? I feel like that might be a good idea. I'm gonna want you. I can't understate that I'm gonna want. Let me start over. I cannot understate how much concrete I'm going to use. So I wouldn't mind just focusing on making sure that that is being pumped out as fast as possible. That being said, it might be better to wait until we get like Mark II miners and stuff to really go ham on that. What I need is part assembly. It's gonna take 500 screws, 200 rods, 200 cable. I'm gonna do some manual crafting real quick. And then my goal is gonna be to automate the production of phase 1 for the Space Needle. Here we go. Real quick. It is quick. It's basically, look, I'm already got 150 cable. We're talking about live action anime anyways. Did anyone watch the One Piece? Like, I heard it was real and on Netflix. I don't know if anybody has can confirm. Oh, we're gonna need more than 200. Trailer seems decent. It looks passable. I haven't seen One Piece ever, so I don't really care. I just know it's actually popular. Mostly I'm just interested in the fact that One Piece fans think that their hero, Luffy, can somehow beat Goku, Super Saiyan, God. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying. Weird. And I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. And like somehow this transformation is more iconic, even though it you know, took like what, over a decade for him to even get into a form that might equal Super Saiyan 1, which Toriyama threw together in like a bathroom stall while he was pooping, you know, like barely even exerted any effort in order to make something so beautifully iconic. And One Piece has to try for like 20 years just to equal it. Takes longer than the entire Namek saga did on TV. When I was watching on Toonami and they get to like halfway point through the Namek and Frieza saga and then they start the entire saga over because they don't have the rest of the episodes from Japan, it takes longer than that. Unbelievable. Just saying, chat. Okay. I forgot what I was doing. Okay, I know what I'm doing. I'm doing this. We're gonna select this milestone. Feed it some resources. And then we just need 500 screws. I'm doing this because it's gonna unlock the assembler, which is very important. It's a 2-part constructor, so we get 2 ingredients and combine them into 1, which we can't do otherwise. We can also learn how to make smart plating, which is our objective. That's what we're currently working toward. Okay, screws need iron rods. Iron rods need plates. Plates need crafting, which we have. I've already got the plates. Wait, did I just put those up? No, iron rods need just ingots. Never mind. Which I also have. Look at this streamer trolling for engagement. Is that any different than you, chat? Do you not write things in the chat hoping they will be seen by myself and others? By intentionally crafting your thought in such a way as to antagonize? Yes, but we don't get paid for it. Neither do I. Acknowledge me, streamer. Hello, chat. How you doing? Okay. So let's review. Let's pop our backs and review. Plan is unlock the phase 1 material. Phase 2, I mean not phase 2, but part 2 of the plan is to set about, now that we have at least another area that's going to be making some concrete for us, that's going to be doing it faster than the limestone we already have. I'm going to get the power back on. We could come up with a constructing system that will automatically make power for us. Have you zooped yet? I have not zooped yet. We got all these leaves. We got all this wood. Oh, I have 484. So I need 16. Part assembly. Go! I'm glad that the
Milestone
graphics
reached.
fixed after loading.
More complex assembly of parts can now be automated. Project assembly parts can now be constructed and sent up via the space elevator. Note, project parts are too complex to produce by hand.
That's right, they're forcing me to stop handcrafting. So now we're capable of making the assembler, copper, sheets, rotors, modular frames, and smart plating. These are the first hurdles in the game that you actually need a functioning factory for. But for any factory to work, I think we can all agree that we need biomass. We actually have to do this by hand because there's no power right now. Believe it or not. So, I have no choice. This is the only way, chat. Leaves converted that. Wait, am I gonna handcraft biofuel? Because that actually does take a long time. Can you beat the game by handcrafting and hand harvesting everything? No. Unfortunately, the things that we have to make now require a building to do it for us. This thing right here requires a specific building. So I cannot, alas. I have been banned. Let's turn wood into biomass. But I did have that idea earlier. We talked about it earlier. He's gonna have to automate eventually, whether he likes it or not. Here's the thing. I want to automate everything. I don't think I can exaggerate on that point. Last time we played this 2 years ago, I even automated the delivery of resources to the space elevator. You know how it has this like sockets on the side that nobody uses? I actually made full factories with the express purpose of delivering goods, and I had the routes planned for them on conveyor to go from the distant factory all the way to the space elevator. That turned out to be a huge mistake. I very much regretted doing it later because it was a temporary solution to a long-term problem, but nonetheless I did because I wanted to automate that. I didn't even want to have to sully my hands by delivering resources to the space elevator, you know what I'm saying? Okay, this is actually going to take too long. This will automate. That one will automate. We'll automate the process of biofuel or biomass into the bio bricks. And we'll do that with a storage container. And then the problem with having conveyors, I'll explain the problem with having conveyors that lead to the space elevator, which is that the resources the space elevator wants change over time. So you need to make an exact, precise amount of resources to be fed into it, or have an elaborate system to offload and automatically sort items that you've already produced enough of so they don't just stack up down the length of the conveyor belts and clog up your lines. So it's basically like it eventually bottlenecks itself is the short version. There's a new assembler. 2-in-1. Thing is sweet. All right, we're just gonna get a constructor here. And just put it far enough away where we can have this downhill slope. Inside of this, we are going to control-click biomass and watch as little biomass bricks start popping out here, and we want to just automate solid biofuel. 4 solid biofuel, 60 per minute. And I might need storage on the other side, but we'll just come and empty it every so often for now. All right, are we ready to get this back online? Let's do 36 solid biofuel, 2.67 per minute. This is supposed to be the most efficient. And then this one has nothing either. These all ran out at the same time. Okay, there is power. Moreover, our little friend is back. We're automating solid biofuel. It's just taking a while because our conveyor belt is too slow. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's faster than our conveyor belt is. Now, I want to start getting rid of some of the unnecessary pieces in this puzzle. Like, we already have so many just raw iron ingots. I'm just going to delete this. They think that it is unnecessary, at least for now. And I need to get the iron factory going. What node is this? This is normal. So now we have 1 iron making plates. We have 1 copper making copper copper wire. And then we have 2 limestone making concrete. That's where we're at right now. It's time for our first actual, like, small factory setup, though. So I think I'm gonna go collect concrete in a minute, but what I want to do first is look around for different iron deposits. Like, this is the easiest one, but it's also just in this basin here. So it might be fun to, like, find some other ones and just kind of scout them out on the map. So we have an impure node, an impure node. That's kind of it. What if we go west? Let's head this way. I'm beginning to hear the dings even after he stops. That's how you know it's working. So if we take a look, I actually want to see the recipe. So you can hit O and open up the codex, and that'll take us to smart plating. So the recipe is reinforced iron plates and rotors. And rotors are iron rods and screws. Okay, yeah, I remember this. And then plates are iron plates and screws. So this is where the math starts to come into play. This is when we have to start thinking critically. So I can make 5 iron plates per minute. And I can make 4 rotors per minute. Which is awkward because that means we're gonna have more iron plates than rotors, but we're gonna need so many iron plates you can never have enough of them anyway. And smart plating will produce 2 smart plates per minute. This is gonna be an unoptimized factory setup. I wanna do like a big Omega factory that has everything just right later on down the line. For now, I just need 50. We just need 50 to complete this phase. That's not undoable. That's fine. So let's go check out some more deposits that are around us. We got a normal one right here and a pure one right here. So the pure one will go faster. But I'm gonna build it the normal one for now so that we can pivot to the pure one once we're ready to build a larger factory footprint. We may have to go back and get some raw materials. We'll see how it goes. And you are normal. Eventually, we're gonna have a factory that is so big that we're gonna be using all of these different nodes for completely different purposes, potentially, or even feeding into the same factory if we want. I have 212 concrete in my pocket. That's enough to at least make a basic foundation, which I do think would make our lives a lot easier. So one thing that you actually can do here, this might be too tall. Our first platforms, oh, they're floating. Yeah, this one might be too tall. It is possible to build a foundation and then have the mining platform sit atop the foundation, which is really cool. But it has to be low enough to the ground for it to connect. Like this, actually. That worked out nicely. And it'll just go through the platform. Why does it start diagonal? All right, this is how we run out of concrete very fast. But this also will help us make a simple factory cleaner and faster. All right, so zooping. How does one zoop? I don't know how to zoop. I'll figure it out. Build mode. It's not build, it's not rotate, it's not snap, lock, toggle build mode. Oh, that's how you do it. How do you go out? It just goes that way? Oh, I thought it was gonna do like a grid. It just goes in a straight line. Still nice. I don't know why it's defaulting to this like horizontal connection though. But yeah, that is nice. Up to 10 squares just in a line. Okay, so if we're gonna go this way to already? That went power down so fast. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. In that case, I'm gonna have... It'll make more sense if the iron is coming out of the ground this direction. Is this the first time Ito's played Satisfactory on stream? That's cute. No. First time I played Update 8, though. But maybe, I guess, if you haven't been here for the last couple years, I haven't played it since Update 4. This is actually the first time Ito has ever streamed. Yeah, be nice. This is my first stream. Please be nice. What's up, Just Mojo? Thanks for 57 months, by the way. How you doing? Welcome back. All right, gamers. Here's what we need. We need to know that we're getting 60 ore per minute. Okay? If we're getting 60 ore per minute, what can a smelter do with iron? It can chew through 30 iron per minute to make 30 ingots per minute. So, this is going to be a fairly small factory. I keep pinging on accident. You're just going to have to deal with that. Because we only have the one node right now. But now we have a grid. I can build out. And it is beautiful. This conveyor has an invalid shape. Okay, I used to have this down to a science. Yeah, I used to have this actually down to a perfect science, and it's going to take a little getting used to do everything the way that I want to. But maybe we'll try and pick up some new tricks as well. Does that go about the same distance as it does coming out of the mouth of the mining unit? I think so.
Grid world begins again.
All right, first thing we need to do is smelt. This is going to be pretty straightforward because, again, this is just a simple, basic, temporary factory setup. So we just need 2 smelters. Yeah, this is the spaghetti actually begins. 100%. And I can't even deny it. Because I want... to, like, loop this around... Mega Factory. Cursed. Don't say that. I did not know you could put miners on foundations. Yeah, it's a cool trick. I learned that one. That's actually been in since launch, I think. But it's a fun trick. It just has to be low enough to the ground for it to lock on. So if it doesn't work for you, just make your foundation lower and then try again. All right, we need a splitter. Did I just build 2 splitters inside one another? Sort of. Yes. Invalid shape. You say that. And yet... I'll accept that. Okay. And then... we line this up. I think we go back 1, 2... and that makes a 45-degree angle. Okay. That's a start. Now we're gonna need electricity and something to do with these ingots. So we're gonna be making 30 plus 30 is 60 iron ingots, and we need to process those. We're gonna do that with a constructor. Mini constructors, most likely. Now, constructors are a little wider than their friends, the smelters. And therefore, if I didn't space these out right, then we can't have these necessarily side by side. Ooh, they made them where you can go in real close. Still not perfect. That's okay. We're gonna get 3 of these guys crammed in here. So let's see what we can make. So we know we need a few things, right? We know that we're working on definitely reinforced iron plates. We're gonna need lots of iron plates and lots of screws. So, plates is going to be the most basic, and that's going to consume 30 ingots per minute. So that's a 1-to-1 ratio here. Now, if we did iron rods, that's 15 per minute. That's not 1-to-1. So just for the most basic of basics, we can have... Why does it do this? Oh, control gets locked. We can have the first one just feed directly into the iron plates because it'll have the perfect ratio. And then this dude can do a little split. I mean, this'll work. Or will it? I knew that was going to be a problem. Cue the repairs. Okay, smelter just need to be a little further out. Back to over 45-degree angle. Now we can put a splitter firmly in between both of these. Input from the right. There we go. Okay. Very basic, very effective. These two are both going to be making iron rods. This one's going to be making plates. Now we got to get power. Otherwise, nothing's happening over here, right? So, biofuel. So, biomass. Everybody loves biomass, right? For sure, dude. For sure. So, for getting biomass, I think it's time to delete this piece of junk. We can repurpose it. Because it's a perfectly good iron node. The one downside is we got this storage thing. Classic problem is just having a storage thing and not knowing what to do with it. Because you don't know where to put all this stuff, because you don't want to throw it away. You'll use it later. Right? You'll use it later. Yeah, of course. So we got another normal node here that we can use for whatever purpose we want. You could even move the space elevator if you want. You can move everything. It's all good. Okay. I like how having the map... Wait a second. I have underestimated... The map only... I gotta start marking stuff on the map. I thought it was just gonna mark all of our buildings for us, and I thought wrong. Are there trains yet in the game? Yeah. In my game? No. In the game, yes. Hey, we actually got 200 biofuel here. So let's do 50. 50. $74. All right, power's back on. We still got a lot of biomass. Maybe I should make... I wish you could have a feed that goes into something smaller than this. I don't want to make another storage thing right in front. But I guess I will. It's just easier. That way it doesn't get clogged, and we will have unlimited biologs. We will be waiting. For trains? Yeah, I expect nothing less. Yeah, listen, biomass is covered, dude. Look at all this. It's just biomass. It's going in. It's becoming biofuel. I don't even have to do anything now. Just come back, pick it up, and put it inside the power lines. We got plenty of overhead power for this little mini factory, hopefully. Famous last words. You never actually do. We should handcraft a few more rods first. Because we actually need a bunch of these. Sometimes I feel like a biolog. Me too. I also feel like a biolog. Come with me, power line. Are we... Is this the one that I built on? Yeah. Alright, so we need electricity over here, obviously. So that's the max distance this guy can stretch. Okay, we're here. Put a little power pole down. This power pole will probably need to connect to another power pole. We'll just chuck that kind of in the middle for convenience. And then use the extra connections to get things rolling. I don't know if we have enough power here or not. We're gonna find out. Time to churn. Can't wait until we get Mark II power poles. It's gonna be great. Okay, is everything connected? Nope. There we go. So, we've got 60 iron ore per minute coming out here at 100% efficiency, consuming 5 megawatts of power. Take a look at the power pole. Max consumption is blue, and we are basically at our peak. So, 60 ore per minute is going through a splitter here. We need to set up iron ingots to be made. That was why that wasn't working. So now all this ore is going to come through. $60 ore per minute, Andy. Yes, best I got right now. Crimblow. And as the ore comes through, it's going 30 in here, 30 in there, which is a perfect ratio. And then up the middle, we have 30 ingots coming out into iron plates. So now we need somewhere for all this stuff to go. And then we have 2 sets of iron rods. Now it gets tricky. This is a very basic, small factory. So I have to decide what we want. Because if we want reinforced iron plates, then I'll need to make screws, which I think we need to make anyway. So I need another constructor. We need to go back and get some concrete. Just run around and go pick it up. Zoop mode. Zoop mode.
Wait, don't the iron plates get made at a lower rate than the intake?
They make 20 per minute. You don't care about that. You're looking at how much ingots are being consumed. Ingot's the ingredient, plate is the output. So we need 30 ingots to make 20 plates. And we're making 30 ingots because that's what the smelter is outputting. We're outputting 30 per minute into a 30 per minute input. Okay, up here is screws. We need 10 rods per minute. And we're making 15. So we got more rods than we need right here. So a splitter would do us nicely. Okay, and we'll have more rods than we need. Do we have enough power? Barely. Alright, so we're making 40 screws per minute. And we're gonna do some math. I think we start with reinforced iron plates. That makes the most sense. We're gonna need a lot of screws and a lot of rods, regardless. Okay, so standard recipe is 6 iron plates, 12 screws equals 1 reinforced. Are we at the spreadsheet stage yet? It's coming shortly. Yeah, it's coming shortly. I'm gonna explain the math on Microsoft Paint. Hello, we telling chat, how's the night been? Getting our first little mini factory up. So small. So cute. Speaking of something that is small and cute, there's a dog. He's down there. I see him. What are you doing? He's being a dog. Okay, before we pet dog, I need to get at least a baseline going here. I need to funnel plates and screws together. Okay, so we're actually gonna undo something I just did and redo it differently. I'm gonna need more space. Always. This is just a temporary spaghetti factory. This is not an Omega base. All right, let's just do that. Let the screws get made. I'll be back. I need to go get concrete. Alternatively, he could just use the online Satisfactory factory calculator. Yeah, why don't I just use the online map of all resource locations and the calculator? Hold on, wait a second. I bet you other people have already come up with layouts and blueprints so that it tells you exactly where and how to build each of the different production buildings in the game. What? Why should I even play? Oh wait, where's the I think it's this. I think it's that way. I need to start marking our bases on the map. I think mine's over here. Why don't you just stream somebody else's Let's Play? Okay. That's where we have a little mine. I need to just mark this. Ooh, coal. Nice. 2 coal deposits right here. Fantastic. I started doing this game with pen and paper. I think that's a really great way to go about it, to be honest. Got a nice normal iron node here. Gonna have to remember that for later. See some copper over there too. Sick. But yeah, I think part of the fun is just figuring out how to optimize all of this different stuff and figure it out for yourself again. If you need help, go for it, I guess. All right, we only have 400 concrete here. This is kind of slow. It's doing its best. But we don't exactly have as much limestone as we need. And then there is another concrete producer, but it's south, I think. What's up, Splat? I reinstalled CUD. CUD content confirmed? CUD is like, just give me one more level, bro. Come on, man. Just give me one more level. I'm gonna mutate this time, I swear. This is the one. I remember I was so disappointed when I found out that if you stack chance to mutate every time you level up, it's still only like a 15% chance or something like that. And I leveled up 10 times thinking like, what, damn, I'm the unluckiest man that's ever lived. But I just didn't understand how the perk worked. Or actually, no, I think we calculated it and I still was incredibly unlucky. Okay, I gotta start marking where all these things are, dude. Let's highlight this one. Wait. Can I just turn an existing... Oh, cool. You can do all kind of stuff here, huh? They changed this game up a lot. Since I last played. Quality of life? But yeah, cut is sweet. That game really is just the just one more level game. However, man, I get cocky as hell playing cut because you just start playing and then you get to that point where you can kind of kill most basic enemies. You finally surpass them and become the bigger fish. And then you're like, I can handle this. You drink like a potion and it accidentally teleports you to like level 96 of hell. And some big demon just comes through and just one-shots you. And you start the whole game over. That's Caves of Cud for me. You just eventually, you get overconfident. Then you end up fighting some in-game boss that you were never supposed to see. Like 86 levels under the earth. Okay, I got concrete. I wanted to go get some baseline materials. We're gonna tap into this iron in a second too. Let's go ahead and make sure that our energy is topped off for now. Ooh, that's the good stuff. 200 biomass fuel. Okay, now we're gaming. We do need more room for more power, so I'm just gonna build another sloppy biomass burner right here. Get this online and also hook it up. Okay, that's 4 of 4. That's not very future-proof, bro. Okay, we're gonna have to... We'll come back to that. These each output... What's our maximum? 64? No, that's our max consumption. 100 megawatts. They're 25 megawatts each. 25 megawatts each. Good to know. Alright, that'll last us for a little while. I found out today it's nearly impossible to send a letter in Canada. I have a question for you. Nah, Bill, why is that your first chat ever in my stream? Canadian message writer? You mailman? You just needed somebody to vent to. Is that it? Someone to understand the woes of the Canada mail systems. Or lack thereof. Canada Post in chat. Is this not powered? Probably not. Okay, we have power now. That's okay. We can listen to your problems. It's not hard at all, says Jarek. There's the making fun of the new person. I don't know. Fair enough. Fair enough. You're not required to know. All right, we're zooping in here. Trying to get a little grid going so I can get some basic factory shenanigans down. I'll borrow some iron plates. How to use concrete in satisfactory early game. Grab all the concrete, build foundations for 30 seconds before it's all gone, and then get sad. Accurate. I see, I'm gonna like try turning off that anti-aliasing that has all the ghosting on it. Let's try temporal AA. Okay, that looks better. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, watch the motion of these pistons when I turn this back on. Do you see, not this one, but do you see the ones in the background? That's ghosting. It's like an after image. So if we change it to temporal AA, is it still there? It's much better. Much better. It's just like very slight, but much, much better. I like this better. So we'll go with that. RIP super new anti-aliasing features. Okay. Chat, we have some real basic raw materials coming out. And I need to figure out what to do with them, right? So we know we want to make reinforced iron plates. Check. So we know we can make 5 reinforced iron plates per minute. Okay? Which means we multiply these by 5 each to get how much we need of raw materials in. So we need 30 iron plates and 60 screws. Is that right? Time for Steam notes. We just don't have enough raw materials to do anything quickly. I think we're just gonna have to do them slowly, and too bad. I just really need to get to coal, and then we can make some super plants. That's all we have to worry about. It's okay to be bad. It is okay to be bad. This is here to get stuff done. The conveyor belt has an... How is that an invalid shape? I don't want to worry about making things look pretty until we have at least coal. Oh wait, this is not what we need. I need the big boy. the chunk, the assembler, and for an assembler I need 4 rotors. Okay, how does one make a rotor? That is screws and iron rods. Guess what? I have screws there. I have iron rods here. And I can just make... Oh, it's... Yeah, I forgot. It's a great opportunity, actually, to make a little crafting bench. That way we can do chat's favorite gameplay. Manual crafting without having to walk home. Rotors, ta-da! They're beautiful. I'll make them myself for the rest of the game. Okay, the assembler's pretty large. Check this out. H, and I lock in that hologram. Now I can walk around it without worrying about messing it up, and I can see if I have enough room for spaghetti. I don't. I actually want it to be like up here. That way there's space for this guy. And then space for you. Okay, we have the fundamentals we need to make reinforced iron plates. It's gonna take 15 megawatts. Yup, 15 megawatts. Oof. Power spiking. Yep, power spiking. But it's gonna slowly feed in the screws and the plates. And then with both ingredients, we can start crafting. I love the animations, dude. Now these are gonna take a while. And we're gonna need so much more than one manufacturing position for iron plates. Like, this is not gonna be enough. But it's enough for now. Step in the right direction. Basically, this entire mini factory exists just for this. Because we're actually, I think, not producing enough plates. We're making 20 per minute. And we actually need 30 per minute. Yeah, so we're not making enough. Now line up another 100 of these. Also not enough screws. Yeah. So what I might have to do is go make another one of the... Like, I can make more screws. The screws is actually pretty straightforward. I can just do this. I need 2 reinforced plates. Hey, now I automate reinforced plates, so I can just borrow those. And I need cable, which I don't automate. We haven't touched copper yet. Early game headaches. Yeah, just getting off the ground, getting the coal. It's an important milestone. You kind of have to just crawl over the finish line. Oh, there's a pole in the way. True. There we go. Okay, anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, let's get another constructor lined up with you. So we're making 15 rods per minute, and screws consume 10. So once again, we basically have 10 left over. Donk. So 10 left over means that we're actually good to do a whole nother set of screws if we want. But I need to look at parts real quick, because rotors do actually need some iron rods in addition to screws. This is an awkward location for all these things. It's spaghetti time. It is spaghetti time. You guys are ready for some prime? This is gonna be some nice, fresh, early game al dente. Step one, we want a splitter on this line that segues into a merger on this line. Wait, these don't build right, do they? Why are these still so weird after all these years? Okay, I can fix it. I just have to delete these lines first. But then, okay, we're gonna have splitter, merger, and then another splitter. And I promise I'm not doing this arbitrarily, though there might be better ways to do it. But here's the thing. We have 5 extra iron rods coming out of this constructor that need somewhere to go. And we have 5 extra iron rods coming out of this guy that needs somewhere to go. Okay? So we're gonna take the iron rods out and shuffle them up to something that's just gonna make rotors for us, slowly. Keyword, slowly. Very slowly. I need to undo and redo something here. Oh, I also need a couple more reinforced. We got 20 already? Yeah, we're gaming, dude. So I actually need to use this assembler for rotors instead of reinforced blade. Reinforced blades? What are we crafting here? I don't know, something badass it sounds like. Sounds like something awesome. Wait, can this work? How is that an invalid shape? That's a perfect shape. I mean, it's ugly as hell, but it works. Okay, this was making reinforced. And then this one's going to blow the fuse. No more reinforced here. This one's gonna be rotors. What happens to the resources when you change it? Does it delete them? Oops. This is true spaghetti spirit. You're... better believe it, buddy. Is that spaghetti enough for you? Okay, what's coming out of this one? Is this powered? I may have deleted the power line. All right. I just want you all to know this hurts my soul. I don't like it. I don't want any more spaghetti, but I have to eat it. I have to eat all the leftover spaghetti. We're just trying to make the most of one normal iron node, that's all, okay? And it's gonna slowly make rotors and reinforced iron plates for us, slowly. Okay. But the main thing is we're not wasting any iron. All iron that comes out is now being consumed. It's much less than efficient, but it's all being used. That's the main part. It's just gonna take an eternity for the screws to fill in here. It's making them 40 per minute, and we need to consume 100 per minute. And then over here we need 60 per minute. So yeah, it's just barely enough to get us to where I need to go, which is exactly what I said I wanted to do. That is precisely it. This is all gonna be deleted later, and it's gonna feel so good to delete. Because we need so many of these. I have to make 50 electronics. And that's gonna take another assembler, huh? So sad. Did you check out the new power box letting you segment power grids and still let everything be connected? I haven't gotten to that yet, but I know it's in the game. Seems really cool. We're gonna have to go up our power max. Smart plating is our objective. We need 50 of these, and that's gonna take a while. Project part 1, ship with the space elevator to complete phases of the project assembly. I'm kind of skipping to it. It won't be fast. We need 2 per minute
to make 2 per minute. Oof. Mathematically, the fastest I could do this is 25 minutes. But it's gonna take longer than that. So, I think here's the plan. Let's go solve the power situation first. Come back, let that get started. Is this still the experimental branch? Yeah, I'm playing it for the first time since update 4. I have not played Satisfactory since 2021. It's been a couple years, lots has changed, tons of quality of life stuff, blueprints, things that just make the game feel so much better. You can get more decorative. That's good times. Yo, we actually cooked all the biofuel. Huh. Okay. So I'm gonna top this off. 200 in each. And I'm gonna need to make another one of these. Biomass burner funhouse over here. All right, we got another one. Sick. I finally get home from work to see a relaxing Italic train sim stream. What the hell, man? They needed you more than we do, non-sub, so you can just go back to work if you want. Also, there's trains in this game, you dum-dum. Where are the trains? They're too technologically advanced for us. Okay, as long as we keep power on, smart plates are technically being made. It's gonna take a long time at my grossly inefficient rate, but, like, we're doing it. Okay, while that's happening, I say we put up some of this raw iron that I've got. Free up some space so I don't have to throw it away. I'm pretty sure they were just cracking a joke. Yeah. Me too. At your expense. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't know what a joke was if it ran over you on the train tracks. I need to go put some stuff up. A joke would never do that. Yeah, because it wouldn't want to get itself dirty with your stinky guts. The Toxic Conductor. That's like an awful superhero name. The Toxic Conductor.
Okay, I'm trying to clean up our inventory a little bit. Because, guess what? We need to go, we may as well spend some time making sure energy stays online. We have good power right now. We're making our objective, albeit very slowly. Let's go get some raw materials. Make sure we've got power, biomass, all that good stuff. AKA, let's go slaughter some more trees. I'll borrow a couple of these while we're here. Streamer bully chat. No. Never. Chat, are there any games coming out before Baldur's Gate between now and then? What do we have? Like 10 days left? Something like that? Somewhere around there? Remnant 2? Yeah, Remnant 2 looks fun, but I had a couple people... There were a couple content creators I saw be like... I was having fun up until my game got corrupted. So, I haven't tried. How do I put this away? There we go. Yeah, I heard it was a cool game. It's just had some bug issues that made it less fun. Unsurprisingly. Let's finish clearing out this side first. Remnant 2, is it already out, or is it like preview codes for developers? Oh no, it needs fuel! I forgot it doesn't have its own fuel pocket. Out tomorrow, but there was an early access pre-order. Build the workshop. I guess I could do that. I was just gonna go... Okay, sure. It releases in 12 hours. What's the last game you remembered without bugs at release? I mean, I don't remember anything that had 0 bugs. I would honestly say that the Diablo 4 launch was very good. There really were very few debilitating or game-breaking bugs, if any, at launch. Diablo 4 was surprisingly very playable all the way through. Remember when Diablo was good? I can't remember what happened yesterday, much less last week, Rapid Recline. You're asking too much. But yeah, chat, are you guys getting Remnant 2? Are you guys gonna be Remnant gamers? No, eventually, yes, no. Maybe, unlikely, unsure. I had the Ultimate Edition, played 20 hours, and Steam refunded it. Bro, you played 20 hours and then refunded the game? Your account has been flagged for sure, 100%. I'm flagging your account now. Okay, now we can use this. Ital's uncle works at Nintendo. He can ban whoever he wants. I'll try the pirated version first. Spoken like a true non-sub. Get out. How long you been trying my pirated version of the stream, eh? Free trial never ends, I see. But yeah, my uncle does work at Nintendo. His name is, John Zelda. Sorry, I meant, Doug Zelda. My uncle's name is Doug Ganondorf. He's the future president of Nintendo. You don't believe me? Just ask Doug Bowser. Is Bowser still president? Yeah. Bowser is still president. Mario was so busy trying to save Peach that he didn't understand what Bowser's true agenda was. He put Peach in a castle and then went and hostile takeover corporate style of Nintendo. I miss Reggie. I liked him. I like Reggie too, yeah. I also miss Reggie. Ooh, there's radiation over here. I'm starting to glow green. That's the only green energy I'll take around here. If it's radioactive. Speaking of radioactive, any Oppenheimer, Barbenheimer? Are there any Barbenheimers in chat? Dude, I am fascinated that I think if there was still an Oprah-esque TV show, Tom Cruise would be jumping up and down on a couch right now because he has to be furious at how well Barbenheimer has supplanted Mission Impossible. Like, he has to be absolutely losing it, dude. He is such like a movie purist. I'm pretty sure I remember reading that Tom Cruise goes to the theater to see every single movie. That may be partial exaggeration. I think he goes to see the majority of movies in theaters. He just goes to all the movies and just sits in the theater and watches them. He's just like supporting the theater experience. So when his movie is like kicked out of IMAX for Oppenheimer, which is crazy how sold out it is. Oh my god. I was really surprised. Like, I actually thought about going to the movies this weekend, and then I looked at the seating chart for Oppenheimer and I was like, nah, I ain't sitting in the front, fam. Oh, you like movies? Name every movie. Chat says, I saw Oppenheimer today with my dad. I'm going to Barbie with friends tomorrow. I might go see Barbie next weekend. I might actually go to the movies. Because here's the thing, with Oppenheimer, I don't want to go see Oppenheimer in theaters because when I see it, I'm going to be real picky about how I experience the movie. Like, I'm really weird about that, where it needs to be like my first experience with a movie that I'm interested in needs to be perfect, and I don't want anyone to ruin it. So sometimes I'd prefer just watching it at home, because I can watch it on my own terms. But like Barbie is a movie that I think would be fun to watch, but I don't think would be necessarily, my experience would not be marred by other people in the theater. Like, it's Barbie. You just go see it, have a fun time. It is what it is. It's not like Oppenheimer is like an experience on an emotional plane of existence where you experience what it was like to be inside of Oppenheimer's mind, man. Watching any IMAX movie in the front row. Yeah, those were the only seats available in the theater were front row. And it was like, that's okay. That dude is running. He's going. People run. Well, this side is looking... Everywhere where there's green, there was foliage. And we've just cut that all down. What's nice is we're not even wasting time. Like, the things that we need to complete this phase are actually crafting in the background. As long as we have power. Which is why I am here. For power.
That's why I stream. For power.
Sorry, I thought I was a Reddit mod for a second. I got a little confused. Yeah, I do want to see Oppenheimer. And Barbie. And I want to see Mission Impossible, but I haven't... Two things about Mission Impossible. They really screwed up making Mission Impossible like a part 1, in my opinion. Like, who's gonna go see a Mission Impossible part 1? I think that they really should have kept it where they were all standalone movies instead of trying to cash in on, like, the sequel drama. Because it's like the same reason I did not go see Dune. You can't say Dune Part 1. You save that for like Part 7. When you're on like the 6th movie and you can do a 2-parter. You know, you got to be at least on Twilight's level. Just make a 6-hour movie, you cowards. Chat, would you pay double for a 6-hour movie if they gave you a 20-minute intermission halfway through? Not a chance. Why? But why not? Everyone says no? Yeah, I'm very confused. Too much time? Like, what else are you doing on your Sunday, bro? You're watching a stream on Twitch right now on a Monday. I need at least 2 pee breaks, but sure. When will I use the bathroom, though? Well, the movie's already 3 hours. When are you gonna use the bathroom normally during the movie? Six hours is like my whole ass day. Yeah, but like, it's something to do. Okay. Some of you have already done this by going to see Barbie and then Oppenheimer in the same day. Have you not? There's at least a couple of people who have already done this in the chat, except there was 2 movies instead of 1. Oh, what up, Slug? By the way, do you know that there are people who went to 6 a.m. showings of Oppenheimer? Okay. And they were like sold out. Was that in China? Where was that? Chinese theater offers first 6 a.m. screening in its history. Moviegoers got complimentary coffee early Saturday morning at the TCL Chinese Theater IMAX Hollywood, as the theater offered its first 6 a.m. screening in 95 years of history. And they were showing it in 70mm IMAX. That's probably why. There's only a handful of 70mm IMAX capable areas in the country. So I would imagine it's to cram in an extra showing in the day. Breakfast plus a movie sounds dope. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, am I full? Oh, we are full. All right, I'm going home. Complimentary coffee, dude. That's a steal. These trees are slowly dying out. Look, you can just see how much we've already carved out here.
Eventually, I'll come for you across the river.
But yeah, we need to go back and kind of check on, make sure all the parts are moving. Bonk. Chat. Speaking of movies, okay. I'm curious. Out of people who have seen movies recently, maybe I should just do a poll. I'm trying to figure out of people who like movies and going to the movies, how many people have seen either Oppenheimer or Barbie, but not Mission Impossible? Why is this stalling out? Making wire. Me, that's me. I've seen Mission Impossible, but not Barbenheimer. I didn't ask you. Why so specific? Because I'm trying to figure out what I need to tell my buddy Tom Cruise later. Yeah, figure out whether he should be mad or not. I'm trying to like get a feel for which movie impacted him the most. Oh, here's our place. Yo, we got 36 already? We're gaming. We're gaming. I will be dragged out to see Mission Impossible by my mother eventually. Mom Cruise. I had to. Got him. I love the look of your power poles scattered across an open dune. Me too. Starting to look civilized. All right, so here's what we need to do. I need to manual craft all biomass. Somehow. And then we deposit biomass in here so that it can be forged into solid biofuel. The new Mission Impossible rocked. I don't know what's going on in this chat. Wow. I didn't know there was one. That's fair. The only movie I saw in the past 3 years was Across the Spider-Verse. Hope that helps. Thanks. Helps a lot, yeah. Ooh, freed up an open spot. But yeah, every time, I've already told you this. Chat, I'm gonna go to a movie just so that I really need more content. So I figure if I go to a movie theater, then I have more things to complain about. Therefore, I have more content for the stream. You know, we have to put content creators to put themselves out there into public so that bad things can happen to them, so that they can turn otherwise ordinary scenarios into funny anecdotes. Have you complained about Secret Invasion yet? I think Secret Invasion is so secret that nobody has seen it. I actually haven't seen it. I just, like, Marvel and Diablo 4 are on the same level right now for me. They may as well not exist. That's not true. I am gonna watch the Diablo developer chat. And Star Wars, true. And Star Wars. Okay, we got a lot of biomass. Power's looking good. It's fun watching Middle Joe's anxiety. I didn't think it was anxiety, Splat. I thought it was fatigue. Adam asked him about some dude in chat was like, what about other kinds of treasure goblins? And he was just like, that is the last thing I am thinking about right now. Like that, he put his like hand on his head and was just like, oh. It just felt, to me it was less anxiety and more like, Ben Affleck smoking a cigarette in an alley. That's how it felt to me. Damn, what happened with D4? Dark Dreams Don't Die? I'm pretty sure that it was like one of those projects that was supposed to lead to something larger than it was. But unfortunately, Access Games didn't impress Microsoft Studios enough to continue development. That's so I've heard anyway. All right, where's my factory? Where is my factory? There it is. All right, do we have 50? Are we ready to complete phase 1? At least we have the factory. It's not much, but it's mine. I'll claim it. We do. We have 45. Looking solid. I'll probably just take these extra reinforced plates. It's handy. So I need 4 more smart plates. And then phase 1 is complete. That stream was depressing to watch. I almost felt sorry for the devs. I definitely feel sorry for them, yeah. I don't have any malice. I feel sorry because I believe that they genuinely want to make something that people enjoy, and they're not doing anything to intentionally spite anyone. But I also think that developing a game is hard, and it's even harder when there's more red tape than anything else with making a hundreds of millions of dollars valued game for a company that is publicly traded. And also has had huge dev turnover over the last 6 to 8 years. Not least of which is a bunch of major key Blizzard personnel getting fired for good reason midway through the development cycle. So, I think that the launch was pretty good considering all of that. It's just a shame that the winning move was not to play when it came to doing the last patch. And they played a bad hand. They went all in on a bad hand. Yeah, and also now they're in the process of being transitioning into the Microsoft umbrella. So that definitely doesn't make anything easier. Even if Microsoft is going to be hands-off, there's still a lot that goes on behind the scenes. They got to get the books in order. There's a significant amount of accounting that needs to be done. And that ends up potentially having ripple effects on different decisions that are made down the line and getting all of their affairs, where there's a new hierarchy of who you report to, and yeah, it's a big deal. Big deal. So they got a lot going on right now. And I'm sure they're still working really long hours, and they just want to see their family. And or play something different. $50. Oh wait, we're not depositing this here. Chat, it's time. I gotta parkour my way. I made this where it was a little tall, so I'd like to crouch jump my way up to the space elevator. Load the resources. 50 smart plates are going in. Seal it. Crunchy. Send it. Goodbye. Pew. Off it goes. Resources into space. Oh my. 500 smart plating, 500 versatile framework, and 100 automated wiring. That's tier 5 and 6. We're not going to be doing that for a while. That's going to be a big objective for us. How long does it take for the space elevator to come back down? Oh, here it comes. That looks awesome. So what we just did by completing objective 1 is unlock tiers 3 and 4. And guess what's behind tier 3? Coal power. So, I just want to say to the people who were complaining about how long you have to use biomass for, it's not that bad. We need like 150 reinforced and 50 rotors, and then 300 cable. So we'll select coal power as our milestone. You're still using biomass. Yeah. And 7 hours in, not that bad. Yeah, 7 hours out of like a 60 to 100 hour. Some of you have had, like EJ earlier, has a factory that's over 300 hours old. I've only had to go get resources twice, and the second time, we still have ample biomass. It's barely a factor. Okay, we're gonna put this smart plating on standby. Well, I'm gonna let it finish. Okay, yeah, let's just pause production. Because I need to actually collect these resources for the next bit. We already have 88 reinforced iron plates. It's gonna take a while to get 50 rotors, but I can handcraft some of these things. Chat's favorite. with screws. Screws and iron rods. Well, the iron rods is easy. It's the screws that's not easy. I have never gotten to nuclear in this game, just completely reorganize the factory every tier. That's how you do it. But also, that's 7 hours in on streamer time, talking to chat, and not going as fast as possible, and handcrafting a lot of things. By the way, thanks for the recent subs. I saw Golden Fishy earlier. Thanks, Golden Fishy, again for the 64 months. Slight Inconvenience says 42 months. And we got a nice Life, the Universe, and Everything reference. Always good. And hello, Alvatir, for almost half a year. I drive by movie theaters often, and there's always people coming and going, all dressed in pink. Barbie gamers. Respect. $50 rotors. I can hand crank a few of those out. I always burn out before I can get to the high tier stuff. Yeah, burnout happens. I think a big key is taking some time to do some just aesthetic building, like Minecraft style building for fun is important. And can help you spend your energy in kind of a different way. Okay, this is going to be slightly annoying because they'll just be hanging out here. We don't have enough screws to do this consistently. In theory, screw production should be going up now that this conveyor is full. Yeah, we have 181 rods in there. And 107 in here. So these guys are making screws as fast as possible. It is actually going to be faster for us to hand make the rotors. And I need 50 more reinforced. If we find something, actually, I guess what I could do is go make like a basic copper factory if I wanted to. And while I'm doing that, these will have been made. That might be a good idea. Ah. Alright, let me grab some of these spare rods that we have. There we go. Alright, looking good. Artisanal, handcrafted rotors. I'm pretty happy with this progress, though, to be honest. Like, coal is right around the corner, and then when that is ready, what we do is we are just going to have to make a fairly substantial coal power plant that was going to allow us to kind of scale up. We're not going to be able to get oil for a while, but that's understandable. Can't take shortcuts. I think the coal portion of the game is quite fun as well. I want to see their milestones. Ooh, tractors. Vehicular transports. Basic steel production. This adds an extra wrinkle. Combining iron and coal to make steel. New shop products, improved melee, and we have to go back to tier 2 and kind of finish these things. But yeah, we probably do coal first, and that also lets us extract water. We got fluid dynamics to play with. We can scan for coal, start making basic pipelines, create truck stations, and I think we're going to be able to make our first actual factories. Sounds like a good plan. We still haven't even run out of biofuel. How much do we have saved up over here? A few stacks. Top that off for future etal. Make sure we got 200 in each. Okay, good. We got power for quite a while, and we still got some overhead. Our max consume is pretty high, but you can see that our actual consumption is kind of spiky, I guess, at this point. But yeah, at this stage, if we just put in what we have 22, 100, and I could just make 300 cables. Now we can finally play the game. This is the game. I already built a little factory. So, chat, do you think I should make like a iron factory building? We're gonna need a lot more concrete production. I was gonna say, should we make like a large building and have the iron funneled into one Omega factory? When do I unlock more aesthetic building pieces that I can construct with? Are you going to overclock your production? You have to research the ability to do that, but eventually, sure. Sync shop? Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll do sync shop soon. The awesome sync is pretty awesome. I think that's a fun mechanic. Okay, cable has been deposited. No, make the biggest spaghetti operation you can wrangle. The problem with spaghetti, I think that there's a correlation between quantity of spaghetti and how fast you stop playing Satisfactory. Like, the more organized you are and the more time you spend on the foundation, the longer you will enjoy playing the game. In my opinion.
Did you say you have a problem with spaghetti?
But I do enjoy getting the tractors and maybe setting up some iron mines that are just there to spit out iron, and then we have trucks come and deposit the iron. So, here's a question. Now that trucks have limited obstacle avoidance, if you have two trucks that are delivering to the same depot, is it possible for one truck to not ram into the back of the other truck? While it's waiting in the spot to deliver the cargo into the depot. And the question only applies to people who have played since Truck AI was updated. Which is an important distinction. I think they fix themselves when you're not looking. When was AI updated? I don't know. I haven't played in 4 patches. It's within the last 4 patches. I think that Truck Depots is its own form of pasta. And I do like, that is the kind of pasta that I do enjoy. Very much. Alright, we need to go get some more rods. If you don't use the trucks, I don't know, you're missing out on like one of the most fun aspects of Satisfactory, I think. Tractors get deadlocked when running the same trail path. I'm not going to go to the same trail. I just want them to deliver at the same place. It's different. Okay, we got 5 rotors here. Thank you, rotor generators. 14 more, so now we have 36, so we need 14 after that. I'm just manual crafting to augment our automated craft. But yes, setting up the truck lines should be a lot more painless because they've done a lot of great quality of life. Namely, ooh, that's a lot of 200 rods. I'll borrow those. That's gonna slow down production, but it is what it is. Anyway, they've done a lot of good things. For example, trucks now consider the position of the next waypoint in front of them. Which means that they look the way that they did the speed was crazy before, where if they went to full speed and you tried to make them do a turn, they wouldn't notice slow down before the turn and they just go "Eeew," and just crash off the road. Now they actually know that, oh, I'm gonna have to make a really hard turn coming up, and so they can slow down and consider the turn. They were really finicky before, but in kind of a fun way. I enjoyed trying to get the path just right. It was enjoyable. Should be easier now, though. I made a coal plant that ran off like 20 to 30 of the tiny carts just because it was fun. Oh yeah, I think the tractors are super fun. I'm gonna do exactly that. Alright, I love that we just manual crafted like over 500 screws and we've already used them all. Manual crafting is at the edge of sustainability. We got 19 more iron plates. I need 50 total and I have 44. Dude, we are so close. Highlight the rotor, please. There's the magic pixel. People happy. Big people happy around here, Saska. But you're close. Close enough. We'll count it. And then the trucks have a larger version that have a lot more inventory space in them. And those are the big ones that I'm really excited about. Etel at the beginning of stream. I'm going to set up infrastructure before progressing. I said I was going to get to oil. That's what I said. I don't know if you were listening. But yeah, I said many times, actually, guys, I am going to do the bare minimum necessary to progress up the tech tree. Yeah, that's what I said. Just need 4 more reinforced. And the bare minimum is handcrafting. Soundtrack is fantastic. Okay, here's the final 4. And in less than 7-ish hours of gameplay, we have got coal power unlocked.
Milestone reached. Coal is an improved alternative power source to biomass and can be fully automated if provided water with the new pipeline buildings and power throughout the initial setup. Coal has been added to the resource scanner. Note: ensure the close proximity of water to the coal production line. Note: pumps will aid in vertical transport of fluids through pipes. Note:
Note.
throughput and volume indicators are added to each pipe section automatically.
So getting the awesome shop would be nice. Logistics 2 is great, obviously. Jump pads are great. Vehicles are great. I love transporting fluids through pipes. What's the shop? It's basically a way to unlock a bunch of cosmetic stuff. So if you have a bunch of extra resources or materials that you're crafting, you funnel them into this machine that crunches them up into tickets effectively, and you spend those tickets on unlocks in the awesome shop. So it's a resource sink. That is literally called the awesome sink. Excess resources, don't waste them. They get consumed for coupons. And then the coupons are spent in the awesome shop to unlock a bunch of cool aesthetic upgrades like new building blocks and stuff like that. All right, let's save it there. I think that is a fantastic place to save and quit. So probably gonna pick up there, I would think, tomorrow. And we'll just do some more Satisfactory tomorrow. Plans for tomorrow: setting up a real, parentheses, actual, iron factory. It's not gonna be an Omega factory, but it's gonna be like, I would say 3 or 4 times more substantial than the one we just did. So I want to get like a basic factory down. We don't have all the building blocks I want, so I can't really make it aesthetically pleasing, but we can try and make it like spatially pleasing. And also I'd like to set up a coal plant and a rudimentary copper mini factory. So we can have, like, I need cables to be automated. We're gonna have to have some copper stuff go in. So, coal itself is kind of a big project. We have to go water extract, which is going to take copper sheets and reinforced iron plates. And we're going to need a number of water extractors. We kind of need our own, like, organized water park with pipelines and stuff. And there's a bunch of consideration for how much you actually need, because you have to feed it into coal. But coal generators produce 75 megawatts each, so they're as good as 2.5 biomass burners. Except the coal is a lot more replenishable. So these are really nice. We need to get the MAM online so we can start researching interesting things. And then we've got the fluid buffers, which can store liquid. And then we have pipelines, junctions, pipeline pumps. So we got to figure all that out too. So that is where we're at. I think that was solid progress today. I'm very happy with that. Coal unlocked, and we're ready to make the real power plant. So, unlocking vehicles, all that good stuff. We'll try and do that tomorrow. So come back. I'll see you guys again at like 2 p.m. Pacific, somewhere around there. And we'll hit some more factory time. I want to get some nice, good, chunky factory building. You start to see something semi-permanent. Like, I want at least one small iron factory that's gonna stick around for a while. We won't be able to wall it in or give it the cosmetic touches, but that's okay. We can at least make it produce some of the basics that we're gonna need for the rest of the game. Thank you for a satisfactory stream. Appreciate everybody. Thanks for watching. Hope you had fun. It was nice to get back into Satisfactory. Nice and comfy. Chat, I'm gonna see you guys off on an in-stream raid. Why don't you go say hi to Sim? He's playing some FTL. I'll catch you over there on Sim's channel. I'm gonna peace out. I'm gonna get some food and feed that guy. He's hungry and needs to go pee. Bye, everybody. Sleep tight. I'll see you for Tuesday. Go check out Sim. Give him some love. Toss him a follow if you haven't already. And tell him hi. I'll see you guys over there. Good night.